Mr. Clerk, you ready?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
All right, perfect. I'd like to welcome everybody to the, good morning. I'd like to welcome everyone to the October 22nd, 2024 Commission meeting. As I mentioned before, it's always a privilege to have all of you here today. It's great to have a packed house. I like to see people engaged in the process of governance. People can either watch the meeting at home, engage via Zoom. They can either phone call. They can come here. We have a public section where people can speak and provide their comments, and they can provide their comments as every single item moves forward through the process. So I look forward to your public comment and your engagement as always. I'd like to welcome also this morning for the invocation, Reverend Timothy Fleck from St. Thomas Episcopal Parish. Thank you for being here with us as always. It's a privilege to have you back.
Good morning.
Morning.
I bring you greetings from St. Thomas Episcopal Parish Church and School at the intersection of Red Road and North Kendall Drive, where South Miami, Pinecrest, unincorporated Dade County, and the great city of Coral Gables, the city beautiful, all meet together at one point of peace, prosperity, and perpetual traffic. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, in your word, you have given us a vision of that holy city to which the nations of the world bring their glory. Behold and visit, we pray, the cities of the earth. Renew the ties of mutual regard which form our civic life. Send us honest and able leaders. Enable us to eliminate poverty, prejudice, and oppression, that peace may prevail with righteousness and justice with order, and that men and women from every culture and with diverse gifts may find with one another the fulfillment of their humanity, to the glory of your holy name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Reverend, as always, thank you. We send our best wishes to your congregation of worshipers on behalf of the city. God bless you and your family. Thank you so much. I'd like to take the opportunity to also recognize Commissioner Ken Russell, who's here with us today. Thank you for joining us. Will you lead us in the pledge?
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Clerk,
Mr. Mayor,
judging of the annual Great Pumpkin Challenge.
I believe I'm only missing one of the things, and then we'll announce the winner at the end of the day.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much. All right, moving on to item A1. Do we have our senator here? Not yet. We'll come back. Number 2, A2. Congratulations to Mais and Agave on receiving the Keep Coral Gables Beautiful 2024 Commercial Beautification Award. Well deserved. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. So we're here today to recognize Mais and Agave for winning the Keep Coral Gables Beautiful Commercial Beautification Award. I'll let Solange talk a little bit more about that. But again, I just want to thank the City's Sustainability Advisory Board because they are the ones that vote on the businesses. We get applications from different departments and the general public, and they're the ones who vote on which businesses are winning the Commercial Beautification Award. So I just wanted to mention that. And I'll let Solange talk a little bit more about the program and Mais and Agave.
Good morning, everybody. Yes, so this is the second award winner that we present to you this year. As we said during the September Commission meeting, this is our third year doing the Commercial Beautification Award. And this award is to recognize those businesses that are going above and beyond the normal call to maintenance and beautification in their area. Mais y Agave is relatively new to the area, but they've done a wonderful job completely transforming the space across the street and keeping it very nice and tidy. So we have some members of their ownership team here, Hector, Ivan, and Santiago Roberts, if we can have you guys come on up. And then we'll present them with their beautiful plaque to display in the restaurant along with the window decal. Do you guys want to say a few words?
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hi, good morning. We want to say thank you for this award. This project was whole thinking in Mexico. We want to give you guys here in Miami the opportunity to have a place in Mexico. to have the opportunity to visit Mexico, even being here in Miami. You know, the whole project was made through our foundation. All the profits are going to the foundation, Fundación Don Antonio Rivera Venegas, which is to help people in Mexico in the conditions of needing. So, well, we want to thank you so much because this project is all made with love and thinking about our country, which is very important to us. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your efforts. You've done an amazing job over the life of the construction project in regards to the quality of the products that you've used, really being thoughtful and genuine, considering Coral Gables standards. You do amazing work. And also just since you've opened, you know, not only the quality of food is amazing, but also the events that you have, you know, how you're always very welcoming and very giving in regards to philanthropy. So we're looking forward to your engagement in Dia de los Muertos coming up now in a week. I think it's something that's going to be very beneficial because, again, your restaurant is a stone's throw away from the location. And I think it's going to be some good synergies in between both. So congratulations on a well-deserved award. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And so we have your plaque and then a window decal for you guys to present at the restaurant.
Okay.
Let's take a photo. Moving on to item A3, presentation of a proclamation declaring October 22nd, 2024 as Dan Finora Day in Coral Gables.
Thank you, Mayor. We live in a society of constant change. Some change is good, some change not so good. But we come to appreciate, as the years go by, those constant pillars in our lives, those constant pillars in our community, those people that make a difference in the lives of others, especially our youth, because our youth over time become us. And that's why today we're recognizing Dan Finora and declaring today Dan Finora Day. Mr. Finora worked 65 years at Gables High. I wouldn't say work. He gave of his time and gave of his life. It wasn't work. He made a difference in the lives of others for 65 years and continues to do so. He was a typing teacher, athletic department business manager, schools business manager, and I think probably most importantly, school counselor, because that's where you have the one-on-one with the students. And when you have those one-on-ones, especially when you're young, sometimes you come from a household that perhaps things aren't so good. Perhaps folks in your family never went far past high school. But to have someone like Dan Finora in your life when you're young is life-changing. And I am pretty sure that over those 65 years, Dan has changed the trajectory of a lot of lives, of a lot of young people for the better. I got to know Dan as a student at Gables High, graduated class of 1980. But I got to know Dan as a dad because I coached his son Greg at the Coral Gables Youth Center. In the 1980s, he was my team's goalkeeper. And it's funny, I never told him this, but I knew of his reputation in the community at Gables High, and to have him as one of the team dads to me was an honor, and it still is to this day. Before I go on, and I would like, I think Marlon Ebert, you have, you want to come up and add to the moment?
Good morning, everybody. I'm delighted to be here. My family and I moved to Coral Gables 36 years ago, and our oldest child was starting to Gables High. At that point, Gables started in 10th grade, and she was a new 10th grader, and I remember being asked to attend a meeting for all 10th grade parents at the school, and there were people sitting up on the stage, and then this lanky, good-looking man stood up and introduced, well, he was, introduced himself as Dan Finora, and I still remember his words. He said, if you're where you're supposed to be, when you're supposed to be there, doing what you're supposed to be doing, you'll do well at Gables High School. And it's still, I mean, all through, for my other children too, that was what I said all the time. Dan became a wonderful friend to my 3 children. We were lucky. He was assigned the letter E. My last name is Ebert, so he had all 3 children. He was their counselor. When I spoke to Dan last week and I said, you know, who would you like me to call? He said, oh, Marlon. He said, I've gotten so much attention. He said, please let you be the only speaker. And so he let a couple other friends attend too, but it's really his humility that shines through to me. He's gotten a lot of attention because of the 65 years, and I'm just delighted that the city is recognizing him. So thank you.
If I may, Mr. Finora, I graduated from Coral Gables High School in 1973, and you were my business math professor. I think I may have barely passed your class, but I still remember you sitting on a bar stool type chair with a sweater, golfing sweater, teaching us accounting, basic accounting. And I've always remembered you and remembered the lessons you taught us there. I appreciate it.
Billy, the city clerk, do we have the video clip that the city prepared?
Yes, we do. We have it queued up.
That's coming up. I'll add that you also were the counselor for my 2 daughters, and all grown. And it was very helpful. Those are very formative years of their lives. So to keep them on the right track is sometimes a challenge, and they both did exceedingly well. So thank you.
And while we're waiting for the video, I won't add the year to embarrass the colleagues up here, but I also graduated from Coral Gables High School and was there while Mr. Finora was there.
And as you can see, we're up here, so since we left you, things have gone downhill. Anybody else?
My name is Daniel Finora, and I am a resident of Coral Gables. I arrived here in 1955 from my 2-year discharge from the United States Army. My mom came down in 1957. We bought our first house on Miller Road, 433 Miller Road. That was our first association with Coral Gables. We loved it. I would summarize my entire career as a beautiful thing, because I never once wanted to sleep in. I always wanted to go to work, and I didn't have any issues, and I liked going to work. I was always a person who was disciplined. I think God helped me along the way many times. I found a niche. I found working with kids and working with various parts. You know, there's a lot of components to a comprehensive high school, but the important thing that I was getting into was, you know, what does it take? How can I make this kid's life easier? How can I get him motivated? How can I get him to the next level? You know, you're here now, we want to get you there. How are we going to do it? You know, I'm the only one that I don't do any online stuff. I said, you want to see me? I'm here. I'm not, you can find me if you're looking. Up until 1971, I was also a teacher. I was teaching business law, teaching accounting, typing, and office machines. So in 1971, they took all my classes away. So I became basically the comptroller for the entire school. I did all the purchasing for the 3 departments. It was my job to reconcile all the books, all the discretionary money, and then I kept the athletics. I didn't really give up anything. I kept the athletics, and then I took over. So they gave me a couple of names: Money Man, Good Humor Man, different things, or stingy, mean. I spent 8 years on the recreation board, and my name is on the youth center over there. If you walk in the main building on the right-hand side, I served 8 years. I couldn't serve anymore. So I was involved with the community on a recreation basis. And the group I was in, we were the group that got lights put up at the youth center. So I was inducted into the Coral Gables Hall of Fame for my service. It's like a service award more than anything else. And life has been good. God he's given me something that he wants me to do. I feel like I'm the luckiest man in Coral Gables.
And Dan, I just want to say that you never really retire, because all the lives of those young people that you touched, they grew up and became parents and became grandparents. And all the life lessons they learned from you, they carry on for generations and generations. So you never really retire.
Mr. Finora, please join us. It's great to have you. Thank you for being, whichever one you like.
Can I face the audience?
Of course you can.
First of all, Kurt, I want to thank you very much, and all the commissioners. This is Camelot to me. When I got here, I fell in love with it. My mom came down. We had a great life. Coral Gables has been extremely extremely good for what I wanted to do. Coming down here and going into teaching, I didn't have any idea exactly what I was going to do. But I think I had somebody over my head pointing me in the right direction. And one thing I did have was great mentors. I had 5 gentlemen who helped point it the way. But the city of Coral Gables is unique. I live in the city of Coral Gables. I've been here for close to 70 years. And I want to tell you that it's a beautiful place. And I represent you all the time. I also want to tell you this is the first time I've been in the actual commission office. I've been downstairs a lot, and coming up here is quite humbling. And the words that Kurt, and I have some visitors here from church that were Pedro Pan, came over in the 60s, and Pat's not here, the other one. Met them in church, and they told me they didn't like me, but I turned out to be pretty good. In fact, I have a picture of one of them doing that. I can't thank you enough. Personally, I only did what I was supposed to do, as Mr. Ebert has indicated. The job wasn't a job. I didn't work 9 to 5. I can remember also putting 57,000 people in the Orange Bowl, actually 52,000 when we beat Miami High in 1967. One of the greatest experience I was asked to do or have, and I think it was my first year as business manager. We represented the state of Florida in the high school Division II football championship, and we played Tampa Robinson over at the University of Tampa with 12,000 people, sold-out stadium. And those of you who are old enough to understand, Larry Davidson, who was our quarterback, and he was a left-handed quarterback, but he kicked field goals the old-fashioned way, the gringo way, straight across, and he had a square toe. And he kicked a 37-yard field goal with 37 seconds left to go. It's still on record, and we beat Tampa Robinson for the first of 4 state championships in the history of Coral Gables. Since then, as my illustrious friend Kirk has said, change is upon us. And there was a comment made with the television, the young man who interviewed me. I have a flip phone. I don't have a smartphone, but I use it. I have a computer at home. I don't do very much email. I don't order online. So my recommendation is if you want to see me, you can call me on a landline. You can go to hopefully Burger Bob's when it opens, or is it going to be
Birdie's Bistro.
Birdie Bob's? Okay. I know Birdie because I coached golf at Gables for many years. Or I'll be at Bagel Emporium. And the third place, I'll be at Coral Bagels down behind Crook and Crook. So I'm easy to find. I don't go out of my zip code, and I stay in my lane. And I want to thank all of you who came here and stay in the Gables. And right now, I'm surrounded by 16-story buildings that I thought I never would see. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Come get a picture.
A picture time.
Minor.
This is my neighbor. Her daughter's here and my kids. I want all of you to know, I was at Gables High School yesterday. I would go and visit every now and then. But I want you to know your tax dollar is doing wonderful. We have new impact windows in the hallways. We just put in brand new air conditioning for the media center. And the last thing that we're going to do, according to our new principal, Tony, I called him Rocky because his last name is Balboa. He came from Ponce, Tony Balboa. Tony Ulivari was our previous principal. And obviously, I've worked with every principal at the school. But the amazing thing is we are going to get a new gym. It's going to be the last thing that the grant money has available for us, and that's going to happen when we complete what we're doing now, which are windows and maintenance and air conditioning. And we have a new orchestra and a new band room. So we're good. So anytime you guys want to have something, just go see Tony, tell him I sent you, and he'll put you up. Thank you.
Right on this here.
I'll get it for you.
F3. Moving back to item A1, legislative update from our Senator, Alexis Calayud. Senator, welcome back. It was great to catch up with you this week over coffee, and we're always blessed to have you here. I know you have a very hectic and busy schedule, but welcome back to the City Beautiful.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners.
Oh, something's
The mic.
happening. We can't hear you.
Just tilt it up. It's a little delicate.
No worries. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today and the community. We've gone through the summer after legislative session, and I'm sorry it's taken me so long to visit again, but now we are in preparation not just for what's passed last legislative session, but to focus on the priorities you all have for Coral Gables and to make sure we're in a position to champion them this next legislative session. And whether we're talking about having observed what happened to our friends in the West Coast, when we're talking about resiliency and focus on the possibilities of what storm surge looks like, what water quality looks like in our septic to sewer problems and challenges. My goal is to make sure that the priorities that you all have aligned for Coral Gables, we are able to maximize our capacity to bring those resources back home and support your work, and to make sure that the residents of Coral Gables have the best possible. This past legislative session, I'm very proud to say we were able to pass 10 pieces of legislation. One that has a great deal of my heart is employment of individuals with disabilities. We were able to synchronize the state agencies so that not only can individuals with disabilities find themselves in an easier position to acquire employment, but we also created a tax credit program that encourages more and more employers to participate in the employment of individuals with disabilities. We passed an interpersonal violence injunction change, which allows individuals who need to apply for a protection from someone who can potentially cause violence to them, that process to become seamless and online instead of requiring a notary, a printing, a scanning, making our community safer. We also invested $44 million recurring into our early childhood education system, increasing the reimbursement rate, particularly for the subsidized lower income family program called School Readiness. We changed the cancer coverage in Florida for our public insurance program, and we hope to do this soon for our private system. But what we've allowed is for biomarker testing, which is genetic testing to understand the type of cancer you have and how to best target a treatment plan for you, to be made accessible to our public system. This is going to provide the last 5 years of most advanced technological cancer treatment to our community members. Without this biomarker test, without insurance is $500, you don't know how to test and you don't know how to treat your particular challenge. We also created a spaceport territory, which is a product of Space Florida above the Homestead Air Reserve Base. And this is to incentivize companies from across the globe. But when we're thinking about SpaceX, Blue Origins, the opportunity for manufacturing and logistics of these large companies to come down to South Dade and to find their place to help us also alleviate some of our traffic and transportation congestion by bringing medium and high wage jobs into the heart of our community. I'm proud to say we also created a pathway for more HIV infection prevention drugs to be available in our community by creating a partnership with pharmacies across the state of Florida that someone can have access to 72-hour post-exposure medication easily and within a pharmacy setting rather than an emergency room setting. We've learned recently through the FOCUS program at the Department of Health that of 22,000 individuals that were tested in the Jackson emergency room over the last 2 years, 800 of them presented as HIV positive and didn't know it. So we have more and more challenges in this community than we may realize, and we have to do more. I'm proud to carry the school safety bill this legislative session, and within that, we've added 7 additional positions to our Office of School Safety statewide to ensure that our public system is not just able to be held to the highest standard of school safety, but there's the appropriate personnel to support school administrators on the ground to reach that level of excellence that we expect in our school system and that we need for our parents to have that sense of security of our schools. I was also proud to carry the Department of Environmental Protection's package, which had an emphasis on coral reef restoration. And we know that that's our first line of defense for storm surge and the future of flooding for our coastal community. And so I hope to do more this next legislative session on coral reef restoration. And our own University of Miami is on the cutting edge of that challenge. I also carried the Senate President's priority in public school deregulation. And what this meant was we were creating an even playing field between our charter schools and our traditional public schools. The innovation and opportunity you find so many times in charter schools, we want to give that same flexibility and opportunity to directly serve students the way they need to our public school system. And we work with administrators, we work with superintendents across the state to do this. And I'm also proud to say we worked on the Live Local Act in trying to honor the character of our local communities and creating changes that honor single-family home neighborhoods and understand that we should have reduced height for areas that have contiguous single-family home communities. Similarly, we worked on traffic enforcement and red light cameras, providing additional processes for open forum for conversation within the community of the placement of new red light cameras all across the state of Florida. These are some of the pieces of legislation I worked on. I know that through the budget process this last year, although we still need to work with the governor's office and the Office of Policy and Budget on getting across the final red line, within the budget we had stormwater improvement, water quality assessment, and sidewalk construction and replacement. And while I lean on you all for your priorities this next legislative session and your direction on where we want to go next, going through the first hurdle of getting within the budget is important. And so next session, we look forward to getting across the final stretch and making sure that we work in tandem in our advocacy as legislators and as local leaders to make sure that the needs of our community are crystal clear to all the folks that need to check off on our support. I want to say I'm grateful for the time that you all as a commission have made, not just this opportunity to speak with you, but in the coming weeks to have conversations about what's important to you all individually. It is my pleasure to work with you and understand at a granular level what's important to our residents and to make sure that our advocacy is united on behalf of their needs and the future of Coral Gables. And I want to say thank you so much again for the opportunity to address you and to speak with the residents today.
Thank you, Senator. As always, it's great to have you. Thank you for your advocacy on behalf of our city and always not only being available for a phone call, but always being available for a quick coffee to discuss pressing matters or issues that we could be potentially facing. Like last week, I think we spent close to 2 hours together and, again, it was very fruitful and I couldn't thank you enough for that time.
Thank you, sir.
Looking forward to visiting you in Tallahassee this year also. I think we can make some efforts up there and deliver on a few pressing matters here in the city.
Yes, sir.
I have one question for you, and I think this is something that's on top of mind for everyone in this community, and it's something that I know is a critically important thing for you, and that is the issue of insurance. Can you dig a little deeper in regards to that? This community is facing. I talked to a lot of residents who are concerned about the double-digit increase in insurance costs. We've just had 2 hurricanes hit Florida. Obviously, we wish that it was not the case, but this whole state of Florida is going to have to absorb the cost. More than over $100 billion, they're saying, and potentially the ramifications as a result of these two hurricanes. What is the state legislature and the Senate potentially going to be discussing? Because I know there isn't anything set in concrete. There isn't really any legislation. What do you think is the future of insurance? And I'll tell you why. 25% of our tax base comes from properties in the downtown. Excuse me, not from the downtown, I apologize, on the waterway. You're talking about 27% of our tax base comes from properties in the central business district. Think about what happens if properties, for example, on the waterways see a massive uptick in regards to insurance costs. I don't have a crystal ball, but I think that would result in a reduction in property values because you would see a lot of properties potentially hit the market because the cost would be too much to bear for a lot of people who have lived in those homes for a long time. Not everybody is living in a new home on the water. A lot of people are been there for 10, 15, 20, 30 years. So this cost increase is so significant, as many of them are in some sort of retirement income or fixed income, that what can we do? What are we looking at? I know you've been working diligently to see if we can find new carriers, how the state can be partners with these carriers. I just see it, being a road that's going to be increasingly more and more bumpy. So your guidance or any input, because when I talk to them, it's very easy just to say, hey, the state's got to deal with it, the state's got to deal with it. But I want to provide more than just the state's got to deal with it.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. It's on top of mind, not just in Coral Gables residents, but I think all of South Florida, particularly if you were on Citizens, no longer on Citizens, or in some side of the middle portion of that. This legislative session, we have the opportunity after 2 years, almost 2 years, to understand what changes happened within the property insurance system based on the tort reform legislation that passed almost 2 years ago. So we have kind of that 18-month look back. We've also unfortunately had 4 massive storms that have hit within that 2-year period. And so a part of my priority within this next legislative session, and thankfully we do have a Miami speaker coming in who, it's not a Senator Claude problem, it's not a Senate problem, it's a South Florida problem, that this is going to be driving unaffordability for our residents. So not just is this one of my top priorities in understanding what are the actual tangible changes we can make within our system, understanding the regulatory policy change we made 2 years ago, and understanding we're probably going to have additional named storms for the years to come. So we're almost going to have to project out this type of billion-dollar loss consistently, and understanding we have some funds within the catastrophic fund for hurricanes, but this is not above $6 billion, right? We have funding and reserves that we consistently, as a fiscally responsible legislature, put aside, but that's not enough funding for this type of thing. We have to sit with experts and understand that what's happening in Florida is unique in the world. It's happening in California, it's happening in several select nations of the world, but this is completely unique. And we operate within an international property insurance market in terms of reinsurance. And we're simply a piece of what a private entity can decide to invest in or not invest in. So I say that to say, our goal in the legislature this session is to understand the policies that we've already put in place, the additional funding that we've had to provide to the Southwest Florida in the past, what we'll have to provide to Central Florida, West Central Florida currently. We're still recovering from Michael and the Panhandle. We have to understand that this is going to be a continued investment of the Florida legislature to help help families in disaster year over year, and understanding at the same time we have additional vulnerabilities of our coastal communities. South Florida, in my opinion, the most vulnerable. We have so many people, we have so many buildings. I think the resiliency investments we have to make are a piece and parcel of this, because they can help over time reduce the insurance costs for some of these homes. My commitment is that this is a top issue for me. Thankfully, this, I believe, is a top issue for Speaker Perez, and I hope to work in conjunction, and I've expressed this to the incoming Senate President, that this is our #1 issue. And I say ours because it's residents. The conversation you have with residents is not unique, and it's only becoming more intense as either property insurance continues to go up or begins to settle down into single-digit increases. But the unaffordability challenge of this, on top of cost of living, on top of inflation, is astronomical, particularly for fixed-income homes.
Thank you very much, Senator.
Mayor,
Madam Vice Mayor?
I'm just going to add a little more. When we had the opportunity to meet with the insurance commissioner, one of the topics that we talked about and Representative Mooney spoke about and I spoke about was, in the future, we need to address the building code in the rest of the state of Florida. It was exempted out, after Hurricane Andrew, and only South Florida adopted the windstorm ratings that are necessary to withstand the storms that we've historically, surprisingly seen in Central Florida that they never saw before. The storms in the Panhandle that they never thought that they would experience, and therefore didn't adopt the windstorm ratings. So that's one piece of the puzzle. And if you look at how they build down in the Keys, and even how they historically built back in the 1800s, even out of wood, those buildings are still standing despite the number of storms that they withstood, and it's because of the engineering that goes into the buildings. So looking forward, I think we need to address that in the rest of the state because it's impacting all of us going forward in our insurance rates, because every resident in the state of Florida bears the burden of the higher insurance costs, the reduced availability of insurance carriers willing to step into our state and not understanding that there is a really much more robust building code that is actually enforced in the state of Florida, south of, I think Broward County area, West Palm Beach, those storm ratings. And coupled with that, if you don't have proper inspections, you can have all the code you want in the rest of the state. But one of the factors that was pointed out to me by a structural engineer was the fact that those types of inspections were not occurring. So improper strapping was used, where if it had been done properly, we wouldn't have had the devastation that we did. And along these coastal areas, building those bottom floors that can blow out, and you can expect them to blow out, and the building will still be standing. I know there's more than building code that goes into this in the way of resilience, but I just wanted to highlight that because I think that's a critical piece for the rest of the state to get up to the standards necessary. So if we're going to be building new, let's build it right. Okay. Thank you very much for your time coming here.
Thank you, Ms. Vice Mayor. I want to agree, and those are conversations that are also being had because the Panhandle is a wonderful example. The devastation of Michael was took kids out of school for a year and a half.
Yeah.
Even schools couldn't withstand hurricanes.
Thank you so much for being here.
Senator, I just wanted to say thank you for how gracious you were in our 2 trips to Tallahassee this past year.
My pleasure.
As somebody who has been to Tallahassee for 15 years, I can tell you the attention that you gave us and making us feel like we were the only people you were meeting with that day goes a long way, because a lot of times you're just being rushed through meetings, but you took the time up to the last second when your staff was like, you really need to go to the next meeting, just to talk to us and make sure that our priorities were your priorities. We could have no better champion in Tallahassee than you.
Thank you so
You
much.
really did everything possible to get us the $1.8 million this year. And I know that was your pool this year. And we appreciate all the efforts you and your staff did for our city. We're in great hands with you representing us.
Thank you.
I want to echo the words of my colleague, Commissioner Fernandez. And again, you truly represent our city in Tallahassee. We have no doubt every session that you're going to give it your all. And just to be able to know that we can reach out to you and you give us guidance and you give us, suggestions on how to proceed on many issues. So to have you there, I think all the residents of Coral Gables are blessed to have you representing us.
Thank you so much.
Senator, thank you so much for your update. It's really such a pleasure to work with you. And as I say, in my past life, before I was a commissioner, I was in field of psychology, and I treated children and young adults with disabilities. So when it came to employment, I was actually training them, life coaching them, taking them through interviews. So if I could be any assistance to you, please count with me. And I'm looking forward to meeting with you on the 28th.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mayor? Dan, you still around? There you are. Come back up. We have your proclamation. Sorry about that. It's on us. It's on us.
I make a recommendation.
Yeah.
After Dan, we'll take a photo with you.
Senator.
Madam Senator, just wait 1 second. I want to take a photo after.
Let's go there. So I guess like in Godfather 3, just when you thought you were out, we pulled you back in. So it's not in large print, but I'm going to do my best to read your proclamation. Okay. Whereas Miami-Dade County Public Schools and those who are employed in these public schools are important and integral parts of our society, Dan Finora is one such employee. And whereas Dan, a longtime resident, Coral Gables resident, sometimes referred to as Mr. Coral Gables, has devoted 65 years of work at Coral Gables Senior High School. And whereas Dan began his career at Coral Gables Senior High School in 1958, and during his tenure, he has worn many hats, including teaching, typing, athletic department business manager, school business manager, and school counselor. And whereas, as always, the devoted employee, Dan was always willing to come in to work early, work late, in order to get the work done, or even come in on Saturdays to allow alumni to tour their beloved campus. And whereas over the years, Dan has seen the school grow, and as such, he indirectly became the high school's in-house historian. And whereas it is altogether fitting and proper that we recognize Dan Finora, a marquee individual who is well-respected and valued by everyone throughout the entire Coral Gables Senior High School community and beyond, on the occasion of his well-deserved retirement. Now, therefore, I, Vince Lago, as Mayor of Coral Gables, along with the members of our City Commission, do hereby proclaim October 22nd, 2024 as Dan Finora Day in Coral Gables. It's official.
Well, thank you, Ben. I can't thank you enough.
We're good. Now you get the prayer. And I'll send it.
Sorry.
I have it. I can pull it up. You just have to be forward.
Moving on to item A4, presentation or proclamation declaring October 21st, 2024,
It'll be second.
October 27th, 2024 as Florida City Government Week in Coral Gables. By the way, item F2 has been deferred.
Ready?
Staff available for item Florida City Government Week? All right, we'll skip it then. Item A5, congratulations to City of Coral Gables for receiving the Voice of the People Award for Excellence in Online Outreach. Good morning, Solange.
Good morning again.
Good morning.
So the city recently received the Voice of the People Award in the category of Excellence in Online Outreach. The Voice of the People is an award presented by Palco, the company that we do our community survey with, but also our transactional surveys and different online outreach in collaboration with the ICMA, so the International City County Management Association. And it celebrates the city's commitment to innovative resident engagement and data-driven decision-making. The Voice of the People Awards are in their 16th year and are the only national awards recognizing local governments based on resident feedback. We received the award because of the way that we've leveraged the tools that Palco offers us by conducting interactive surveys across various departments, from the trolley satisfaction survey that riders can take once they're on the trolley, which we have signs up in English and Spanish. The police department has done their transactional surveys through that platform as well. Development Services has been going on for almost 2 years now with great results. So these transactional surveys collect real-time feedback from the residents to help improve services, such as, like I mentioned, the permitting, public transportation, and other community events. We use it to get feedback from our residents, from our restaurants and businesses after we do different engagements like Taste the Gables, to hear what they think, what worked, what didn't, and actively increase and change our programming. The trolley service survey captures insights, like I mentioned, directly from the riders, and Development Services has gotten consistent customer satisfaction receipts of 88% of respondents reporting high satisfaction since that survey has been ongoing. Additionally, we were able to use and leverage this tool last year during the holidays for the holiday window contest that we did for our businesses, and that received 24,000 resident responses. It was one of their highest response rates on Palco for a poll like that. They actually did a case study on it. So we're really proud to have been recognized through Palco and the ICMA for this award.
That's amazing. Congratulations. Great work. Great work to the team. It's just a reflection of all the hard work that you put forth. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. You have an award?
Yes, they mailed us the certificate since we weren't able to attend the ICMA conference. They held it in Pittsburgh this year, but they mailed us over the certificate so that we can present it to you as the commission.
Let's take a photo. Take a photo. Come on. Moving on to item A6. The next item we'll take is a time certain. Item A6, congratulations driver engineer John Jensen, recipient of the City of Coral Gables Firefighter of the Month Award for the month of September 2024. Chief, good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the commission. For our Firefighter of the Month, I think that he exemplifies work ethic, dependability, and mentorship. But for that, I'd ask Deputy Chief Hernandez to please introduce him to us.
Yeah, it's a privilege to introduce John Jensen as our September Firefighter of the Month. John's been with our department now for 24 years. In these 24 years, he's been a go-to firefighter. He's a subject matter expert in many, many topics related to the fire service and really outside of the fire service. Some will refer to him as a walking encyclopedia, literally. I mean, he has knowledge on just about anything you can think of. He was nominated by his peers for several reasons, and I'm going to try to just summarize him briefly. But earlier this year, we purchased 2 new fire trucks. John was instrumental in equipping the fire truck, mounting equipment on these trucks, and creating inventory sheets for all the other drivers and firefighters to use to check the truck daily. We have a robust air technician program. We do not have a lead air tech in this program, but everyone knows that John is the lead air tech of this program. Whether it's the administration or all the other air techs, we call on John whenever there's any question related to the air technician program. Most recently, there was an incident that occurred in a parking garage. I think it made national news. A vehicle crashed and was hanging there, and by a tree saved that vehicle. John was what many say the MVP of that incident. He was behind the scenes. He's the one that created the grip hoist to lower that firefighter that was able to execute that rescue. Like in football, the quarterback gets the glory. The person hanging in that rope that executed the rescue gets the glory. But he was a person behind the scenes, and everywhere you looked, there was John doing something instrumental to make that scene successful. And it's really for all these reasons that John's our Firefighter of the Month for September, and I'm happy to introduce him right now. John. Congratulations.
Thank you, Gil. There's a lot of kind words. I'd like to say that we trained to do what we did on that day for that lady. And every day that I do something for the guys on the department, creating truck check sheets, I just want to make the job easier and pass on the knowledge to them so they have a great career for the rest of their lives. That's about it. So thank you very much for this. Appreciate it.
Congratulations, well deserved. Thank you. Chief, let's take a photo.
Yep.
We're going to be going back to item A4. Fernando? Come on up. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Fernando Wiener, Government Affairs Manager for the city.
On behalf of the city, we have the items A4, a presentation or proclamation declaring October 21st, 2024 through October 27th as Florida City Government Week in Coral Gables.
I'll read the proclamation into the record in large print. Whereas city government is the government closest to most of its citizens and the one with the most direct daily impact upon its residents. And whereas municipal government provides services and programs that enhance the quality of life for its citizenry, making their entire city their home. Whereas city government is administered for and by its citizens and is dependent upon public commitment to and understanding of its many responsibilities. And whereas Florida City Government Week offers an important opportunity for elected officials and city staff to spread the word to all citizens of Florida that they can shape and influence this branch of government. And whereas the Florida League of Cities and its member cities have joined together to teach our citizens about municipal government through a variety of activities. Now, therefore, I, Vince Lago, as mayor of the city of Coral Gables, along with the members of our city commission, do hereby proclaim October 21 through the 27th, 2024, as Florida City Government Week in Coral Gables.
Thank you so much,
Fernando,
Mayor.
thank you.
And obviously, accepting this on behalf of all the city employees and the state's employees at large. Also, I was told we're having ice cream in honor of this on Thursday, so that everybody knows.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you. Item B1. Regular City Commission meeting September 24th. I'll entertain a motion.
Move it.
Second.
Mr. Clerk?
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
B2, Regular City Commission meeting October 8th, 2024.
I'll move it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Perfect. Now we move forward to public comment. Very quickly, Mr. Clerk, on items, after I'm done with public comment, I'm going to take the 10 a.m. time certain, and then immediately after that, I'm going to take the item F3. So the individuals that are thinking about speaking in public comment in regards to item F3, if you wait maybe 10 minutes, you can have that conversation. Is that fine, or you want to leave your comments now and then because you got to get going? Okay, perfect. All right.
So first speaker in public comments this morning, Mr. Mayor, is Tom Wells.
Mr. Wells, good morning. Good morning. By the way, also congratulations on I want to formally congratulate you. It was a pleasure to see you this weekend at the pickleball tournament. You know, I heard that you have incredible news to bestow on the city. So first off, why don't we start off with a positive, and show everybody that the amazing hardware that you'll be wearing. I heard you actually wore it yesterday to work at your law office. Is that true or no?
City Clerk, my 3 minutes is not yet started.
Not yet started.
We're gonna give you more than enough time. Don't worry. We let everybody talk. So go ahead. Tell me.
Okay. So my name is Tom Wells. I live at 1310 Coral Way. I came to complain about Senior Martinez not being open for 8 months. And I think it's because they didn't pull a permit for 13 months after the lease was signed, and they weren't issued a permit 16 and a half months after the lease was signed. But enough with the bad vibes. Yes, I want to thank the commission and all the volunteers for raising $30,000 for the Ronald McDonald House this weekend at the Biltmore with the pickleball. And I also want to thank the 30 to 40 Coral Gables residents who show up every Tuesday and Thursday to the youth center to play pickleball, which helped me win the over 50 3.5 pickleball doubles championship in men's. Thank you. I believe what's going on at the youth center is the most active Coral Gables weekly process going on right now, and I want to continue that. And also thank you to the commission to having that at the Biltmore is fabulous. Friday sucked with the rain, but Saturday was brilliant. And I also want to thank the mayor and the vice mayor for showing up at the event and saying some kind words. Thank you.
Quick question. You didn't answer your word on Monday at the law office. That's what I heard. But I also want to understand, you said you were 3.5. Is that sandbagging, or is that because I heard that you were 3.94? That's what I heard, and you were playing below just to make sure that you could win that first place. That's what I heard.
You know, there are too many false facts in politics right now for me to address that.
So you're not a 3.5. You're admitting you're a 4.
On Duper rating, I am 3.486. Also, I want to thank the city clerk for not playing in my division, because had he played in my division, I would not have won.
Can I ask you another question?
Yes, sir.
Besides being a great athlete, wasn't the clerk the best dressed pickleball player there? And I spent a few hours there with the vice mayor, so I saw every single person. He was the guy that you thought he was going to win the biggest trophy.
I didn't see
his appearance.
He went on the court. I didn't see him on the court.
Oh, you didn't see him on the court. I saw him on the court.
Well, that must have been a different tournament. So thank you for not playing my tournament. Thank you.
So next year, we're going to do, a special competition, and we're going to have you against the clerk, okay?
I don't play singles.
I'll be playing. I'll play next year in the over 60 group. But
yes, if Billy plays with Rhonda and I play with Vince, we're going to crush you guys.
Oh.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I'll get
Mr.
out there
Clerk,
practicing.
Who do we have next?
Maria Cruz.
Good morning. Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I have my it's a great day in the city of Coral Gables. So far, so good. So far, so good. Let's see if we can last the whole meeting this way. This is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. And guys, you have a lot of people here. Listen carefully to them, because they are the ones that need to be heard.
Mr. Clerk?
Jackson Holmes.
Good morning, sir.
Greetings, City Commission, city leaders, citizens. I'm afraid to give this a public comment, so I want to apologize up front for my trespasses because I should be wearing a jacket. It's at home. I should be better organized in the presentation. They only allow me one video. So it's a little bit shocking, but let me get right into it. I'm afraid there is a danger now of nuclear war, starting with the Israel-Iran conflict. And I'll go quickly to the video, which is a very shocking video, but then I urge the people of Coral Gables, we are powerful people, to write the Congress people and say ceasefire now. And I urge you all, considering the downside if we don't do anything, to consider a ceasefire resolution. 100 other cities have done this. Can we do the video?
Cable TV can put up the video, please.
It's muted.
Yeah, no audio.
Scott Ritter was the fellow who exposed that there were no weapons of mass destruction in the Iraq War. We never should have gone into that war because he's the guy who blew the whistle. There were no weapons of mass destruction to justify.
Seems we were having issues with the video, Mr. Holmes.
The audio?
Yes.
So we'll try to figure it out and come back.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Maite Halley.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me here. I have to say, first of all, everybody who's here in support of pickleball, because I know you're all not going to speak, could you just stand up, if you don't mind, please? So we've got all these people here. I know Tom's here too. But I also wanted to ask everybody here who has played pickleball to stand up, because I think it's a lot of you.
Is it on which side of the dais?
There you go. Melissa, you've played. I'm sorry, Commissioner.
No, you can call me Melissa.
Is there an expiration date? I played back in the 70s and 80s.
No expiration date, absolutely. So I have to tell you, this man is the comeback king. I watched him play on Saturday, and he was down, but he wasn't out. He fought, and came back and won a game against these like 19-year-olds who were, I don't know, they were like Jack and the Beanstalk tall, and they were amazing. And so congratulations. I'm sorry you didn't win any medals, but that was awesome. Tom, congratulations. I didn't know. So that's wonderful. That's wonderful to hear. We also had at this wonderful tournament on Saturday, we had our mayor, our vice mayor there, said some kind words, helped raise the $30,000 for the Ronald McDonald House. That I know of, this is the third charity tournament that they've done at the Biltmore, and they run really smoothly. I'd like to say, yes, obviously in part it's part of the management company that's running it, but I'd like to say too, it's this beautiful venue we have here in Coral Gables. And I urge you, and I don't have it in my presentation only because I found out this morning, Mr. Mayor, I think you were interviewed by Muggs Rodriguez for Base to Pickle. So the video is going to be out very soon. So if you follow Base to Pickle, because they went from baseball to pickleball, I guess is the thing, Base to Pickle, they're going to have a whole video on it on YouTube, and it's announced on Instagram, so if you go to that. But I wanted to talk to you today about the state of pickleball courts in Coral Gables, and I have a presentation which I emailed to all of you. And yeah, what do? I don't know. I'm sorry. Here? This is not the class I took with Mr. Finora. Okay. So, the next one.
Mr. Clerk, while she's loading, can you also make sure that this presentation is made available as a public record?
Yes.
Yeah.
So anybody that wants to enjoy it can review it?
So briefly, I'm not going to go through this, but back in the fall of 2022 to the sitting commission at that time, the commission asked the Recs Department to report on pickleball and pickleball courts. Fred Cruzeiro came back with a presentation. We found out that that was coming to the city, to the commission, and we came in with a presentation about the demand. Later that year, the youth center courts started to come online that we share with the outdoor basketball courts during the off hours. In last summer, in June 23, there was a request for on the capital improvement budget, which was denied. In June, July of that year, I went to each of you and came to the full commission talking about temporary and permanent structures. And again, we didn't have any action taken at that time. Fall of 23, we had a lot of discussions about parking garages, and the feasibility study came in early this year. We had some ADA and bathroom issues, so we couldn't do it in that one parking garage. Spring of 2024, there was the idea floated about taking part of the youth center field. Pickleball players do not want to take from children's sports. And that's really important for everybody out there to hear. And I know you guys have heard us, but it's really important for us not to take from other sports. May of 2024, I wheeled myself in my wheelchair into some of your offices and presented an updated plan again for temporary courts. While we build some permanent courts, nothing's happened. And now we have approved by you $500,000 for a plan for pickleball courts. The issue is we need 8 dedicated, centralized, lit pickleball courts now to meet the demand. We've looked at a lot of options, right? Parking, and we've talked about these things. Parking garages, land across University Drive from the youth center, the land owned by at Granada and Ponds, Kurdyke Family Park, the Kurdyke Tennis Center, the Biltmore, the northern end of Country Club Prado at Southwest 8th Street. All of these involve some pain. None's perfect. Everything we do here is not going to be perfect for every single one of our residents, some more than others. And I say that because I was distressed listening to the last commission meeting. It felt like that was a day to take some jabs at pickleball from some residents, and I was distressed by that. So I wanted to make sure we did something positive here. We can't keep kicking this down the road. You have a substantial block of residents, and I'm going to give you the numbers in a minute, asking for courts. Without a centralized pickleball court, we will miss opportunities for holding pickleball tournaments like we had last week. And we may also lose the opportunity to maybe host some professional things that may be coming down the road, some professional events. I would invite you all, by the way, if you don't know, Major League Pickleball, the world players are in town this weekend. They're playing out at Tamiami Park. So if you want to come see me, and I'll help you get some tickets, and we'll see what we can do with that. Like I said, that I know of, we've run 3 charity events at the Biltmore that have turned out really well. I'd like us to have some publicly funded courts. Pickleball players' taxpayer dollars are good. So I don't think a private-public partnership is necessarily what we're looking for. And our recreation department, our community recreation department needs guidance from you all. You need to tell them. You all need to tell them which way to go with this. So let me just give you some updates on something. Back when I came here in October of 22, we talked about that Coral Gables would reach 1,640 players by 2024 and 2,200 plus players by 2025. We were wrong. We were totally wrong, because we reached that 2,200 players in the city last year. Okay, these are the numbers from the Sports and Fitness Industry Association. These are numbers on all sports and participation in all sports. 7.7% of the U.S. public plays tennis, 7.7%. 4.4% plays pickleball. And by the way, I'm using tennis as a comparison, one, because, we both take up real estate in the city. As people age out of tennis, they come into pickleball. Young people are flocking to pickleball, and you'll see the numbers. much more than to tennis right now. But I want this also clear. We don't want to take formal playing time from tennis either, okay? We have, by applying these numbers that this report gives us, we have 3,800 plus tennis players in the city, 2,200 pickleball players, and we have 32 tennis courts in the city, 2 dedicated pickleball courts. If the proportions work out right, we should have 18 pickleball courts in the city, which we don't. We do have 2 dedicated and 5 shared courts at the youth center, which has worked out really well for us. And as Tom said, we have tons of people coming out there. Let me give you basically some numbers. They did a survey over 2.5 weeks in early June of this year, and with 268 players who showed up, 173 of them were residents. So, I know a lot of people say there's a lot of non-residents there. There are, but that random 2.5 weeks, 59 non-residents, 173 residents, and 36 people who had no IDs. We do have, I know, plans for new courts at Phillips, 500,000 we have the funds for the dedicated courts at Phillips Park. And then we also have the additional funds for plans in this budget. But tennis is growing at 1%. Pickleball is growing at 51% a year, 223% growth in the last 3 years alone, which is just unprecedented. The other thing that's happening with pickleball is high school, and I don't have this data point here, but we are getting clubs at all the high schools. Coral Gables High School has a club. Coral Reef has a club. I know at their interest meeting, they had 150 kids show up for their club. Now, this isn't even a team. Columbus has 150 kids in their club. Belen has just around 100 kids in their clubs also. College scholarships are coming down the road. We need to provide a similar infrastructure for pickleball young players to get them to the level where hopefully, it can be the same thing that they do with tennis, that they can go to D1, D2, D3 schools with these skills that they have. And so in closing, I don't know where I'm pointing. No? Okay. In closing, with this growth trend, the number of pickleball players are going to equal the number of tennis players in less than 3 years. We need to meet current and projected demand. We need to provide programming, leagues, clinics, camps for our children and our adults. And so we respectfully ask for all of you to meet our recreational needs in the pickleball community. Thank you. Any questions?
I do.
Follow us on Instagram, by the way, at Coral Gables Pickleball.
At Coral Gables Pickleball. Couple questions, comments. Looks like you added some pages since you sent us this presentation.
No.
No? Okay.
No, I changed some of the things that you pointed out.
The typo. Okay.
Thank you.
No, I just happened to spot it. I'll have to make sure I turn the rest of the pages. It was great speaking to you on Saturday. We walked the area that I think is a viable location. Yes. It's actually room for at least 8, if not more, courts.
I agree.
We spoke about doing, a private fundraiser. It's not really a city event, but the city would accommodate. I've spoken to our director of parks asking for February or March. He'll get back with us, and we can work together on this and get it done, because I think there's the energy to do it, and the willingness to do it, and if we work together, we can get it done sooner rather than later. And it's quite a group. I heard from the clerk that was the best attended event, the Ronald McDonald event that ever occurred, and it would be nice if we could, before the next Ronald McDonald event, have something out there. With permitting and building and construction costs and getting drawings done and stuff, I'm not sure we're going to meet that goal, but certainly by the year afterwards, I would hope that we could do something.
We're happy to work with all of you to do what we need to get done.
Well, it's I went back out to the pumpkin patch with Ronald McDonald flyers, and I had my "I donated" sticker on. And when I saw someone that I knew number one, and was a type of person that is willing to give, I was approaching them and saying, "Hey, here's a good cause. I was out there earlier. Please think about doing it," because the Ronald McDonald House does such wonderful things for children and their families that are going through the most difficult times of their life. So, I think the network of folks that we have that are interested in pickleball can do the similar, spreading the word, reach out to those they know, see if they can, make a donation, a sponsorship, whether it's, was it Tito's?
Vodka.
Yeah. You have people that watch because they know that they shouldn't be out there on the court, and then you have others that love to participate, and we'll get our clerk out there again. Maybe I can egg the mayor to join me. I'll be in better shape next year.
Listen, I was impressed.
He needs to play.
I was impressed by our hitting. We had a good time out there. I'm going to be brief again. I wanted to say thank you to you. I got to really enjoy spending time with you. For the few hours that we were out there. What I was really impressed was the amount of people that were out there. It was amazing. The setting, like you said, was incredibly fitting. It was exceptional. The sponsors, I've been working with Ronald McDonald House for a few years now, and it's a great cause. So the synergies between Ronald McDonald and the individuals that we met that put together the actual pickleball tournament were first class. They did it the right way. They did it really well, and they understood the importance of the giving back portion. Everybody loves to play pickleball. That's great, but people were there in mass to support pickleball, but also support this great charity, and it was really nice to see that. Everybody understood that. So, but it was great to spend time and kind of look at a little bit about what's the future going to look like for pickleball in the city, and what's the opportunity of it, and also to speak to a lot of advocates in the community who are interested from all walks of life. We had a lot of people that were not from Coral Gables there, who came to our community and they said, listen, we always love to come to the city of Coral Gables because you have the best facilities, because you have the best, opportunity for recreation and for family fun. So thank you for your advocacy on that front.
Okay, well, I hope this information will be helpful to you.
And I want to thank you for all the work you put into this. I know this wasn't easy to get all these statistics and all this information, but I think it just continues to drive our interest in ensuring that we have these pickleball facilities here in our city. Like you said, we finally have money in the budget for this fiscal year to begin addressing this. And it's not only about the adults, it's also about the children. You and I have had many conversations. My son Steven had a project in school where he had to say what his hobby was, and it was pickleball. Pokemons and pickleball. And the children are looking for it. Well, we did the event here at the farmers market this year. We had tons of people and tons of children who came out wanting to experience pickleball, and that's the future generation of our pickleball community, and we need to make sure we have the facilities for them as well. So I think you have the commitment from everybody up here to get this done this year.
All right.
I just want to mention your recovery is amazing.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty well.
I saw how you remember how you hobbled and wheeled around, and it's testament to what pickleball can do.
I was in fair shape before, and I think that's helped, and I'm working hard at it. I hope to be back out there on the courts in January. That's the goal.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maite. Good to see you again. Mr. Clerk?
Jennifer Freund.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning, all. I'm Jennifer Freund, 621 Menorca. Just wanted to let you all know that my husband and I play a lot of golf and tennis over at Granada, but we just started playing pickleball in November here at the youth center, and we attend religiously on Tuesdays and Thursdays for open play. And when we first started, I'll admit it was like, a bunch of people like me, sweaty, older, and now, really within the last few months, I'm seeing kids, I'm seeing teenagers are playing. There's a lot of 20-year-olds. Oh my gosh, they play so well. But the great thing is that it brings the community together, and we all play together. So a lot of things here, especially golf, you see like a certain age bracket. With pickleball, we've got kids, we got teenagers, we have older people, and we just all have such a great time. And I feel like a real sense of community. So I pray that the commission will find some space for us for dedicated pickleball sport. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Jorge Diaz.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jorge Diaz, resident of Coral Gables.
The microphone.
My
Thank
name
you,
is
sir.
Jorge Diaz, resident of Coral Gables for 35 years. I wanted to thank you for remodeling the pickleball courts. They're great. And I want to comment that we need more. Like the previous speaker said, it's an opportunity to it brings people together. And we need more people. And I want to emphasize it has to be open. None of that having to, what time you're gonna go. No, I go whenever I can. I'll be there, whether it's 8, 8:30, 9, whether I leave at one time, we overlap. And that's how it works. That's how you have young people playing with old people, different genders, different ethnicity. And I think that's a good thing. I think George Merrick would be happy and proud of that. This, his role in his inspiration in building a community, building a city. And that's what a city is about. Thank you. And humbly, we need more. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Toba Teitelbaum.
How are you? Good morning.
Good morning. How are you? As you can tell from my attire, I'm a pickleball player. I've been playing now for a little less than a year, and it's an incredible place. I go to the youth center, and I've made so many friends showing up. People of all ages go there. It's a place that brings community together, which we desperately need in today's time. There's a loneliness epidemic, and if you show up to the youth center, I guarantee you'll make a friend. And I've passed by in the evenings of Tuesday and Thursday with my bike, and there are definitely not enough courts. There's a massive line of people waiting to play. So I implore you to please find space for us so we have enough courts to accommodate our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Carl Leon Prime.
Is he on the phone?
Carl Prime.
He was here. He's right there.
Prime, how are you, sir? Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Let's see. Let's dispense with this part. Carl Leon Prime, 141 Florida Avenue. Good morning to all the distinguished members of the dais. That way I don't have to take forever to do this. I came here this morning just to give credit where it's due. And for primarily the inclusion of our neighborhoods, the Golden Gate and historic McFarland, and all of the events and activities coming up to the Centennial celebration. We truly appreciate the level of input that would allowed us with the artwork that's coming up and will be put there, and also an inclusion in the oral histories. We have to remember what our history is. Sometimes we have to be reminded that, oops, we overlooked a little bit of this. But in the end, make sure that it's always reflected and is known. And I'd like to leave one parting thought for you today as you continue with your business. Remember, keep peace as a constant companion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good to see you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Zoom next, Mr. Mayor. First speaker is Laura Malai.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, neighbors. Thank you, Commissioner Castro, for adding F10 discussion regarding the crosswalk at intersection of Ponce de Leon Boulevard and Stanford Drive to the agenda. My name is Laura Malay, and I live at 1205 Mariposa Avenue with my husband and 7-year-old daughter. We moved to Coral Gables in September of last year, and intentionally chose our home because of its proximity to our daughter's school, West Lab, located next to the University of Miami. Our family values healthy living, and we walk and/or ride our bikes or travel via metro to get to school, work, shopping, etc. We intentionally avoid driving so as not to contribute to the excessive traffic in our community. In fact, it's often faster not to drive to get wherever we need to go. So we bike our daughter to and from school every day, and this commute involves crossing over Dixie Highway via the Pedestrian Bridge, which we are so grateful for, near the University Metro Station. We then head up the pedestrian and cycling path known as the M Path and cross Stanford Drive in front of the University of Miami. Every single day, we have been unable to safely cross this intersection, either on the way to school or during pickup in the late afternoon. Cars are always blocking this crosswalk. We have asked motorists to move their vehicles into other available lanes on Stanford towards the Dixie Light and have been argued with and mocked. We are often stuck in the center of the crosswalk when the light changes and cars are speeding toward us from both directions. It is unsafe and we fear for our lives every day. We have noticed a police presence for the first time in the past few days and hope that will continue until a permanent solution is found. This is not just an issue for our family, but for everyone that uses the path. Other children that may ride or walk to school, university students, and others using the path for commuting or exercising. Once the underlying redesign is complete, many more will be utilizing this path too, including all of you pickleball users who will be taking advantage of the Pineland Court complex near Carrillo and the University and West Lab. Please, what can be done to make this intersection safe for pedestrians and cyclists? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker, Robert Ruano.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Mayor, Vice Mayors, Commissioners, good morning. Robert Ruano, 1544 Mercia Avenue. I'd like to say, first of all, that I am a private resident, 24-year Coral Gables resident. I do not belong to any special interest group, as some people have said. I was a co-founder of Bike Walk Coral Gables, which still exists and had a wonderful tour this past week. And I was at one point on the Transportation Advisory Board, but I've since left those because, unfortunately, when you get involved in things like this, people start thinking that you're part of some group and some agenda. In my case, my agenda is safety. And so I'd like to share with you a piece that's in the community newspapers right now and will soon be on there in print. And I'll read it to you. In case you haven't heard, the latest tagline for road safety is Vision Zero, an initiative where U.S. cities and states commit to ending roadway fatalities and serious injuries by a certain date. Recently adopted in Coral Gables, Vision Zero intends to end all deaths or serious injuries on all roads within the city by 2050. The Gables resolution states that the city manager is responsible for developing and implementing a plan to achieve these results. This means that 26 years from now, no one should die from a head-on collision, lose their leg in a bike crash, be run over by a car while walking on a sidewalk, or be killed while riding in a scooter in a crosswalk, all which have happened in Coral Gables in the last 5 years. It was the last incident, the death of Daniel Bishop, a popular senior at the University of Miami set to graduate this past June, that may have pushed this commission to adopt its Vision Zero policy a month after his death. While 6 months have passed since Coral Gables committed to Vision Zero, it's unclear what the city has done in this regard. For Daniel, who was commuting to school on a scooter, the city has not moved forward with plans to provide protected routes for students to get to the university. Or for pedestrians, like my friend Jeff, who was a victim of a hit and run while walking on a sidewalk. Is the city ready to make all new sidewalks as safe as possible? The reality is that many cities across the country are committing to Vision Zero, because without doing so, they will be ineligible for millions in federal transportation dollars. For those funds, they need to commit to end deaths and serious injuries by a certain date, but also commit to a Vision Zero mentality. This is where cities, including Coral Gables, struggle. In the words of a local activist, the city has a better than nothing attitude when it comes to pedestrians and cycling infrastructure. It is this mindset, along with the night in my backyard mentality, that cities will continue to face after the Vision Zero declarations, because voting yes on that document is just the beginning of the process. For any city, especially Coral Gables, to truly achieve what their goal, they need to see Vision Zero as a new way forward, not a tagline. If we are serious about ending road deaths, particularly for people walking, cycling, or scootering, we have to build the infrastructure that will result in safer outcomes. If this new mentality takes shape, everyone benefits, not just with less car traffic, but with safer streets where we can let our kids ride bikes or walk safely. With protected paths, especially to the university, we can put an end to the tragedies like the one that happened to Daniel Bishop and the others over the years on our streets. If anybody would look to learn more, they should go to visionzeronetwork.org. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to try to share Mr. Holmes' video one more time.
Okay.
And I'll try doing it through Zoom and see if it makes a difference. Cable TV could put up my computer.
Oh, there it is.
Into every cell in my body that we are all going to die if there's a nuclear war, and if we don't change the policies that we have in place today, there will be a nuclear war. So your death is inevitable. I'm speaking to dead people. Now, normally that's a normal statement. We all will die. None of us are immortal. But I'm speaking to people who are going to die unnatural deaths. Every person listening here will die an unnatural death if we allow these policies to continue. But it's gotten even more dangerous because something that hasn't been heralded in the press is the fact that Iran is now a nuclear power. Now, Iran hasn't admitted this in so many words, but consecutive statements made by senior Iranian officials have certified that the fatwa that has been in existence since Ayatollah Khomeini's time is subject to reversal under certain circumstances. And one of those circumstances is when the enemy seeks to use a type of weapon against you, you can use that type of weapon against the enemy. Israel has nuclear weapons. Israel is threatening to attack Iran's nuclear weapons facilities. As Helga mentioned, these facilities, many of them are not conducive to conventional strike. So therefore, if you're threatening to strike the facilities to take them out, you're threatening to use weapons capable of accomplishing that mission, which means you're threatening to attack Iran with nuclear weapons. That is a statement of fact. It's not up for debate. It's just ask Donald Trump why he changed the American nuclear employment posture when he was president. And the reason why is he had to incorporate two new categories of nuclear weapons that were capable of destroying Iran's nuclear facilities. One is a variant of the B-61 bomb, which is a gravity bomb dropped by certain American aircraft, including the B-2 bomber. This B-61 variant was adapted to be a bunker buster, to have penetration capability, specifically designed to destroy Iran's underground nuclear facilities. We built the weapon, we deployed the weapon, and we have plans to use the weapon. So when you hear Donald Trump, the candidate, say Israel should hit Iran's nuclear sites, what he's saying is Israel should nuke Iran's nuclear sites, because the only way you can hit Iran's nuclear sites is to use a nuclear weapon. And he can't claim ignorance on the matter because he personally signed off on the adaptation of America's nuclear employment plan to incorporate weapons that are nuclear in nature, because they're the only weapons to take out the facility. So he is encouraging Israel to
Mr. Holmes had asked me to share 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah, perfect. So if anyone wants more information on this, you can get it on my YouTube channel, Jackson Rip Holmes. Let's face it, we all brag about how Coral Gables is one of the top cities in the United States, that we make a difference. And I think that the citizens probably feel the same way I do. I urge you to write to your congresspeople, and I urge you all, it's a very tough thing that I'm asking of you, but consider a city ceasefire resolution. 100 other cities, the public opinion polls show that the citizens support a ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, perfect. I have a motion in regards to the consent agenda.
Move it.
Second.
Does anyone wishes additional discussion or review of any other item on the consent agenda? No, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
We'll move on to item F4. It's time certain. I apologize for being a few moments late.
F4 is a presentation regarding Freebie and a possibility for expansion. I asked Claudia to come up and do a presentation on Freebie. And then I'll go ahead and discuss what the future plans look like, and maybe we can come into agreement to what is the next step.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, esteemed members of the Commission. Claudia Miró, Vice President of Business Development and Government Affairs for Freebie, with offices at 371 Northeast 61st Street, Miami 33137. Thank you so much for having me today. I do have a presentation, if it could please come up. Is this the clicker?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, good. So I wanted to come here and give you an update on our service. I will say I have great news. Everything is running very smoothly with a Freebie service here in the Gables area. As you all know, we recently upgraded the vehicles from the GEM vehicles, or the golf cart type vehicles, to the Tesla Model X. And so what we had been saying as a recommendation to the city for years was to upgrade to the vehicle because it would decrease wait times and increase ridership, and that's exactly what we're seeing, so we're very happy to see that. I plan on being very brief here and just kind of going over the high-level points of the service, so I'm going to kind of breeze through this just to, again, to provide the update and touch on the high-level points. When the service first started, it was started with the goal of the streetscape project was going on. It had taken the sidewalk project on Miracle Mile had taken a little bit longer than expected, and a lot of the business were being affected. So Freebie was brought in to connect the residents to those businesses to help them keep their doors open. And so Freebie operates, within the commercial district on Miracle Mile, down on Ponce de Leon, and that has been the use. I will also say the majority of the riders for the service are residents, so we are serving our residents. Again, what you will see here is the hours of service. So we recently changed the service. Again, this was all prompted by some of the recommendations that came from the data. Freebie does provide every city with a dashboard, a live dashboard, and that data is valuable because we are able to take that data and then make data-driven decisions. The service hours are Monday through Sunday. Now, Monday through Thursday, it is 10 to 9 p.m., and on Friday and Saturday, we're going 10 to 12 p.m., where before we used to go 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. So again, some of the feedback that we got from the community that likes to go out to Miracle Mile, to the restaurants, and stay out to dinner a little bit later, maybe have an extra drink, an appetizer, or just simply take a stroll along beautiful Miracle Mile. So the service does run till 12 p.m., till 12 a.m. midnight, with a reminder that every time the service ends, it always does last ride 15 minutes before. And I want to share different little things like that that are going to help our residents get the majority, the best benefit of using the Freebie service. And then on Sundays, we're running from 10 to 7 p.m. Before, we used to run to 10 to 10, but the data showed us that after a certain hour, the ridership was dropping off. So again, we strive to offer a service that moves or that works in the way that the community actually needs it and that the community actually uses it. So some of these changes were made. The vehicles that we have 5 Tesla Model X's, and that is the current map that we have right now. It is an on-demand, door-to-door transportation. Freebie serves as a first and last mile to help folks who, maybe want to take the trolley and don't want, can't walk 2 or 3 blocks to get to the trolley. A lot of our seniors that might have trip hazards on the sidewalks along the way use it as a first mile, last mile service to our wonderful trolley service here in the city of Coral Gables. This is annual ridership data that we have now. This data is a year. This is from October of last year to September 30th of this year. 74,000 passengers were served. That's a wonderful number, an average of 1.5 people per ride. You're talking about over 50,000 rides that are completed. Over 50% of the riders are female, 49% are male. Also, very important is wait times. It's important to note that Freebie operates in many cities, but each city dictates the wait time for their residents. And so the average wait time here in Coral Gables has been set to 10 minutes. Currently, we're operating at about an average of 11.6 minutes. But here it'll show you that out of all the riders that took Freebie, 56.9% of them waited 0 to 10 minutes, 22, 10 to 15%, 10 to 15 minutes. So over 70% of folks, waited less than 15 minutes. And when you look at the over 30-minute wait, you're talking about 1.9%. That's great. And again, it's also normal, understanding that every city is going to have what we call a peak time. Here in Coral Gables, and it's on one of my slides, our peak time is 11 to 4. Folks coming to, down to Miracle Mile, they're going to have lunch, late lunch, etc. A lot of the folks go to the supermarket, the Publix there on Lejeune. That's one of the high riding points. Again, our driver rating is 4.9. That's very positive. By the way, we also have the ability to rate a rider. So if you have maybe a rider that comes up and, maybe throws up in the vehicle or something like that, we have the ability to rate them. We have the ability to put them on warning and also restrict their ride if it's something that's egregious and continues. The app requested rides, 86% of our folks are very app friendly. They're tech savvy. They're requesting the rides through the app. We've got 14% flagging it down. If you see a freebie, flag it down. And the ridership, you have the majority of the ridership coming from our over 51 age range, followed by the 21 to 34, and then, 21 to 34, and then 35 to 50, and then under 20 is 5.9%. So it's great. You get to see who's riding, but you see everyone is riding. All the different age ranges are riding Freebie. So when we did this upgrade, now you'll see we started in, if you look at the ridership, average ridership when we were using the GEM vehicle was 5,800 average monthly riders, 72% of those rides, again, waiting under 15 minutes. Now, when we brought in the switch, we initially started with the Y vehicles that we were doing at the same cost as the GEM to try out the service. That moved up to 6,500 riders per month. So 77% of the riders were under 15 minutes, and it was a 12% increase in ridership when we switched from the Gen vehicles to the Tesla Y. And then when we switched again to the Model X vehicles, which is what we have now, you saw ridership increase again to 7,200. So it's an 80% of the rides under 15 minutes. It's a 24% overall increase from going from the Gem vehicle to the Tesla Model X vehicle. Ridership increased by 24%, and that is a very positive number. Also share with you that we are heading back to those pre-pandemic numbers as far as ridership is concerned. I know the city is seeing the same thing with the trolley, so it's good news that folks are feeling comfortable going back to public transit. Again, some of the pros and cons of the vehicle that we had before, it was a 45-minute, to charge it. It could only go 65 miles, where it takes only 30 minutes to charge a Tesla, and it could go 275 miles without having to go back for a charge. So almost all day, our vehicles can go without charging. I should also know that we've implemented ride pairing optimization, which is really auto pair, and that basically means we have this amazing technology, which is proprietary algorithms that, let's say, Commissioner Anderson requests a ride, and then Commissioner Castro requests a ride. We have the ability to say, well, we don't want Commissioner Anderson to be, Vice Mayor Anderson to be in the car for more than 10 minutes. So it'll just drop her off before they pick up, Commissioner Castro. But if it makes sense and it's the more efficient, the algorithm is going to do what's more efficient. This is rideshare, but as long as it makes sense. We're not pooling rides just to pool rides. We do pool rides. So sometimes you're going to see that your wait time goes from 6 minutes to 10 minutes because someone else requested a ride, and it just makes sense to pick them up and pool the ride based on the location of the request and the location of the destination. Again, headway is 11.6 minutes. Customer satisfaction is doing very well. Again, your peak times I mentioned are 11 to 4, Monday through Thursday. And then on Friday and Saturday, peak times are 4 to 9. And on Sunday, those peak times are 1 to 5. We've gotten great feedback from the riders. And again, we're very happy with the way that the service is going. We continue to work hand in hand with your transportation department. I gave this update to the TAB last week as well. So we are very committed to working hand in hand with you and, listening to your feedback, listening to the feedback of the riders. We pass that feedback back from our drivers to our performance managers, back to your city staff and the transportation so that we keep you there. Where you want to know where everybody's going? Well, this is the heat maps, and you see that a lot of folks are going to the grocery store, the condos on Biltmore Way. A lot of ridership is coming from there, the restaurants, the bars, the shops on Miracle Mile. Again, the technology we have, we're able to really pinpoint, and this is kind of something that it looks like. It shows you how many people, in real time, you can see how many people have taken the freebie so far, how many people are currently waiting, what is that average wait time, and any other KPIs that the city wants us to track, we're happy to add them for you. The rides and reports are given to the city at the beginning of every month, even if they don't go into the live dashboard. So again, just keeping you apprised of everything that's happening there. We're super happy with the environmental impact that we've had here, and the CO2 that's been saved is over 2.4 million, translates into over 7,000 miles. Great news for the economy here, and we're very, very sustainability conscious here at Freebie. And that basically concludes, my presentation. I am here to answer any questions, any recommendations that you may have. And just again, we've had a lot of feedback from the residents that they're happy with the service. They want to expand to more areas. And again, we are here to serve you and, of course, implement any recommendations that you have for us. So thank you.
Claudia, thank you so much for your presentation. I think one of the things that I love about you is that you care for the residents as much as I do. And I think that's so important, especially when it comes to business in the city. And I think we all share the same sentiment. We've been having conversations, I don't know for how long, over and over and over. I was in the pumpkin patch on Saturday. And there was 3 concerns that parents kept on talking to me about, right? One of them was permitting. The second one was that they don't want passive parks, that they want community parks where they could take their children to. And the third one was that they want more freebie. And I don't think they were asking for more cars. I think they wanted expansions. Besides the pumpkin patch, this is an everyday issue that I personally get. I don't know if my colleagues get this as well, but they want an expansion. And I know that I've been promising, but I cannot do something by myself. I need the consensus of my fellow commissioners, right? So we've spoken to administration. We've came up with different plans. The point here is not to spend more money. You guys are not charging us anymore. Let's make that very clear. We came up with a map of the possible location where people were asking that we wanted to expand to. Administration wasn't very accepting, or they weren't recommending us to expand. However, I feel that we can start somewhere at least, right? So I think that some of the residents in high-density buildings in the Central Business District were asking to expand a little down Ponds, and what else did they want? They wanted Merrick Park, they wanted
Publix on 37th.
They wanted the Venetian pool as well, but right now I think we should start in expanding just a couple blocks. Right now we go to Target, and I think that there's other businesses down Ponds, not to go all the way to 8th Street, maybe, what is it, 4 more blocks?
Yeah, so it's a few more blocks. What we have been looking at right now, the service on the north end of the gate of Ponce de Leon ends at Madeira. So it would be going down to what you might think as 10th Street, or on Ponce, the equivalent would be Santillan. So that would include, just to kind of give you some references, like I think it's Tinta y Café or Café y Tinta, I always get the name backwards, closer to the American Airlines building. It encompasses, there's a strip mall there that has a Domino's Pizza, a laundromat that folks try and go to, a few other tag agency is another one. You have your tag, it's expired and you need to go get it, and people are getting tickets parked right in front of the tag agency while they wait. So so that's only a couple of blocks. We did the time, because of course, Freebie does not, as you well said, Freebie does not charge to expand or retract a geofence. However, there may be a time implication. I think that was the concern that staff had brought up. But when you're talking about 4 more blocks, it's a minute. Driving at 20 miles per hour, it's 1 more minute to go a little bit further. And of course, now with the Tesla vehicles, we're able to go 30, 35, which is also why we're able to get to more people and get them where they need to go in less time. So it wouldn't really be a time impact. But again, we're going to be able to track that with the data. Is it an impact? Is it not an impact? And again, it allows you to have the ability to come back and say, you know what, listen, those 4 blocks didn't have any impact, or they did have an impact. And then you can make your decisions based on the data that you're seeing.
Time ridership has improved dramatically. And I am of the opinion that we should go ahead and do those 4 or 5 blocks more, then analyze data again, and then if we want to go ahead and expand a little more, depending on what our data says, then we go ahead and do it. I personally don't think this is going to make a difference. This is like a minute. Other people were asking me for the women's club, which is a block away from, I think. But I mean, it's up to you guys if you want to extend it to the women's club or not. How do my colleagues feel about expanding?
If I may, I just went ahead and sent the proposed map to the clerk so that the commission can take a look at it and see what it looks like. I think if you're visual like I am, maybe that helps.
So, no, and I appreciate you doing that. Now, some of the areas where I've seen that we have more critical needs are areas where the trolley doesn't serve right now, and that is the parking was out of control at the Biltmore. It always is out of control at Venetian Pool. There's I know, and so I do think there's potential there, but I really would need the assistance of staff to study the traffic and see what we can do, maybe in partnership with some other folks, to make this feasible, because I am concerned about the wait times, but Matt's amazing, and I know you agree with that, to be able to help us reach a great conclusion. There was more parking than more cars at the Biltmore on Saturday than the parking allowed. There was illegal parking, there was double parking, there was parking all over the swales. Everywhere there was a no parking sign, there was someone parking. It's out of control. So, that's why I bring up the Biltmore. It was just sad to see that we can't fulfill the needs of one of our gems in our city. So that's why I would like, Matt Anderson and his team to study this and give us some input on how we can best serve this very high traffic area in our city, because there's a lot of cars going to the Biltmore. And if we can reduce the number of cars that need to park at the facility, that would be a tremendous improvement. The same happens at Venetian Pool. We can bring people from the Central Business District, they can park in our parking garages, and then they can move on out to these other locations and relieve a public, it's become a public nuisance. The complaints that come in with the parking all over the place on people's swales, and the tickets that are handed out, and the parking on the sidewalks, et cetera, is just over the top. So, and I am concerned about lead times, but I think that our department can crunch the numbers for us and give us some excellent input.
Sure. So I do want to say that for the Biltmore, 2 different points for the Biltmore. Number one, I heard about the event with Ronald McDonald House. We are happy to assist for event activations like that, like we do with the city. Normally, Matt reaches out for us, like for the 4th of July, he reaches out to us, and we are able to, on that day, we do rides from the parking garages to Biltmore and back because of the 4th of July, to avoid exactly that same scenario that you described happen now with this event. So, we could have come in and helped you with that and say, we with a couple of weeks' notice, we put a message up on the app for those folks that, are transit dependent of the freebie on that day, so that they have a way to manage their expectations and understand that on that day we're going to be working this event from here to here. So that's something that we can do immediately if you have any other events that come up to the Biltmore. And secondly, we have been in conversations with Mr. Saylor at the Biltmore because they used to offer a car service for their guests to bring them down to Miracle Mile, to bring them back to Merrick Park. And some of the issues that they were having is they're not transportation providers, so they were having their concierge and their guests were calling them, acting that like they had a personal chauffeur. So we have had conversations with them, and so it would be a good idea for the commission to engage them in a partnership for them to help fund an additional freebie that's going to go from, it's going to help their guests, and it's going to help our economy, bringing them to the local business community. We have had those conversations. It's been about a year since since that conversation's kind of turned stale, but it is something that they looked at, that they used to fund themselves, and it didn't make sense. And they were actually very open to the fact that it would be handled through the app. They can just refer their guests to, hey, call the ride through the app. And so it would be something that to look forward to. Now, for Venetian Pool, our geofence is just outside Venetian Pool right now. And let me tell you, a lot of the times we have had drivers people said, can you just take me over here? And our drivers have gone above and beyond and just dropped them off at Venetian Pool. So it's something you can do.
I did it before the geofence was expanded.
If I may, just 1 second, if I may. My recommendation is, there's a lot of conversation here, is twofold. Number one, work with the manager. I'm not privy to any of this information here. So I recommend that you work with the manager, and the manager can work through the commission on this front. If it doesn't cost the commission, I'm more than in favor of it. Number two, if you like, have a sunshine meeting, invite the residents of the community to come and speak about it, and you can host it, and everyone can have a conversation in regards to the freebie. I'd like to see if we can move on to other items that we have.
I just want to real quick.
I'm just sorry, 1 second, if I may. If we can move on to the next items on the agenda, because we have a lot of time certain items, and they just keep stacking up, and I want to make sure we can address it.
My comments is real quick. I'm supportive of it going north, especially with Coral Gables Preparatory Academy being outside, I think, currently the range. I think it'd be helpful for a lot of families to maybe pick up the kids and stuff like that. In Venetian Pool, we all know we have a parking overflow issue, especially in the summer months. People are parking in front of people's houses when they shouldn't. So I think just in order to serve the school, that area, and also Venetian Pool, I'm totally supportive of expanding the footprint of Freebie going forward.
Thank you.
So I think one of those hidden requests that I got a lot during the campaign was expansion of Freebie. You hear about sidewalks, you hear about street repaving, you hear about all the infrastructure that hasn't been addressed for years. This was one of those things that people had been asking for, an expansion of Freebie more into the residential zones. I agree with the Vice Mayor. I think the Biltmore needs to be addressed. But my concern is, I don't think that's going to get the people who need to get to the Biltmore. Because the people who need to get to the Biltmore are normally residents who are going to events, and they're not going to have a pickup at their home. Those are not people who are going to be in downtown Coral Gables trying to get to the Biltmore. But there is a need to expand to that northern Ponce area. I did have numerous residents in one building in particular who told me the freebie's offered, but I have to walk 4 blocks to get to it. And it was a concern that they had, and the trolley stop was not close to their building either. So I have no problem with the small expansion of Freebie in this area, and Venetian Pool, I think, is a no-brainer. We do have tourists who do go there. We also have residents who congregate in that area for walking, for exercising. You see a lot of residents who just park there and go walking. So I would have no problem with expanding to that zone.
So moving forward, this is my item. I would like to move to expand to that northern section of Ponce. I don't know if there's any consensus. Maybe, I think it's a block away, or for the Venetian Pool. It's right there off of it, right?
Yeah, it's literally right there.
And we could go ahead and offer Venetian Pool because we have, and I know Venetian Pool really is seasonal at this point.
Only during the summer months, whenever it's open.
Yeah, so it would only be during the summer months, so that really shouldn't affect wait time. And that is my motion.
Madam City Attorney, we don't have a resolution or an action item here on the commission. She should prepare something for the next commission meeting, and then we can take action on it?
I think that would be.
I have no issues with it, whatever you recommend.
Yeah, that would be prudent. I think also, I am hearing from the commission that there's some perhaps need to discuss with staff further. There's different ideas, and perhaps, just a suggestion would be to kind of address this perhaps holistically rather than, piecemeal is a suggestion. And of course, as like anything else, we would need to review to make sure there are no, to address any potential legal implications or legal concerns.
Okay.
Can Commissioner Castro present, I guess, on the spot, a legislation instructing the administration to bring back, expanding it?
Certainly, that can be done. Yeah, different things can occur here. Absolutely. But also, I think staff has gotten some input, and perhaps the commissioner, it's not needed to have a resolution. If it's just to discuss with staff and bring something back, we don't need a resolution, but we can do that too.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and amend my motion, and it is to direct staff to go ahead and start the expansion of the north area and Venetian, and then we can go ahead and speak further after we analyze data on other possible expansions.
I'll second.
Well, I'd like to.
But let's just take a step back, Madam City Attorney. I think you're as confused as I am. So are we asking for staff to work on something to bring back, or are we moving forward?
We are moving forward.
Madam City Attorney.
I mean, we would, of course, we can take that direction, but staff would need to do whatever it does when these things happen, when these changes happen. We would review, of course, for legal sufficiency and any concerns that we may have. And if there's anything, we would have to bring it back. But I would, perhaps we can do that all
by the next
meeting.
Very simple. Is legal sufficiency and the simple fact of the cost. If there's no cost and it's legally sufficient, I'm in favor of it. But we can wait one meeting, it takes 2 weeks, and we can get it done. If you'd like to make a motion to give staff, through the manager, the push forward to help draft legislation that amends the current footprint of where Freebie travels, I think that's perfectly fine by the city attorney. I just don't think we should, as per the city attorney, we should take action moving forward without at least analyzing the legal sufficiency and also the cost, is my request.
Yes, so there is no cost. We currently, the way Freebie charges us is that it's a per vehicle fee, right? If we go ahead and we make the geofence smaller, it's not going to cost us anything. If we go ahead and make it longer, it's not going to cost us anything. The implication here is wait times. So,
Commissioner, I understand that. I just want to have it in writing from so that Freebie can work with staff to bring forward the legislation and we just vote on it. I'm in favor of it. If there's no cost and it's legally sufficient, I'm willing to move forward.
For the mayor's comfort, can somebody send him a memo after the fact so that he has no issues with it?
I did want to offer that we have been meeting. We met with the manager, with all of transportation. We met with the city attorney about 3 weeks ago, and we've been having this conversation with city staff since August. So it's what you're recommending us to do, we've already been doing.
Continuously.
So could you bring back could the administration bring back a status report next meeting? If we move forward now, just bring us a status report.
So my understanding from those meetings was staff did have some potential concerns. As the commissioner mentioned, staff was not recommending that we do any expansion. And we from our office also need to review and make sure the implications of any expansion.
That is correct.
So I think that
So there can be a motion, Mayor, but it's, I'm just want the commission to have that information.
And like in every item, the city attorney advises us, and I believe that if it was a big implication to the city, we will move forward. However, I think this follows our goals with Freebie and the business community.
one of the things I'd like to also have Matt Anderson through the manager and his team put together is an analysis when we bring back. The last thing I want to do is cannibalize our funds from the CITT in regards to the trolley. It's something that we worked on very hard. We are the poster child of any municipality in Miami-Dade County in regards to the trolley, and more expansion than Freebie potentially could have an implication in regards to the trolley use and the funding that we get from the CITT. Again, I want to reiterate, I'm in favor of expansion of the Freebie if it makes financial sense and if it meets legal sufficiency. I'm not ready to vote on it today, as per the clear statement of our city attorney.
I just wanted to add and clarify that when we had meetings with staff and the city attorney, the hesitation on staff was not on adding the expansion to North Ponds. The hesitation with staff was adding Merrick Park. That was the hesitation that had implications. I think the concerns were about Title VI, but right now, expanding on North had no implications that legally were of a concern. There is definitely, to the mayor's point, absolutely zero fiscal impact. So if that gives you any peace of mind.
And we're also going to be looking into, there's additional funding, and I believe
There's another grant available for the city to apply to in the spring, which is a Department of Energy. It's a federal grant that is a 50% matching grant, just like the 50% matching grant that we're getting right now for, through FDOT. This is a $250,000 minimum, which the city would meet and would able to. So we are, hand in hand working with you, understanding the fiscal constraints, understanding that, your CITT funding that you use for this. So again, we've actually just now identified another grant that we're looking into to see if it's also germane so that cities can apply for it. So again, we continue to be mindful of the fiscal responsibility to be able to assist the city with alleviating the funds.
Thank you so much, Claudia, for coming, and I believe there's a motion and there's a second on the table.
And I was trying to add a friendly amendment because I do think that there is a need for additional study, and the traffic to the Biltmore is more than just people coming from residential homes. You have the Central Business District folks, the chamber events. So that would be many opportunities to be able to tell folks if you can't find parking here when the Latin Builders Association is doing its events, to park in the city garage, pick up transportation services, and then be taken out to the Biltmore rather than risk getting a parking ticket for parking on the grass and parking in areas where they shouldn't be parking. So that's my friendly amendment, to have staff come back, study this issue, see what we can do to better enhance transportation to the hot spots where we're having parking issues and where people are traveling the most. I mean, we saw the heat map. We've got the Adult Activity Center, we have Biltmore Way, we have the grocery stores. Grocery store will change eventually when this one on Lejeune is torn down. And of course, Venetian Pool and the Biltmore Hotel. So that's my friendly amendment.
And I accept your amendment.
So we have a motion and a second on the floor.
Mr. Mayor, before moving on, we'll have a member of the public requesting to speak on the item. Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I was amazed, surprised of the number of people that called me, talked to me when they saw me. People that I didn't even know that wanted to talk about Freebie. Usually, when people do that, is to complain. I have heard complaints about anything and everything, but not this time. I did not have one person complaining. What they wanted was more. They wanted the service to be expanded. I'm sitting here listening to it. Doesn't cost any more. It's easy to do, and yet we have to keep waiting and waiting. People do not want to wait. They want, if it's possible to do it, let's do it, because we do other things. We have things that come here and we decide on the spot. I mean, I've sat here when pocket items have been brought up, when surprise items that we forgot to put on the agenda have been discussed. People, remember what I said at the beginning, you need to listen to the people. In this city, the freebie is a plus. Doesn't cost you any money. What is the problem with expanding it? If it's possible to do it with no consequences, no money out of my pocket, why do we have to keep putting stumbling blocks in the way? I do not understand. My only complaint is someday the rest of us that do not live near the core, the business district, should be also able to benefit from the freebie. That's my only thing. Maybe someday when I don't drive anymore, I could use the freebie also. That's my only thing, my only hope, so that everybody would have access to Freebie. All right? I understand what you're doing now. I think that people want the expansion. Stop kicking the can down the road.
Mr. Clerk?
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Madam City Attorney, do you need further time or you feel comfortable with moving forward?
I briefed all of you on this matter, and so we can.
You didn't brief me.
We didn't have your briefing yesterday.
I know.
But we can do this short expansion, and then we can evaluate, and if we need to make any changes, we'll bring it back.
No problem. If you're fine, thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to the next item. One second.
It's F3, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, F3. Thank you very much. And then we'll do F11, and then we'll move on. Go ahead.
10:30, 10:30.
Item F3, Madam Vice Mayor.
Sorry, my computer decided to reboot in the middle of the meeting, so.
So I'll read it while that happens.
Yeah, I'm just,
Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
So F3 is a resolution of the City Commission encouraging Miami-Dade County to delay its decision on the location of a new waste-to-energy facility in order to explore alternative options, conduct a detailed cost analysis, and adopt an updated solid waste management master plan.
This is an item that came after going to a wonderful presentation that the Sierra Club put on, and Commissioner Russell was there advocating on behalf of it, and I believe he's put in a speaker card. And just by way of summary, our goal here is to have our county do a further study before proceeding on a decision on an incinerator. And if the clerk has available the slide that I sent you, I think it would help tell the story as to why this is important now. Okay.
If cable TV could share my screen.
So this is what Broward County is doing. And it's in line with, the direction the city wants to go to try to bring down our waste fees. 31.5% of what Broward County is doing with their waste is compostable and the yard waste being made into mulch. And then you have your other recycling matters. So you have a total amount of recyclability here of 62% of everything that's picked up by Broward County. And Commissioner Russell, if you would bless us with your presence and explain what your goal here is with this resolution, because you were the reason I brought this here today.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, and good morning to your residents. Thank you to your administration, commissioners, Vice Mayor, and Mr. Mayor, of course. My name is Ken Russell. I'm at 3142 Ohio Street, Little Bahamas of Coconut Grove. I'm here representing Sierra Club in favor of F3 to ask the county to delay their decision to create a new incinerator or to relocate it out of Doral. As many of you know, the incinerator that the county operated with burnt down a year and a half ago, and they've been very quickly moving toward building a new incinerator, which would be the largest in the country. And the reason Sierra Club engaged me was that as a former elected, I was very proud of the fact that we burned all of our garbage in the city of Miami, and we had what was, quote unquote, a zero waste solution, a non-landfill solution at the city of Miami. I only came to learn later from experts that were working together with Sierra Club that incineration is now an old technology, and there are new opportunities being used throughout the country and the world that we could follow as a county. And the incinerators still produce CO2 gases and greenhouse gases without mitigation. There is no sequestration by the county's own study for the greenhouse gases produced. So they may make it smell better, they may make it a little bit cleaner, but they will be creating the country's largest producer of greenhouse gas in terms of an incinerator right here in our county when we're trying to fight that. Now, your question may be, why should Coral Gables be involved in such a discussion when your city is not one of the target cities where they would relocate? They're looking at putting it out near the Everglades. They could leave it in Doral. There's a few different locations, and the cities are fighting amongst themselves where they don't want it. Well, 34 cities in the county produce the garbage that is consumed by the county. And I would venture a guess that Coral Gables has not been brought to the table on the additional costs that you will incur for changing that transportation location. If you have to haul your garbage all the way out to the Everglades versus Doral, for example, what is that additional cost? Who will bear that? Will it be the county? Will it be Doral? Or will it be your residents? And as an elected who dealt with waste management costs, I know that it's a loss leader. I know that you already subsidize your residents for the cost of garbage, and this could make it worse, but we don't know. It just hasn't been studied yet. So the idea is a simple ask to the county, because their current schedule is on November 6th, to choose that new location. The prospective location is the Everglades, abutting the Everglades outside of the urban development boundary. Sierra Club is in favor of no incinerator, and we would like the county to study the true zero waste solutions, including other cities comparable to this county that have found ways to divert their waste in ways that don't need incineration. But they are on a single track right now for incineration, and it will affect your city and county. And I would like to remind you that it was Coral Gables that actually shut down the Old Smoky incinerator in the city of Miami decades ago because of the waste it was producing and its effect on residents. So thank you very much for your time and this opportunity to talk with you. I'm happy to answer any questions, and there's also some folks from Sierra Club here who would like to speak as well.
All right, and I'll add that the site is contaminated, so it'll be, that particular site where it was shut down is contaminated now, so that's another factor we have to consider. Mr. Clerk, I think we have some additional speakers who would like to add.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Next speaker is Stephen Leidner.
Good morning, Stephen Leidner, 1131 02nd Street, Bay Harbor Islands. Hello, commissioners, mayor, vice mayor. I serve as the conservation chair for the Miami group of the Sierra Club. And Ken Russell really said enough. And I would add that if this incinerator is realized that it will produce approximately 4,000 tons of CO2 into our atmosphere. So you mentioned earlier about the cost of insurance. It's all driven by our hurricanes, our flooding, our heat waves. So if you want to reduce costs, we're going to have to start addressing what the fundamentals of what's driving those costs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Noel Cleland.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Noel Cleland. I live at 5990 Southwest 50th Street. First I wanted to start off by thanking you all for acknowledging Dan Finora and his service and recognizing the role that teachers play for all of us, because it's literally thousands of people. It seems like everybody has a Dan Finora story. Well, I went to Southwest High, so, but my mother was a teacher at Coral Gables for 35 years, and she worked in the typing department with Dan, and she always had good things to say about him, so thank you for acknowledging that. And also the role of teachers, because Confucius once said, if you want to plan for a year, plant rice. If you want to plan for 10 years, plant trees. If you want to plan for 100 years, educate children. So one of the things we're asking here with the Sierra Club is to be forward-thinking, because with the decision that the county's trying to make for an incinerator is going to affect people for the next 30 to 40 years. It's going to take about 8 to 10 years to build an incinerator, and then if it goes to plans, they're going to keep it going for another 30 years. So we're talking about the decision now that our kids and our grandkids are going to be facing. And it's important to realize that incineration, as Ken said, is old technology. If you look around the country, the incinerators are being decommissioned, not being built. And the reality is, by 2060, we may be the only city or the only county in the country that actually has an incinerator going. Because since we built that incinerator in Doral, there's a lot of technologies available for ways to divert our waste from a landfill. We're not trying to fill up the landfill, but the reality is if we do a better job of recycling, composting, getting the debris from construction and demolition, we can divert a lot of that and reuse that materials and stop trying to destroy our planet. Thank you.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk?
And thank you for your comments and efforts. I think that you're the last speaker.
No, I have one more.
Marcelo, we have one more.
Marcelo Valladares is
Marcelo,
next.
come on in.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for being here.
Hi there. Marcelo Valladares, 16171 Southwest 73rd Street. I am also here with the Sierra Club, supporting Ken and my great friends Steve and Noel. One point I want to add on to what Noel had mentioned about being sort of committed to this for 30 years. Along with that commitment comes in most operational contracts for incinerators is what is known as a put or pay, where essentially if you are not generating or supplying enough waste to feed the operational capacity of the incinerator, the county has to pay the operator of that incinerator for that missing waste, essentially, because they're not using it to their full capacity. So not only would it potentially lock in the county to generating or supplying a certain amount of waste, it would also work against zero waste initiatives and renewable energy goals in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
You know, Mr. Clerk?
I'll move it.
May I just say one
may.
thing, if I may? One of the things that I was talking to the commissioner, and the commissioner and I have a long-standing relationship, well before he was even elected, is a concern that we should always, and I welcome you to come up because you have a much better handle than I think anybody else does here in regards to this issue. I think this is a critically important issue as we try to divert as much waste as possible from getting into the waste stream. One of the issues that I'd love to hear now a little bit more, maybe in the future from staff, if we can work together with Sierra Club and get more information, is one of the things that we face as a city is the continued increase of garbage fees from the county every single year. These tipping fees continue to go up and up and up, and what they do, they pass them through from the county to the city, and then we have to make a decision on whether we absorb them or we pass them on as increases to the residents. Commissioner, will you talk a little bit about, very briefly, because we have a long agenda and I want to respect the agenda, can you talk a little bit about the issue of the travel time and where it's currently being proposed? If we were to do an incinerator, and I think many people would say we don't want to do an incinerator, we want to remove as much waste from this type of disposal as possible. We want to do something that's a lot more sustainable. But if we were to go with the proposal from the county, what would be the proposed implications to cities like ours in regards to the additional trucking fees and the costs? What are we looking at? How dramatic could the increase be?
Yes, it's a simple calculation of the tonnage of waste that you transport right now to the Doral location and calculating how much it would cost to take it that further north and west to the Everglades location. And that's different for every city, obviously, based on where they're located and whether there's transfers needed, et cetera. But it's something your administration could work together with the county to calculate if the county had you at the table.
Yeah. So also on that front, and the big issue here is it's pretty obvious. I don't want to speak for the county, but the county's not going to absorb that cost. The county's going to pass it through, obviously, to the cities. So it would be an additional cost that we, as a city, would have to make a decision on whether we pass it through to the residents or we absorb it again as a city here. We have to vote on that every single time. So that's something that I wanted to bring to the attention of my colleagues in the commission and to the city and to the residents, because while it sounds great that we're going to build a new facility, whether it's more sustainable or less, something's got to be done, right? At the end of the day, something's got to be done. This is a potentially about $8 billion, was the number I heard? Is that
Yes.
correct? Around $8 billion. A huge investment in the future of how we get rid of our waste here in the city. But also the costs, as gas prices continue to go up and they haven't found a real reliable way to truck things and reduce the gas prices and the insurance prices, trucking only continues to go up. It's an industry that's seeing a boom in price increases. So I foresee that cost being passed on to cities and being a major issue in the near future.
Yes. And personally, I'd like to thank you and the city of Coral Gables. Long before I was an elected official, I was just a resident with a closed park in front of my house because of incinerator ash. And I reached out to every elected I could think of or find, and the first person to respond was Commissioner Vince Lago. Even though you weren't the commissioner of my city, your residents used that Merry Christmas park across Lejeune, and you helped me. Thank you.
I forgot about that. I remember that.
It was our first contact ever.
That's amazing. I can't believe you remember that. Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate your advocacy, okay? It's awesome. Thank you. Yes, sir.
I have another relevant point in terms of the costs that you were bringing up. One of the reasons that the county is working on one site, a central site for all of our waste, is because an incinerator, by design, is a big complex, and it needs to have all of our trash in one place so they can burn it. If we eliminate the incinerator from the equation, the idea of decentralized waste recovery facilities that are smaller in nature, we could have one for South Dade, one for North Dade, one central. I don't know what the formula would be, but if we just take the incinerator out of the equation, then the costs for each individual city would go down if we had a decentralized waste collection. So,
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Thank you, sir. Madam Vice Mayor, it's your item.
We have a motion, we have a second.
Yes, we do. Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez? I'm sorry, he stepped out. Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you to everyone from the Sierra Club for being here as always and being advocates on behalf of our community and the environment. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Item F11.
Okay.
Discussion regarding the Alhambra Circle sidewalks. F11.
Okay. That is my item. There we go. Thank you, Hermes.
Good morning. Good to see you.
I had requested a third option, and I know that I've received several emails from both of you exploring the option of a third option. I know you have a presentation?
Yes.
Beautiful.
You sent it to me?
Yes.
When?
Last week.
Okay. Do we want to maybe take another item and come back to it?
Sure. Mr. Mayor, if you could take F1 first, and then we'll come back to this one.
Take F1. We'll be back.
Okay, I got it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
F1 is a resolution of the City Commission establishing its intent to reimburse certain project costs incurred with proceeds of future tax-exempt financings, providing certain other matters in connection therewith, and providing an effective date.
Good morning, Diana Gomez, Finance Director. So at the September 10th Commission meeting, a discussion item regarding bonds and other financing options was brought by Commissioner Menendez. He requested that the administration bring forward to an intent resolution to eventually issue new tax-exempt financing for the purpose of financing the restoration of City Hall, Venetian Pool, as well as infrastructure projects, including streets resurfacing and sidewalk repairs and replacement. In order to ensure funds are available as we move forward with the projects, but prior to actually issuance of the bonds, we were asked to bring forward this intent resolution. Pursuant to internal revenue regulations, the city must establish its intent to reimburse itself for expenditures it incurs prior to the issuance of tax-exempt financing. This resolution will establish the official intent and allow the city to reimburse itself for expenditures incurred prior to securing the bonds. We anticipate to use this intent resolution for the design costs of the stated projects. A bond resolution authorizing the financing would need to come in front of the City Commission at a later point in time, at a subsequent meeting, and we anticipate that we wouldn't actually issue bonds for about a year. Staff was asked to structure the bonds so that it would be repaid over a period not to exceed 15 years using the $5 million of recurring set-aside revenues for the priority capital improvement projects, and that use that as a revenue source to pay the debt service. So these parameters allow for a bond issuance not to exceed about $58 million. Doesn't mean that we have to take out the full amount. That's just the maximum that could be, with the parameters of 15 years and the $5 million available for repayment. So we had outside counsel on the call. I'm not sure if they're still on the Zoom. They had to drop off a little after 11. And I also have Sergio Masvidal with me from our financial advisors from PFM. If you have any specific questions about the current market, interest rate environment, credit rating concerns and things like that. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
I do have a question. Reading some magazines, and there's some misinformation out there online and on actually paper, and I just want to touch base on a memo that you sent us, and I want to clarify for the residents that are listening that this does not affect our AAA bond rating, correct?
Right, so an intent resolution is the resolution that's here, has no effect on our credit rating. So this is just an intent resolution. All it says is that the city intends at a later point in time to go out to debt. And, but in the meantime, if we want to start with design work and things like that, we can use our available cash and reimburse ourselves with the actual bond issuance that we issue in a later date. So one, the intent resolution absolutely the credit rating agencies don't even concern themselves with intent resolutions. Even issuance of the bond, I do not believe it would have any negative impact on our ratings. Mainly, in and of itself, right? So there's other factors that could come into play, but in and of itself, the issuing of bond, having the repayment source available, having the revenues to make the payment, not going over our coverage ratios or our debt ratios, there's no reason that the rating agencies would look at it negatively.
Okay, so let me go ahead and clarify it one more time. It will not affect our AAA bond rating. Just so everybody has a clear understanding that it's on writing. You're our finance director. I trust you, and I hope the rest of the community trusts you as well.
I have a question. In terms of intent resolution, has the city issued intent resolutions in the past?
Yes.
And if so, could you?
Sure. So we have issued intent resolutions in the past. Most recently, we had done an intent resolution back in 2021, in July of 2021, for the mobility hub, the construction of that Garage 1 project. So we issued an intent resolution. We have used some of the, we have used funds for the design related to that project. We have not yet issued that project or have not issued those bonds yet. So when we do issue those bonds, we can, at that point in time, reimburse ourselves for the design costs that we actually have already spent.
What was the dollar amount attached to that?
That intent resolution was done for $42 million at the time. That's what we thought that the project would be. That amount has changed since. In my coverage calculations, I use the later estimate of approximately $65 million in my coverage calculations to make sure that if we were to take out that debt plus this debt, where we would be with our coverage. And so the coverages are fine using both numbers, but the intent resolution is out there. That intent resolution is no longer valid for us to start construction on the Garage 1 because too much time has passed from that time. However, all the design, there's no time limit for the design work, so we can still reimburse ourselves for the design portion. But for construction, you have to start construction within 18 months of the intent resolution in order to use the intent resolution as a reimbursement source. So if we were to decide to break ground, we would have to actually go out for bonds and take out the money for the Garage 1 mobility hub.
And with regards to...
And I'm sure that we've done other intent resolutions. I believe we did one for the public safety building when we took out that debt.
Diana, what's the total debt? $109 million currently?
So right now, so principal alone is $107 million, interest of $37 million, so a total of $144 million, including principal and interest of outstanding debts.
Since I think anybody who has a 401k and likewise knows that there's a market for municipal bonds nationwide. My understanding, I think the public understands that municipal bonds are issued throughout the entire country, every state, every city, pretty much, in every county, for projects, infrastructure, especially infrastructure. Could you elaborate a little bit how that plays out, in terms of what municipal bonds do and how they're used? And if perhaps you want to bring in
Can I ask Sergio Masvidal, PFM, just to what he sees about how we issue bonds he has clients that are different cities, and he may be able to give a little bit more information on that.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. Sergio Masvidal with PFM Financial Advisors, 2222 Ponce de Leon Boulevard. To your question, Mr. Commissioner, municipal bonds are issued, hundreds of billions of dollars across the country every year. They're issued for all sorts of purposes. It could be roads, schools, bridges, municipal facilities, stadiums, things like that. So yes, they're issued for all sorts of purposes across the country.
I guess this would be, Diana, other than the intent resolution that you mentioned that we did in 2021, or the commission did 2021, do you have perhaps reference other bond issuances that we've done in the past?
So in the memo, attached to the memo, there is some pages from the budget book, and it talks about the different series of bonds that we've done. So the most recent, let's see. So in 2022, we did a refunding of the Miracle Mile and Giralda Streetscape projects, but that was a bond that was taken out originally in 2016. In 2021, we did new money for sanitary sewer, force mains, and then we refunded a bunch of series from 2013, 2004, 2015. So we refunded several to get better interest rates at that time. Also in 2021, we refunded the 2011 series and 2013 series. So we did a bunch of refundings, again, to get better rates at that time. When we do refundings, we do not add more time to the bonds. We tend to just get the better rate. We're not trying to kick it down further. And then in 2018, we did the public safety building with the attached garage. We did with its own garage, not the other garage. In 2018, we also refunded the 2012, the refunding of the 2011 Neighborhood Renaissance Program bonds. So we did a lot of refunding most recently. And so the new issuances were the public safety building, some sanitary sewer. So those are the most recent new money issuances.
And my last question for now is, we have, projects in the pipeline, and the funding for those projects is sometimes multi-year. We move money every year towards a particular project. And those projects, I know the residents would like things to happen now, but because of funding restraints, we have a sort of a extended plan to fund them. What is the benefit? Why do counties and cities, how does it benefit the cities and the counties? How does it benefit what they're trying to do to achieve for the residents? If perhaps you want to, why they do it.
So, I mean, from our standpoint, is mostly timing. I would say is like if you have a need, if the city has a need to do something sooner than it would take for us to accumulate the funds over time, that's when you issue bonds. Also, when in an inflationary environment where you start saving today and it's going to take you 3 or 4 years to save, what you thought was going to cost you $10 million may now cost you $16 million 3 years from now, and then so you met your $10 million goal of savings, but then you still need more money. So it's just from my standpoint, I believe one of the main things is just a timing of when the project needs to be done. But I'll turn it over to Sergio if you have any.
Those are two great points right there as to why municipalities issued that. I think it's really to bring projects forward faster than they would be able to brought forward if there was pay-go funding. Another rationale municipalities will use is if you put an asset in place today and you pay-go fund it, then that asset's already paid for, yes, but the residents that will enjoy that asset for the next 20, 30, 40 years don't pay anything for it. So there is some equity in the repayment of that debt for residents that are enjoying that asset in the future.
Okay. I don't know if my colleagues have any comments.
I wanted some clarification. It was for repairs for City Walk. I'm sorry,
City Hall.
City Hall.
Yes.
And also for sidewalks?
So
Or exactly?
the Commissioner Menendez had requested that it was for the historic projects of City Hall restoration and the Venetian Pool facility, as well as streets and sidewalks.
So That would cover potholes, alleys.
So it's the idea, and I will defer to Commissioner Menendez on exactly what, but it was the milling and resurfacing of streets and replacement of sidewalks that need it. I believe that there's a program of streets and sidewalks that doesn't have the full funding available. We're doing each year, certain amounts each year. And so the idea, as I understand it, is to try to get more done in one.
If you don't mind, I'd, through the manager, ask the assistant city manager to talk about that.
Good morning, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Joe Gomez, Assistant City Manager. Commissioner, yes. So, for example, in the case of sidewalks, the program right now we have funded for this coming year, I believe it's $1.5 million. The needs for 2026, which we lumped all together, all the needs, is approximately total about $6.5 million in terms of sidewalk needs. Similarly, in street resurfacing, we've looked out to fiscal year 2025, and that probably will be another $1.5 million to $2 million. Beyond 2025, we've got to go back and do a new pavement survey and analysis because there's been a lot of growth and change in the city. So we want to be sure we capture all the needs that are out there. So more than likely, there will be additional needs identified in the coming years for resurfacing.
With regards to, and Diana said, explained that it's not from one overnight that things happen, But in terms of being able to address City Hall restoration, which we already had an engineer report explain that we need to take action, the complete restoration of City Hall, citywide sidewalks, citywide roads, timeline, what this, for example, this kind of funding, what would it do in terms of the timeline to be able to complete those types of projects as opposed to going about the usual patterns that we do for funding?
As our finance director pointed out, it helps with timing because if the funds are available sooner rather than later, we don't have to defer projects to the year 2, year 3, 4. We can accelerate that work sooner rather than later.
Would you, for example, with sidewalks and City Hall and the streets, once funding is available, would those types of projects be perhaps completed within a 3-year window, 3 or 4 year window?
I think more realistically, it would probably take about 5 years to complete all of that, but you'll see progress moving and there'll be activity out there. City Hall, for example, is a project that will probably take, once the construction starts, anywhere from 18 months to 2 years to complete because of the age of the building.
I think the price tag, the most recent price tag was above $20 million.
Right now, the very, very, very preliminary estimate is somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 to 25 million. But until we get into the weeds, into the building, we won't really know the exact cost of that.
So from the timing standpoint of the intent resolution as well as when to issue bonds, the idea is that we would use this next year to do all of the design and engineering reporting and pay for it using this, the general fund, using this intent resolution with the intention that we're going to reimburse ourselves, get all of the design and engineering done for all the projects, and then be able to be going out for debt at some point next year in order to then start construction.
So it's like you've explained, it's a methodical process, very detailed and one step at a time.
Right. So, and the reason that intent resolutions have been used is so that we don't have to wait to accumulate the funds for the design and engineering. We have access to available cash and be able to use that and then know that we're going to reimburse ourselves. The problem with taking out the bonds today and then starting the design work, well, once we take out the bonds, we have 3 years to spend 85% of the bonds. And so if we waste a year and a quarter, year and a half on design, it eats into the amount of time that we know it's going to take for the projects to actually get done. So this is just a mechanism to allow us, to give us that extra time that is needed in order to be able to have everything shovel ready before we actually go out for bonds. And so then I will need to come back to the city commission to issue the bonds at that point in time. And I would say it takes about 2 to 3 months to issue bonds from the time that we say, okay, we are going to issue it in October. We need to start working on it in, whatever, July or August of the, beforehand. And so we would bring forth a item to the commission for those, for the issuance of the bond as we have in the past.
Thank you for answering those questions.
Madam Vice Mayor?
I have a question for our finance director. Okay, you talked about having the opportunity to reimburse, but we do have the funds available for doing the design for City Hall, for instance.
So there is funding available for City Hall. My understanding is that the majority, if maybe there's some money available for design, but the amount of there's not. I don't know if there's sufficient. But yes, we can use the money that we have first in order to limit the amount that we would otherwise need to reimburse ourselves later. So if we have, as the Assistant City Manager was talking about, the funds that we have currently available for sidewalks, we can use those funds and not then just take out additional monies later on for the, it would limit the amount for the debt. I'm not sure if we have sufficient funds available in City Hall because we have the funds available for the third floor project for certain, it's split out to a certain, for the different aspects of City Hall. I'm not sure that we have sufficient funds in there to do the entire design and assessments and engineering, all those, I don't know that we have enough for all of that. And I would have to defer that over to Public Works or CIP on that piece of it. I'm not sure if we have the funding available for the design for the Venetian pool or the design available for the larger project.
So let's stop and just do one at a time because that's the only way you can really examine this. Because from my examination of the budget, we have on hand $6.727 million for City Hall cash right now. And from my discussions with staff, we can get the architectural drawings and engineering designs done with those funds. If anybody in staff disagrees, please inform me.
For $6.7 million?
Yeah. So much.
But so those funds were assigned to, not all of it's available for design.
Let's give an
Yeah.
analysis, very quickly. If it's a $20 million project, I don't, that's a lot more than we actually need. That's an exorbitant amount of money to do design documents. If you tell that engineer and architect that you're going to pay them $6.7 million to do this job, they'll jump at it.
So, but we also have 1.5 million of that for the windows, so you deduct that.
Correct.
That leaves you $5.2 million, which is still an adequate amount to get this project set for shovel ready.
I don't see how this job could cost not even half that.
I understand. I understand. So I have asked some questions around about how long it takes to get the design done, and we're talking about a year out from now for getting the design done. And that's just a rough ballpark estimate.
That's correct.
And we know how, as we get closer to an event.
So we'll have to do the assessment first, which typically takes 4 to 6 months, which will determine the scope of the design that'll be needed. It's not your conventional design project because of the nature of the fact that it's rehabilitational work.
Right. So from what I can see on our budget, we have enough money currently to get this design work done and get this shovel ready. It may be a year, it may be more than a year, it might be even 18 months before we're ready for that because inherently things take time. The windows are a good example. Those were supposed to be ready this past summer, the mock-up, and it wasn't ready until mid-November. So we haven't even seen it yet. So I've got the same type of question, so you might want to just hang up here on Venetian Pool. City currently has on hand $4.345 million for the restoration work of pool buildings and facilities Last year, we spent $2.639 million on restoration of pool facilities, some of which were state appropriations that were attained in 2022. All right? I don't see in the next year an additional project coming up until we start to get to the filtration system. And that's not projected to start for some time because we have to get design done. Has there been a change in that?
I believe the way the Venetian pool is being done in phases. So we're doing one phase now. We're also doing restoration of the tower separately because of structural issues that have been identified with that separately. But that's all being done at the same time in this first closure of Venetian pool.
So that's with the funds that we currently have?
Yes.
The $4.345 million?
Yes, ma'am.
There's not an additional shovel-ready project available on Venetian Pool?
My understanding is the $4 million or so that we have now covers the renovation or the repairs that are in the current plan, that there's another portion of the facility, the tower, that is not funded at this time. It has not been a project that we have discussed yet for funding because they're working on completing this first phase, but there is an additional section of the facility that needs to be renovated that is not funded at the time. And just to go back on City Hall for a moment, on City Hall, the funding that is in that project, there's only about $800,000 or so that can be used towards the design. The rest of the funding in that project is assigned to other portions of the project, and so a significant amount of it, just under $3.5 million is assigned for the windows specifically. And then there's the work that's underway on the third floor, which includes some of the remediation of the third floor as well. There's also some work on the tower and the renovation of the cottage. So the funding that's allocated to City Hall now has specific uses assigned to it, and only about $800,000 is assigned for the design now.
And what is estimated the amount needed for design?
Vice Mayor, as you know, we've got the RFQ out. We're going through the selection process now to select. Once we select that consultant and we sit down and negotiate the scope in terms of the phase and all that, we'll have a much better idea as to what that cost is going to be. And again, but right now, my guess that the design is going to be well over easily $1.5 million for the rehabilitation, could be more. Again, until we don't sit down and negotiate with the consultant that is selected and go through it in detail in terms of the assessment that's required, types of testing that may be required in order to test for the materials and all that, we won't really have a precise number for you.
Okay. Other than precise number, when is this RFQ process going to be completed?
I spoke to procurement this morning. They're in the process of scheduling the interviews with the consultants. I believe the intent is to bring it to the commission, intent to award in December for the December commission meeting.
So I'm looking at a spreadsheet that was provided to me as of September 6, 2024, about City Hall project phase. And current available funding less expenses and encumbrances indicated $4.572 million. Okay. As far as available funding right now on the projects. And you have 6.7. That should leave you $2.2 million for design and engineering drawings.
No.
Is that correct?
So I'm not sure which document you're reviewing. If it was prior to the 25 budget being adopted, the amount that would have been there, the 4.5 available, would have included 2.5 for the windows, and then it would have included probably about just under maybe 600,000 or so that would have been unassigned to be used for the larger facility project. And then the other portions would have been assigned for the tower, the cottage, and the third floor. I'd have to look at the specific breakout. But at that time, in September, anything within that project was assigned except for about 600,000 or so. Don't quote me on the exact number, I'd have to look at it, which would have been used towards the assessment and any design, anything that was left over towards design of the larger facility. But that.
Happy to share the sheet with you. It's dated September 6th. It covers structural assessment and renovation. It covers windows, towers, third floor remodel, first floor remodel, cottage, current renovations, prior renovations, overall facility, prior restoration.
Yes, I recall that. Okay.
City Hall recertification, City Hall parking lot illumination recertification, and City Hall roof replacement. So all those items, 16 lines, were in there. And, that's where I come up with the math, simple math, that there should be $2.2 million available because, and then you have funding planned in the 2025 budget estimate of an additional $1.3 billion on top of that.
Right.
That's expected to come in.
The 25 budget of $1 million, 1.3 more or less, the million of it was going towards the windows to bring the total budget of the windows to 3.5 million. If you'll recall, in 24, we gave it 2.5, another million in 25. And then the 300,000 or so is the additional funds that we brought over for the larger project. So it would have taken that $600,000 or so to the $800,000 that we have available for the assessment and design, which we freed up during the budget process.
Let me ask you this question, because interest rates are high right now. Why do you feel it's critically necessary that we do the intent resolution now as opposed to when we get the RFQs back, or the proposals back?
I'm sorry. Can you I was discussing something with the advisor. Can you repeat?
That's
Sorry.
okay. That's okay. Why do you feel, with interest rates as high as they are right now, it's critically necessary for us to address this now as opposed to when we have more information available to us? Because the clock will be ticking. You have 18 months.
Yes. So no. So let me be clear, because maybe it's clear that I'm not being clear. The intent resolution does not set any interest rates, does not do anything except for allows us to reimburse ourselves whenever in the future we choose is the best time for the city to go out and get bonds. At that point in the future, it's when interest rates are locked in. It's when we're now analyzing the market conditions. We're deciding everything that we're deciding at that point in some future. So as an example, on the Garage 1 Mobility Hub, we took that intent resolution out in 2021. No interest rates are locked. Nothing has happened. I have spent money on assessments and engineering studies or whatever we had to do, a design, and it's sitting there as a receivable on our books, waiting for the day that we choose we are ready to go out for bonds. When we choose to go out for bonds, at that point at the time, and so it's already been 2021, we're in 2024, so it's been over 3 years. Whenever we go to choose out bonds, that's when the interest rate would be set. And then since we did that intent resolution, we can take out enough funds in that one to pay ourselves back for the design cost of the project. And no clock was ticking. The only clock that was ticking is that we would have had to have started construction within 18 months of the intent resolution if we wanted to be reimbursed for the construction. So the fact that that window has closed and that we did not start construction within 18 months, maybe it's 3 years, I get a little confused, but we missed the window to start. It was 3 years to start construction from the time of the intent resolution. Since we didn't start construction, we cannot start construction on the Mobility Hub right now and expect to get ourselves reimbursed when we take out bonds in the future. We can't do it. It's no longer allowed. But even if it's 2 years from now, we can reimburse ourselves for the design because there's no time limit for reimbursement. So the only thing that this intent resolution does, it satisfies the IRS regulations to allow us to reimburse ourselves for any design and engineering costs and construction costs with a later issuance. But the construction costs, if we don't take, so once we start construction, once we actually start construction or actually finish construction, then we have a certain time limit from which we have to take out the debt. So this is not, so we are not setting any rates. We're not dealing with the economy right now with the rates. We're not doing any of that right now. All we're doing is saying we intend at some point to take out bonds in the future. Whenever it's ready, whenever we're ready to take out the bonds. I think that that time should be after we've finished the design and engineering studies and we are shovel ready. At that point is when I think is the soonest, the earliest that we should take out the bonds. And we could even wait and just borrow against our own funds and then issue it even later if the market is not the best in a year from now. This is just giving us flexibility in order to be able to reimburse ourselves later. It's just a tool that we have. Again, if it's for the intention, like, so for right now, if we choose to not go out for debt for the mobility hub, the amount of money that we spent on the design, we would have to just fund it. We would just have to pay ourselves. We're not going to get it back from a bond issuance. We would just have to find monies, and we have money set aside to cover it because we're conservative to make sure that we have the available funds to cover it should we not go out for bonds. So there's no interest rates being set right now. And that's why I said earlier that the credit rating agencies don't care. And I say that, respectfully, they don't, there's no issue with us taking out an intent resolution because it does nothing.
Yeah, no, they don't care about the intent resolution. What they'll care about is if we take out the bonds. And at that point, it'll affect the budget. I mean, again, it won't affect the credit rating because we have the wherewithal to pay it back. I understand, but that'll be analyzed at the time.
Yeah, so when we go out to the bonds, part of going out to bonds is going to the credit rating agencies and say, hey, we're going out for bonds. Can you please rate the bonds that we're taking out? Like, what will you rate us as we're taking out? For every bond issuance, we get a rating aside to it. I believe we go to 2 credit rating agencies each time we decide that we're going out. So in that 3-month period that I was talking about that it takes us to issue debt, I will then start calling the rating agencies and say, hey, we are actually going out to debt. Give us a rating. We pay, you have to pay their fees, or that's part of the whole process of getting, issuing bonds. So at that point in time in the future is when we would actually lock in rates, get quotes for, who's going to offer us the best rates on the debt and things like that. So let's just argue that we're ready. Our earliest point to be ready is in a year from now, and the rates are terrible. We may say, you know what, let's wait a little bit longer. Let's not take it out right this moment. We have flexibility to, but if from now until then, we say, wow, we're pretty close to having all the design and engineering done, and rates are great, then maybe we do take out the bonds.
But we would still have to come to commission.
We absolutely have to come to the commission to start that process.
Do we have anything else that we'd like to discuss?
No.
Okay.
Let's just go.
Is there a motion?
I'll second.
I'll make it.
I'll second.
Mr. Mayor, I have members of the public requesting to speak on the item.
Okay.
First speaker, Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. Let me start with the caveat. I'm not a finance person. My husband was, but he's not around to give me advice. So I'm going to start by telling you we have an elephant in the room. And the elephant in the room is what I'm trying to understand, because we did have an intent letter for the mobility hub. Actually, from what I hear, that intent letter is still good. We can be reimbursed for what we spent. So far, so good? Okay. But we cannot go ahead with the bond because we did not start the construction within 18 months. No, what's that? Explain that.
We cannot start the construction and expect to be reimbursed from the bonds when we issue.
Unless you did the intent letter.
No, because the time has passed for the we're just talking about the mobility hub. So on the mobility hub, if we started construction tomorrow, we would have to pay for that with other funds. We couldn't take out the bonds, the intended bonds that we were going to take out, and then reimburse ourselves. But we could take out the bonds tomorrow for the mobility hub and then do the construction, no problem.
Okay, but the problem is that if I follow correctly what has been asked, we're concerned that having that intent letter and the possibility of the bond may affect our rating. Right? That's what has been proposed or discussed. Well, it's been 3 years. I don't see people knocking on the door to have the mobility hub built. So if having the intent letter affects our ability to keep our rating, maybe it's time to say, hello, goodbye to mobility hub. Get rid of that so we can move on with other things that people really want. That's my thing. If we keep waiting, a la mobility hub, 42 million to start with, 60 some plus by now, I'm sure more, because 60 some was, 2 years ago? Look at Burger Bob's. If we keep kicking the can down the road, they're doing whatever we need to do here is going to be humongous. The money, instead of saving money, we're going to have to be spending more money. Enough is enough. Guys, you need to listen. What is important? Okay? I'm sorry, but I praise you for talking about the streets and the sidewalks. You're touching on things that people want. I mean, I drive in this city plenty, taking kids here and there. I'm going to tell you, you have heard me say, I think I live in Hialeah, maybe worse places, because there are potholes all over the place. And if they're not potholes, then we have chicken pox on the street because they close this pothole, then this one opens, and we have different color on the street. Okay? There are some things that are important to our residents, to the people that live in Coral Gables, the people that choose to live here, the people that care to maintain this world-class city. And that is how we look. And I'm sorry, just saying that we're going to look like Disney World but not doing anything about the roads and the sidewalks doesn't work. So, yes, we do need to come forth with the means to fix City Hall. This is ours. This is the people's house. We need to fix it so it doesn't get any worse. And then we need to fix the damn streets so we do not have to worry about, and you can ask Mr. Diaz how many times I call him on Pisano, because they closed that pothole, and guess what? Next time it rains, it's open again. Okay? So I'm talking from experience. I see it. I don't live in a dream world. I don't live in Disney World. I live in the city of Coral Gables only since 1976. Okay, so I think enough is enough. You need to do what the people want you to do. And I'm sorry, I read the magazines, I read the blogs, I read everybody, I read the newsletters, and enough of the misinformation, please.
Jackson Holmes.
Thanks very much. I'm sure it's no surprise to any of you that I support the Mobility Hub as if my life depended on it, because it's true in relation to my financial life. But the reason I signed up on this card is strangely to remind people that because of Israel's attacks throughout the Middle East, we have now lost the U.S.-Saudi petrodollar. We have lost our supremacy in the world economy. When we had the Great Recession, why is our city finance director not talking about this? Why didn't she meet with me to talk about it? we got ourselves out of the Great Recession by printing money because we had the U.S. Saudi petrodollar, and we could do what all the other countries can't do. That is just print money. We printed $19 trillion. Bravo, Ben Bernanke. He rescued us because we had the U.S. Saudi petrodollar. Sir, this is why Richard D. stuck with me, right? Now we've lost that. Now, what does that have to do with financing the needed repairs on City Hall? Rates are probably going to start going up, even for the city. My mortgage is probably going to start going up. We are in deep trouble. And so when you, Vice Mayor Anderson, asked the question about what are the rates, right? I mean, fortunately, we don't have to address that now. But I think we need to keep in mind maybe the city should do a ceasefire resolution because our economy is done. We've lost the petrodollar. Thanks.
Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Do you have a motion and a second?
I do. Commissioner Fernandez?
I didn't get to speak, but yes.
What? Speak now, please.
No, very simple. The reason Commissioner Castro and I got elected is people wanted a different way of doing things in Coral Gables. They didn't want to continue the kick the can down the road approach. They wanted things done now. As the finance director said, we do have an issue with inflation. Every penny that we're saving today is worth a lot less in 5 years when we actually take on these projects. Today, we're dealing with emergency repairs in City Hall that should have been done years ago. Our sidewalks are a disaster. And it wasn't until we got elected that we've increased the funding for our sidewalks. But we still have, I think the number they gave us was $6 million of sidewalks that need to be repaired. For a resident who's sitting at home, seeing those sidewalks every single day, seeing people trip, and we've gotten the emails of people who have tripped on our sidewalks. It doesn't matter to them if we take out a bond for $5 million, which is not going to impact their taxes. It's going to come from the money that we are setting aside and use the funding today to address those projects. This resolution has nothing to do with taking out the bond. It's about setting us up to be able to get reimbursed for the expenses that we're going to have in design. It could take 24 months. It could take 36 months to actually take it out. And to Ms. Cruz's point, I think that what the finance director was trying to explain is we will get reimbursed for the construction. We just cannot begin construction until we get the bond if we wait more than the 18 months. 3 years. So now it's 3 years. So we have 3 years. If it takes us 3 years and 2 months to begin construction, we just have to have taken out the bond before construction begins. So I'm in favor of this. I think we need to set ourselves up to be able to address these projects, not 5 years from now, but address them today. Burger Bob's is a perfect example. Prior commission thought it was crazy that $400,000 was what it was going to cost us to repair Burger Bob's. And today we're at what, $1.8 million? We can't continue to allow this to happen because it's costing our taxpayers every single day. So I'm a yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
As I indicated, I think this is premature because we don't have enough facts and data. I'll be happy to revisit this on a more precise basis in the future. In a fiscally sound budget requires planning, and it must be done so thoughtfully. We do have money on hand to be able to do the construction planning on City Hall. We currently have $6.727 million in City Hall's budget. It's not necessarily a time to be discussing this. The planning and architectural drawings, the engineering drawings will be done in a year, year and a half, and we can thoughtfully decide how much at that point in time we need to take out for City Hall. If this was confined to City Hall, it would be an easier decision now. If you look at Venetian Pool, we don't even have the shovel-ready designs done yet for expenditures that are, I guess, wanting to be made, but we have no idea what they're going to be. We have saltwater intrusion issues to deal with in the future. We don't know where we're going to put the filtration yet. We have no shovel-ready designs. The appropriate time to contemplate that is when you know what you're going to be doing with it. Sidewalks. We currently have $1.786 million available for sidewalk replacement, another $944,000 for new sidewalks, and 3 pending grant applications that could easily double or more that amount. We don't have the results yet back from those grant applications. I personally took the time to knock the doors of the folks on Riviera near the high school in order to be able to complete the sidewalks on that street. We did Alhambra South. There is overwhelming support for that. Grant applications are pending for that to be able to provide that funding. And that's why I feel that with the grants, we'll have at least $3.7 million for sidewalks. But we have to face the reality. There's a limited number of contractors. There's a limited amount of bandwidth for contractors to fulfill this work. So we need a more precise formula before we start just throwing money at stuff to be able to determine whether or not the work can actually be done. Then you have the weather. We've had episodes of weather and rain this particular year that are well in excess of the county's average of 52 inches a year. We're talking numbers in excess of 250 inches. You can't pour cement when it's raining. It damages the cement. So before we're doing that, any financing, we need to roll up our sleeves, make sure that every single year we're doing these grant applications, there is a high availability and demand of grants to be able to fund a lot of the sidewalk projects, and will relieve our city's budget and our taxpayers of the burden of having to pay for them out of their pocket. We are a donor community. We donate to the rest of the state a lot of money through our taxes and sales taxes. It's time for us to get the money back. In repaving, we currently have $1.53 million in our budget for repaving. Some of the delays we have encountered on repaving are due to the lack of material and contractors to do the work. The $1.53 million that we do have available for repaving, $975,000 of that came from appropriations that we obtained back in 2022 during our Tallahassee, the commission's trips to Tallahassee. So over half of that money came from our efforts on bringing money back into our city, so we don't have to spend taxpayer dollars or pay interest on that money. The remaining $564,000 came from taxpayer dollars. Then we encountered delays as well when projects are shifted in different directions. The Alhambra Circle South is an example of that. It's been waiting for a long time because the sidewalk issue has been contentious. We do need to listen to the people that live there, their ballots, and move forward on that project. Lastly, this intent resolution is vague. It's not limited to repaving. It's not limited to sidewalks. It's other infrastructure projects. I think we owe it to the taxpayers to define what it is that we're going to be using it for and not be vague about what we're using it for. Have a plan. Have a shovel-ready plan. Any bank would require you to have that. You need to have that going forward. So at this time, I'm a no on this. In the future, taking it project by project, I would be entertaining, an intent resolution at that time and be a yes at that time, but right now I'm a no.
Commissioner Menendez, I believe we're headed the right way to keep our city beautiful. And I think one day we will remember when we see that this has been the most beautiful the city has ever been. One day we will remember that it was you who took the first step, okay? So I commend you for bringing up this resolution, and I vote yes.
Thank you, but it's a team effort. Staff, residents, everybody, but we need to move forward together. Thank you, though.
Mayor Lago?
Madam Finance Director, may I have a few words? So I reserved my comments just so I could have some one-on-one time.
Sure.
When was the last time that we as a city secured debt for this type of projects that did not deal with, for example, water main, sewer extensions, public safety building? Would you say it was a Renaissance project that was probably
So no.
14 years ago, 15 years ago.
No, so the last time we did an intent resolution was in 2021 for the mobility hub.
I understand, but let's talk about
For that
Let's-
one, it was, I believe it was the public safety building, which was in
The public, in regards to the
2018.
in regards to the mobility hub, that had a self-funding strategy to pay for itself through parking revenue. That's number one. Number two, the public safety building is a critical component to public safety. Now, I'm a big believer in budgeting versus debt. I've done it in my private sector business. That's the way that I run my home. I will not incur credit card debt on the future. The interest rates are massive right now. So at the end of the day, I think it's critical to budget over a 2, 3, 4 year period to address our needs versus taking the easy route, which is just taking debt. This is like a credit card that eventually you have to pay back. Currently, we have $144 billion worth of debt on the city. What would be the proposed debt if let's meet in the middle. You said 68 million, between 44 and 45 to 68 million. You want to say 60 million?
So
if you include the $60 million and include the debt on that portion, what will we be looking at in regards to the 144 million plus this new number?
So this one is limited to 58 million. That's the maximum that the repayment source would allow. And depending on the mobility hub, if we were to take out the 65 million, then that's where.
Forget the mobility hub.
Okay, I'm sorry.
We're just talking about this.
Okay, so this one.
This is a front burner item for this
Okay,
commission.
so based on the parameters that were provided, this debt, we said that the 15-year repayment with the identified repayment source would allow us to take out not to exceed about $58.5 million worth of debt.
Okay. Does that also include not only how much we're taking out, but also the debt that we're paying on that over the 15 years? Is that the total amount?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
We have the principal, and then we also have the debt.
We would take out $58 million, and we would repay, the repayment schedule would be what it is.
What would be the repayment schedule
okay.
plus the principal, so people understand? Because it's not just the 58 million, it's the amount of money that you're paying in interest, and that's critically important.
Yep, so give me 1 second, I'm gonna.
And people fail to mention that. You see, it hasn't been mentioned at all in this commission meeting. That's the important thing.
I don't think he understands it.
I understand it.
Yeah,
Oh, because we're not talking about taking out debt today.
I understand that.
We're not. That you're trying to push a point. You're trying to drive a narrative
Commissioner,
that is
Commissioner, if I may.
not consistent with what we're discussing here today.
Commissioner, if I may.
Diane, are we voting on the bond today?
We're not.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
But if I may.
yes, I can answer your question.
If I
And
may.
I'm going to ask you to come up with me, just make sure I'm reading the right page, 'cause I'm reading it off my phone. So we would pay in total that much of interest, right? That's
Correct.
So, yeah. So over the 15-year term, it would be $23 million of interest. And so a total, after the repayment of the 15 years, it would be about just under $75 million.
So add that 75 million to 144 million dollars. You're talking about probably about 225 million dollars what the city would have in debt, correct?
For immediate, yes, but the things fall off.
I understand, but
yes.
let me just, I know, we have things that sunset. But let me answer my colleagues to the left. I know we're not talking about the debt. I understand that we're not signing that today. But this opens the door to take the next step to be able to assume this debt. So let me read you a little quote, okay? The greatest country in the world, the strongest, most financially viable country in the world. On August 1st, 2023, Fitch Ratings, one of the country's 3 major credit rating agencies, announced that it had downgraded the U.S. credit ratings from a AAA to a AA. Fitch had been reassessing the nation's creditworthiness over the last 2 months, putting the U.S. on a negative watch for the end of May 2023, moving into the 2024 year. In the risk assessment, Fitch cited the expected fiscal deterioration of the U.S. government over the next 3 years, not 1 year, 3 years. Growing national debt, which is the same thing we will be growing. We will be growing our debt from 144 million to 225 million. And the erosion in the standards of governance over the last few years as reasons behind the downgrade. So my point is, while moving forward today will not affect our AAA bond rating, we're taking out the debt and a few other outliers that may come into play nationally, locally, could potentially. You good? Okay, I just want to make sure you're okay, Ms. Cruz. So what ended up happening was that all these things come into play and could potentially result in our triple bond rating being affected. So just put that up for the record. So it's not $144 million of debt. It could be almost $250 million worth of debt that the city could be having. Number two, we have significant funds already in the city hall for budgeting. We have those numbers. If we assumed, as we sunsetted Phillips Park, and that came to an end, after that park was completed, we could potentially use those funds over the next 2 years and phase this project out into 2 phases. Number 1 being the 3rd floor, and number 2 being the 2nd and 1st floors, and achieve the project without having to get debt out, just using a budget. I believe that. I think we could do it. Okay. The second issue, the sidewalks. Please refresh my memory. I don't have the budget book in front of me. They said that we have increased the amount of money that we've added to budget to the sidewalks. Is there been an increase from last year's budget in sidewalks to this year's budget? So I want to put the correct numbers on the record.
Yeah, so I'm not sure, and I'll have to ask Paula to join me up here, or if Public Works knows the answer to that. I don't have the book in front of me, so I just don't know if there was an increase or not, and I apologize.
No worries.
There was an increase.
No worries. We want to see.
In streets?
I like to see what the increase
was. Was it sidewalk? Did you say in streets or sidewalks?
Sidewalks.
Went from 1.25 to 1.5.
I'm sorry.
So we had about $250,000 increase. Perfect. Welcome. That's a budgeted increase, so I welcome it. Yes, sir.
We'll have to double check the
No
budget.
worries, but we can find out. It's okay. And I think that we can deliver on increased sidewalks through a budgetary process. Now, in regards to what I mentioned to you before about, we talked already about the mobility hub, that it's going to be funded, if it would have been done, through parking revenue, which is an opportunity to, again, to have a funding source that doesn't affect the city, because you can increase the parking revenue if for some reason or another we need a little bit of financial buffer in one form or another. So when we talk about Burger Bob's, I think it's critically important that was brought up right now. When Burger Bob's, I was astounded by the numbers that were coming in from Burger Bob's in the beginning. I just couldn't believe that a project that was just getting a refresh, simple interior renovation. We at one point talked about not even removing the drywall, but then we were able to find out that the MEPs, the electrical, the plumbing, and the mechanical were in dire shape. So we removed the drywall. In removing the drywall, when I walked the site, as Madam Finance Director, you can tell everyone here, we found extensive structural damage to the building. Unless you have X-ray vision and you're part of, the X-Men, there's no possible way that anybody through the drywall could see the amount of structural work that had to be done there. You have those change orders. I ask you to make them please public record so that people can see what resulted in change orders. What were the reasonings for the change orders that happened? From the original budget item to the final budget item. And what were the additional scope items that we as the city requested? There are certain things that we requested that we upgraded. But one of the main items was the structural integrity issues that we found. Okay? So in closing, I'm a no vote on this. Again, it's not that we're voting today to approve the debt. What we are doing today is taking one step further in potentially being able to approve that debt. And I think we can achieve the same goal through a budgeting process without having to incur any debt and put the city, in my opinion, in a financial situation to move forward. So my vote is a no. Thank you.
So I just, since you don't have the budget book in front of you.
I was told that it was $250,000 increase for sidewalk replacements.
So the prior available on sidewalk, as we began our budget process, was unused funds, $1.297 million. We added an additional 1.5, which is where we came up with the 2.8, which went to my point that we have to have bandwidth to do the work. You can throw all the money you want at it, but if you don't have contractors out there to get the work done, you have to, find the right contractors, get the engineering work done, have the right, have the work done as well. So we added money, but we didn't use up what we had available last year. Same thing from sidewalk, new sidewalk installation. We had leftover money, $430,000, and we added another $570 to it, and that's where we came up with the $900-some-odd thousand. And of course, we have grant applications out where that can be used as matching funds and exponentially increase the total amount available. So that's just for the record. I've already voted.
Thank you. So we're going to move on to item F11. Thank you, Madam Finance Director and your team. Thank you so much.
This is discussion regarding Alhambra Circle sidewalks. Thank you for waiting.
Good morning, Hermes Diaz, Public Works Director.
Good morning, Melissa Desires, Transportation
Actually, good
Division
afternoon.
Manager. Melissa Desires, Transportation Division Manager. So at the last City Commission meeting, we were asked to come up with another option where we were looking at, putting a sidewalk at the right-of-way line. So internally, we developed a concept. We had our surveyor go out and mark where the path of the sidewalk would go. We had our arborist go out and review it, and we analyzed the tree impacts for each location where there was a tree. This is an overall plan view. We're going to go more into detail on each slide. So according to the city code, anything like a tree modification includes cutting any roots greater than 2 inches in diameter of a specimen tree. A specimen tree is any tree that's 18 inches or greater, DBH, within 6 feet of the trunk. Cutting more than 25% of the roots of a specimen tree within the drip line to a depth of greater than 6 inches.
And something I'd like to add, just to make sure that it's clear, the tree protection code, as the way that it's written in the code, it allows for you to cut beyond that percentage, subject to the approval of landscape services. Dean, unfortunately, couldn't be here with us, but Melissa and I had all sorts of conversation with her about this, and I will say that she's very uncomfortable of going beyond the tree zone cut it from what is currently on the code. And our recommendation will be that any trees that will require roots to be cut in excess of that number to be removed. But the code doesn't say that you can't. It says subject to approval. Just want to make that clear.
So the tree protection zone that Hermes were referring to is you basically calculate a minimum of 1 foot away from the trunk for every 1 inch of trunk radius. And no more than 25% of those roots in this zone should be cut at one time, according to the city code. So for each of the 16 trees that we have within the limits of this project, we got the tree diameter and we calculated the root protection zone. We also offset that 6 foot where you're not supposed to cut, any structural roots. And we calculated the percentage of the tree because that 25% that's mentioned in the code. Any of the trees that are in red here are ones that are exceeding the 25%. The green just indicates that they're a specimen tree. Oh, my back. So there were two trees that, they have asterisks next to them. If we tried to put in the 6 foot sidewalk that we were planning throughout, they exceeded the 25%. We analyzed it further, and we minimized it to 5 feet at those locations to see if we could salvage the tree. So now we're going to go through each individual tree and show like a little clip of what it looks like. So for each of the slides that are coming up, that red circle is the 6-foot offset from the tree trunk, and the yellow circle is the tree protection zone. According to the arborist report, this tree is in poor condition, so we're recommending to remove.
So question, so you cannot frame the road just before the bridge as Vice Mayor has suggested before?
The request for this location, well, throughout the whole, project limits as per the last commission meeting was to put it at the right-of-way line. We went out with the arborist, and the arborist said that due to the condition of this tree, he had already listed it as poor condition. They would just recommend to remove.
That was one of the ones that I had suggested remove as well. I've looked at it. I do think curbing on an entire block is necessary to funnel the cars away from the bridge posts. With modern technology that we have today on the cars, with the striping and so forth, it directs people away from the striping, and you'll have fewer accidents.
So the direction that we're given on this run is to throw the sidewalk to the property line, and that's what we've done.
I understand,
Right.
but I'm talking about from the standpoint, I've been on Granada, I've used the sidewalk there, I pick it up at the corner at the beginning of the block, and I exit on the opposite end of it, so that there's a continuous flow there.
Right.
So it's the best way to keep cars away from the bridge and to protect the bicyclists so they can use the pedestrian walkway bridge there.
Okay, so tree number 2, this is another specimen black olive tree. It's in fair condition. It has a 39-inch diameter, so the root protection zone is 42 feet. If we were to put in a 6-foot sidewalk, that would be 28%. If we were to narrow it down to the 5 feet, it would be 26%. So this one can remain. The only thing is that you can see it's like just touching that 6-foot offset from the tree trunk, so we have to be very careful about cutting any structural roots there.
How wide would it be a shared use path that was there?
Typically, shared use paths are about 10 feet.
So the bicyclists and pedestrians can use the sidewalk?
Yes.
Okay.
You can get a variance for, I think, down to like 8, but 10 is preferred.
Right. But I think it will be a fee for like a reduced section where you have some conflicts. It wouldn't be over a significant length.
So tree number 5, there is room to wind around this tree, but if we were to wind around it, the branches are so low that we would have to cut them because they would basically be hitting the pedestrians in the face if they tried to walk through it. So we just recommend to remove this tree.
It's a crepe myrtle.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, and
Those move very, very easy. They grow by cutting.
it's also, it's got a very poor structure, so it's one of the things that it's probably better to replace it than to relocate it, but it's a small tree, it's not really consequential.
This is the one tree.
Right.
That's not a specimen tree in the project limit.
Yeah, no, I didn't even consider it a tree, so.
Okay, so tree number 8. Tree number 8 is another specimen black olive tree. It's a very tricky location for the sidewalk because we do have a fence and a column that are right there. So a 6-foot sidewalk at this location would be a 30% impact. And if we were to narrow down to 5, it would be 27%. So we're recommending removal for this one because it's over the 25% that's in the city code.
So,
Just say remove?
Remove.
That's if this plan is followed.
Of course, yes.
If this plan is followed.
When I went out and looked at it, this is one of the better looking trees.
I think the original arborist report had an issue with the roots of number 8 against the road, right?
The what?
The original arborist report had an issue with the roots when it was against the road?
Well, so we went out with the arborist again. We were showing them the roots and everything. And, when we originally asked them to, produce the arborist report, we asked them to look at the path that would be the least impactful. The more that he looks at it, the more that he looks at these tree roots, he has said that, the way that a tree, the branches out when it has like a barrier is instead of going under, it tends to go like this. So where there's asphalt and compacted lime rock and subbase and everything, he believes that the impacts to the tree on the asphalt side would have been probably less, especially if you're building up 6 inches from the pavement and we're narrowing the roadway. So, tree number 9, another specimen tree. This one's in fair condition, but it's just way too close for us. This one would have to go. Not only is it 30% impact, 38% impact with a 6-foot sidewalk, it falls within that 6-foot radius offset of the tree trunk.
So if you want to see a good example of a black olive tree that has found its way under asphalt, go look at my driveway apron. It's a great speed bump. So.
So this is another tricky location, tree number 11. So this is a specimen black olive. It's in good condition. It's 33 inches in diameter. It has a 36-foot protection zone. A 6-foot sidewalk would impact this location by 43%. So we recommend removal even though it's in good condition. The other thing that has to be noted at this location is that we will have to reroute the driveway approach because right now it's emptying out onto to the intersection. So we would have to realign it and potentially harmonize into private property for the sidewalk at this location.
Do you recall how tall this tree is? Because I recall it as being quite a impressive tree.
Off the top of my head, no, but I can definitely give that information afterwards because we do have it listed for each of the trees.
Right. This was, in my recollection, one of the largest ones and one of the healthiest.
This one was a pretty substantial tree, and the one just north of this is also a beautiful tree. So, tree number 12. This one we tried to go around. As you can see, the way that I wound the sidewalk was to avoid that 6-foot offset for tree number 12 and tree number 13. This one's in good condition. It's a 40-inch diameter with a 43-foot root protection zone. If we went with a 6-foot sidewalk at this location, it would be 26%. However, if we narrow it down to 5, it would go down to 23%. So we would be able to be within the limits of the city code, basically.
I'll ask you a question. When you're talking about these percentages, you're talking about the overall health of the tree. But does it also address the ability of these trees to withstand hurricanes, force winds, and not fall over?
No, the percentage relationship of the portion of the root zone that is being cut.
No, I understand. But like every other thing that's built, you have to have an anchor.
Right.
If you cut the anchors and it doesn't have sufficient support,
right,
whether it lives or not is not the issue. Whether it falls down in a hurricane will become the issue.
Right.
And so if you cut substantial roots, yes, it may fall down alive, but it may not be there because you've now cut its feet.
Any of those trees, if there's a hurricane tomorrow, will fall without any impact. Obviously, any root cutting will exacerbate that possibility. We couldn't really tell you what percentage will increase or not.
Our analysis was just based on the limits that we have in the city code, engineering standards, ADA standards. That's just what we looked at.
And that would apply to whichever plan is chosen. Because you're going to be cutting root structure on any side of the tree.
Yeah, everything.
In fact, it probably would lean the tree towards the road instead of towards the residences if the sidewalk's on the inside and the root structure's cut on the inside versus on the side of the street where it could be top heavy the other way.
So my experience is that if the tree were to fall, it would be opposite from where you cut the roots.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
Any other questions for this slide? Okay. So tree number 14, another specimen black olive tree. This one's in fair condition, 37-inch diameter with a 40-foot root protection zone. If we were to put a 6-foot sidewalk, it would be right at the threshold of the 25%, which is still within the city code because it's greater than 25%. That's a concern. However, we narrow it down to 5 feet. It would be 22% at this location.
Now, this is the one that I had spoken to staff about because of the issue with the driveway and potentially putting this one on the front of the tree, but moving the road further over so that there's a buffer between the sidewalk and the road. And I know I had a conversation with Joe and the manager about that. So physically, there's really no way of putting the sidewalk on the inside of this tree because of the drop off to the driveway. Realistically,
this assumes the roots are cut.
But even if the roots are cut, the driveway is almost a foot lower than the ground. So in order to get the sidewalk to the same level as the current driveway, it's an ADA issue. You have a steep drop. So in this spot in particular, there's really no realistic way of putting it on the inside that doesn't place an enormous burden on the residents with their driveway.
There is an alternative, which I think was one of the options we presented, where you could go back into the road and then you could put a curb on the road.
I cannot physically approve something that has a curb on the road with the amount of traffic on that road. If there is no buffer, I'm a no.
Right.
So I'm okay with moving it to the front, but there has to be some sort of buffer between the sidewalk and the roadway. And if we plant a hedge, if we plant something to delineate the sidewalk from the road, but safety wise, I'm a no if we're putting a sidewalk next to the road.
So Commissioner, let me ask you a question. In my neighborhood, where there is more young children and there are more students and there are more elderly individuals than in most neighborhoods, fair to say probably 95% of neighborhoods in Coral Gables do not even come close to where I live, based on the simple fact that you have UM, you have Lennar, St. Augustine Church, you have Riviera Country Club, you have Doctors Hospital, you have a school where kids walk through my neighborhood every single day on 57th Avenue, which is a public school. They walk in front, see them every day. I have a sidewalk with a curb across the street, right in front of my house. I live on San Amaro Urbino. And I see people using this sidewalk every single day. And in my 14 years of being on that street, I have never encountered an issue where, again, somebody's been run over there that I can remember. Has it happened? Maybe, maybe not. But I like to understand why it was applied, and I'm asking the experts. It's not an emotional conversation. Why was it applied there? And why can it not be applied in a winding manner in an area which, again, in an effort to try to save the canopy and build consensus, could potentially deliver on everything.
The options that we provided to the property owners for them to ballot had two options. One option was a sidewalk along the area pavement along the curb, and there was another option that had that meandering where you had a curb in some areas, you didn't have a curb in some others. They voted for the curbing along the roadway. But yes, a meandering sidewalk with portions with the curb, we can always revisit that, but that was one of the options that we looked at originally.
And if I may, I apologize for the record. This is a two-block section of sidewalk.
It's 2 blocks.
I don't want to say a number that's incorrect, but if you drive around the University of Miami, how large and how long is that sidewalk that is curbing the entire University of Miami? Would you say 3 miles? Is it safe to say 3 miles? Maybe from my home all the way to Ponce, Ponce all the way to Granada, Granada all the way to Doctors Hospital, Doctors Hospital all the way back on Camposano. 3 miles, 2.5 miles?
Maybe.
Yeah, you feel comfortable with that?
So a mile and a half, 2 miles.
How long has that sidewalk been there, would you say? I've been in that house for 14 years. So how long do you think it's been there for, would you say?
I have no idea.
And that,
it's been there for a while.
Will you also say that application is something that's used in other places throughout Miami-Dade County?
The Green Book,
throughout the Gables. I don't want to.
The Green Book allows for a sidewalk abutting to a roadway as long as it's a curb.
So it meets the standards.
Yes, it does.
This is, and I respect my colleague's statement about that safety, safety, safety. But if you're using it in an area that has tens of thousands of people walking because they go to school there and they're all walking and I see them every single day, I'm gonna be, you know what? Don't take my word for it. Because there's a lack of trust and faith amongst the colleagues on the commission. I'm gonna take it from the residents who are here. Do you think that you have more people walking on your street, or do you think my area, University of Miami, has more people walking every single day? What do you think? My area, right?
But Mayor, doesn't your area have roundabouts and traffic circles to slow down the traffic?
But if I may.
Just saying.
But that's a good point, by the way. And if we finally are able to stop this, they will have a roundabout and they will have medians and they will have traffic calming, which is also part of this plan. And it's been pushed back because we want to do it all together in one fell swoop to save money and not have to regrade that street. So thank you for bringing that up, Commissioner, because you make a good point, because that area will have the same amenities, especially in regards to comes to traffic calming. So, I think we've gone back and forth a lot on this issue. You've heard from the residents. Remember, residents first. And we've talked about this issue. You have an area which is literally less than a mile away where the same application is in place that has hundreds, if not thousands of people that are walking in this area every single day and using this area, and they face the curb on the sidewalk. And I have yet to see an accident in that area. And I welcome Melissa and Hermes through the manager for you to be able to provide crash data, if there is any, when it comes to my neighborhood, because I'd like to understand that.
So if you all haven't had the opportunity to look at what the crash data was in the 2-block area, I asked the Assistant City Manager Gomez to provide that, and there was only one crash in that section, and then one on the bridge, and you can provide the detail on that and the report and a summary of the report.
Yes, ma'am. There's only, in the 3-year period that we analyzed, there was only one crash in that 2-block segment. It was a single vehicle. The driver, according to the police report, was fatigued, ran off the road and hit a tree. I should point out that if the sidewalk had been there with the curb, more than likely that vehicle would have been attenuated. He would have hit the curb and would have redirected him and probably not hit the tree.
But does that include folks that veer off the road that don't hit a tree? Because there are a lot of people that veer off the road, catch themselves, and then they're back. So my concern is not so much how many cars have hit trees, but the reality that we live in a world that people are distracted on their phones, or they're tired, or they're trying to get someplace and they veer off the road. And then they come back. But if somebody's on the edge of the road, they're in danger. That's my issue. It's not how many people hit the tree. It's the reality is that we live in a society where people are preoccupied, and we've all been in traffic. So that's my concern. And when I met with residents recently, they mentioned to me a buffer, creating a buffer, which I'm open to listening to. But traffic studies is great, and I'm glad that hopefully the driver was well, but people veer off the road. And where the mayor lives, there are traffic circles and roundabouts. It slows traffic down. But even the residents themselves say people hate to use the expression, haul ass on Alhambra. So we're comparing sort of apples and oranges, and we need to find a solution. And the solution, we have extreme views and data being thrown out, but we live in a reality world. And that's what I want to address.
If I may answer to you, because you made a comment there that's not true. The apples and orange comment, it's not true. If the chief, Mr. Chief, Mr. Police Chief, may you come up here 1 second. You were standing up, so I decided to call you. So, but, we'll, I promise I'll make it very brief.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
I promise very brief. How many times have I called you or complained to you about the people that, in the words of Commissioner Menendez, haul ass down my block?
This week?
So let me tell you something, just so you get this straight. First off, you don't live on my block. Okay, I would never talk about your block.
How intimidating this guy tries to be.
Because I don't know about your block. I just don't.
I mean, your street is a public right of way. If you want to block me from that, feel free.
No,
but
but
it's
I'm
a street.
I'm not blocking you, but I have a little bit of a more intimate knowledge. And I'm not intimidating you. I'm just giving you the facts.
I just thought you were a fruit expert.
No, but
The
it's
way you
okay.
look at people. The way you look at people.
Yeah, that's life.
A majority, I would say
But my
this,
point
I
is
would
that-
say this for this conversation, is the majority of the accidents that we're seeing, or the increase of the accidents, is distracted driving, whether it be, and there's been a push from the Chiefs Association to do away with, phones and texts and things like that. As the Assistant City Manager said, any kind of a curbing does geometrically kind of push a car back into it or back into play. But most of our single car accidents are people that are distracted, and that's whether it's a curb or, and if you've seen some of the circles that you're referring to around the university, the 3.2 miles of sidewalk around the university, I happen to know that only because I used to jog it. That there is a lot of that damage done to those circles on a regular basis for people that aren't paying attention.
So my point is, you get to the next point. If you look at, for example, on San Amaro, you look at on Miller, you'll see that a lot of those circles, the signs are down, the landscaping is trampled over, has to be replaced continuously because people take them. People take them. No matter how many reflectors you put on them or the trees, they're blown. They blow right through them. I think a lot of it has to do with the level of intoxication and people coming home late, they can't see, or there's an issue. Now, I know my neighborhood like they know their neighborhoods very, very well. Every single day, I'm outside. My neighbors are talking to me about issues and what they're facing. There is no other neighborhood, in my opinion, that has that amount of foot traffic because of the amount of entities that are there, like I mentioned to you before, and the activity. If it's not church at 8 in the morning, it's church at 8 o'clock at night. If it's not Doctor's Hospital, it's Riviera Country Club. If it's not Riviera Country Club, it's Lennar. If it's not UM, where kids are coming in and out of class, and then you have grad school at night, and then you have law school at night, and you have medical school at night, it's the constant rotation of people coming in and out. And not to mention the amount of cut-through traffic where people are avoiding 57th Avenue, people are avoiding Miller, and they're trying to find a way around the city. So a lot of the traffic that comes through them. And one of the issues that we've had there before, and I've told you, and you can elaborate a little bit from my colleagues, because they're not in the neighborhood, and I don't expect them to know. Just like if you ask me what's going on in Commissioner Menendez's neighborhood, I don't know. I use it now as a cut-through to avoid the traffic that's happening on that street when I have to come through that area. But I barely ever go through that area. So we have an issue with foreign plates from dignitaries, from consulates, correct?
Correct.
I don't want to mention who they are, where they all have beautiful race cars, and they use San Amaro as a race car. And I've had this conversation with you, to the point that they reach speeds of 70, 80 miles an hour. And we've had issues where the police has chased them down into the University of Miami and had right or wrong.
Correct.
And we've dealt with these issues. So, and it's always the same culprits, and we have very limited ability to do something because of their status. So I'm of the belief, if my colleagues don't want the curb and the residents want something else, we're at a gridlock, we move on. We leave it the way it is, and that's it. And people don't get a curb, and we move on. We live to fight another day. That's it.
Right. The biggest area, to your point, Mayor and Commissioners, of pedestrian vehicle interaction is around the Granada Golf Course. That is the two areas around campus and around the golf course, which has been, as long as I've been here, we've had fatalities. And again, putting up a wall is not necessarily.
And what did we do with the sidewalk there? We put in a landscape buffer around it.
The problem is on that situation is runners and joggers want to stay on the golf course as opposed to using the sidewalk. And that becomes a much bigger problem for us on the enforcement side.
Another issue there, because driving that area when the sun's going down, is folks are crossing Granada on the crosswalks. Mm-hmm. But since the lighting is poor, most people can't see the people crossing. So that's another issue I may bring back for discussion down the road, because with the number of people that are walking, when the sun goes down or it starts to go down, the lighting is so poor that people think that they have the right of way. They would have the right of way if the drivers can actually see them.
We actually have a meeting with the Vice Mayor, I believe it's tomorrow, looking for additional traffic-related crosswalks and things from the state, and looking for specific high vehicle areas where to help an assistant pedestrian crossing, it's just a little bit more noticeable than the signs that we're using now. So that is part of our issue as well.
Good to hear.
The reason that I put this item on the agenda is because we cannot keep on kicking the can down the curb. We need to come into consensus, hopefully today. We do need sidewalks. As the mayor said, it's not about moving on. I'm not comfortable just moving on and not doing anything, leaving it as it is. The commission has committed to Vision Zero, and I think it's time we act with a mind of Vision Zero. I would also like to explore the possibilities of traffic calming, because I know that was some of the concerns some of the residents had there, and I don't know what, maybe we'll have another discussion item, or you could give some recommendations now.
Will you, Mr. Director, will you advise my colleague of what's been in the works for several years now, and has actually been approved at the county, and we've been working on this before the previous election?
So there is a traffic calming component part of this job, which in this particular case, because it's on a curve, so that kind of limits our ability to do things. We're proposing a median as you approach the bridge, kind of creates cars to kind of do something along that. And the idea was to add that before and after the bridge. And that's a traffic calming element that it's being proposed as part of this job. But obviously, depending on where the sidewalk goes, that design will change. We've sent several iterations to the county for the review, but we really need to resolution as to where's the sidewalk going to be, so that we can submit to the county whatever the final design is, so they can give us a blessing. And Commissioner, your comment about moving that pavement, it varies, is anywhere between 22 to 24 and change width. If we were to, let's say, that's wider than what it needs to be.
Part of it is shrinking the width of the pavement.
So let's say that rather than taking the pavement away from the west side, you basically shift it to the other side. We haven't looked at that geometry. You will still need a curb, because the buffer space that you need when you have a sidewalk next to a travel lane without a curb is a minimum of 6 feet, and you're never going to get that distance. Now, if we shift the entire alignment further along the east side, there may be the potential to maybe add a couple of feet of a grass swell in between the curb and the sidewalk, but we haven't analyzed that. So it's something that I couldn't tell you right now whether it's something that's going to work or not. One thing that is going to bring into this equation, until now, we only engage the residents on the one side that's going to be affected. We're now going to be impacting driveway approaches. Some of them are decorative on the other side if we go that route. I'm sorry?
And trees.
And there's some other trees on that area, so we may need to loop in.
The trees there are tiny trees. Remember, we looked into it for the potential of moving the sidewalk to the other side, on the opposite side.
Yeah. So we will have to look at it closely. That's not something that shifting in that way we've looked at. It's possible, but we don't. I couldn't tell you right now whether that will work or not. And obviously, we have to engage those residents now.
I have a quick question in terms of a curve.
Yes.
Because I mentioned last meeting a case in Disney that a car hit, elevated, and it sort of took off. Because you've heard the expression, car jumped the curve.
Yes.
At what height or what elevation do we minimize, Joe, if you chime in? I just want to make sure that, and there was a lawsuit, somebody lost their life, hit the curb and the car took off, airborne. So I just want to make sure that whatever solution is found, that we are identify and address all the possible scenarios for safety reasons. I'm just, it's a reality.
It's Joe. The height of the curb, 6 inches, has been set based on years and years of engineering research. That is the height that's best. That car that vaulted over that sidewalk had to have hit it at a pretty good clip in terms of speed and at a certain angle in order to be able to achieve that. Because normally the 6-inch curb does provide that attenuation. So if a car is kind of veering off because he's dozing off, it'll bring you back. So that 6-inch, if you go any higher than that, that becomes an obstruction. Now you're introducing a physical hazard on the road.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
And just for reference, there are some areas in downtown Miami that have 8-inch curbs. They're ancient, and that's not really a standard anymore.
So if you look at other areas, for example, because you said in my neighborhood there's roundabouts. So if you look at areas, for example, on Camposano, there isn't roundabouts on Camposano. There isn't also roundabouts on Ponce,
Yes.
in that area. So there's long stretches that don't have roundabouts, where the curb is literally right on, where the sidewalk is literally on the curb. So it's there. If you like, through the manager's office, you can provide through the police chief, get the documentation, so it comes from a reputable source, and provide the commission with how many accidents have occurred in my area, in that whole area of University of Miami, and get an understanding of what are the actual reports, and send it to us to see whether there's been incidents with bikers, issues with runners, any interactions with the car in regards to those curbs. If you have them, great.
We actually do that.
So tell me, so go ahead, I'd love to know.
We actually have them in the presentation, if you want.
Okay, perfect, great.
So while you're working on it, I just want to add, at the corner of Alhambra Circle and Sevilla, at the southeast corner, we have curbing. The reason we have curbing is there's not enough distance between the sidewalk and that. Do we have Shield 6 data on the speeds going through this 2-block area? And if we do, are the speeds that are being reached fast enough to jump a curb? Because I know from my unfortunate experience being in an automobile accident on a turnpike and the vehicle hit the wall, the officer there said, it wouldn't have gone over because it's engineered not to go over. But you really have to be going at extreme speeds sometimes to be going over those walls on a turnpike. And by the same token, there has to be a speed ratio that you would have to reach to get over the curb, the angle you hit it, et cetera, to be able to go over a curb like that. Do you have that data?
So even if we did have shield data from before, and I can't recollect off the top of my head what it would be, we did recently lower the speed limit at this location because, it's not a collector roadway south of Coral Way, so it's 25 miles an hour. The shield data that we would have had would have been back when it was 30. So we would have to collect it again to get, a more accurate representation of what it is. But I can pretty confidently say that in most locations throughout the city where we have collected shield data, we haven't seen, speeds where you would expect somebody to jump a curb. Technically.
We can't keep on kicking the can down the curb. I think we need to come into, it's not fair for these residents to keep on with the same subject and nothing to happen.
So
What are we thinking?
what's being proposed is a combination of measures to slow down traffic together with the installment of sidewalks? Is that a package?
So the overall plan will eventually, let's just say the decision is made not to move forward any sidewalk, then we will continue to work with the traffic calming element, whether we do sidewalk or not. That was something that was actually in the works from before. However, if there's going to be a sidewalk, it makes more sense for us to do it all together. And also, you're looking at pavement. I'm gonna redo a pavement, then I'm gonna do it again, depending on the option, right? So from our perspective, we just need direction from the commission, how you want us to proceed. Melissa has a couple of extra slides when they looked at the crash data in this section of the corridor, and then also on the San Amaro.
If you want me to go over the data, I can do it really quick. Basically, I have 3 different slides. 2 of them are for San Amaro, 1 of them is Alhambra, just to show a comparison between the 2. We used a length that, yes, it's beyond the limits of this sidewalk project, but we wanted to capture like a comparative length between the 2 to be able to show like the crash data. And basically from within the last 3 years, from north of Palermo to Supera, we had a total of 8 crashes in that time frame of 3 years. There were no pedestrian or bicycle crashes on Alhambra Circle, and there were 3 injury crashes and 0 fatalities. And just for the record, there's an average daily traffic on this length of roadway of about 4,600 vehicles per day. Now, comparing.
One of the questions was on the segment.
Oh, for this segment, just to refresh. So if you look, can't really, I don't know if you can point. If you can see that green dot just above the water, that's Salvatierra. That was the one that the assistant city manager was referring to, where the car veered off the road and hit a tree. And then those 2 blue circles are where they hit the bridge. So for San Amaro, comparing to Alhambra Circle, about the same length. We were looking north of Certosa to basically Ponce. The data showed that there was about 41 crashes within that time frame, compared to, I think it was 8, on Alhambra Circle. There were 2 pedestrian and 2 bicycle crashes. However, these pedestrians were not on the sidewalk. They were actually crossing within the crosswalk. And it was a driveway. They were and pedestrians walking through a driveway. They walked into a driveway. There were 7 injury crashes and 0 fatalities. The average daily traffic on San Amaro is about
3 times more.
Yes, 12,000 vehicles per day.
So my point was before, like I was telling my colleagues to my left, I have a very distinct understanding of my neighborhood, like anybody would, because when you walk outside, you see it. You see it in front of you. It's right in front of your face. You see the amount of people walking, baby carriages, people using bikes, scooters, skateboards. There's a lot of activity. And it works. And it works in one form or another. Is it perfect? Far from it. But it works in that area.
From our perspective, we're just looking for direction, however the commission would like us to proceed.
Hermes, do you mind if I speak to the curb and have public comment?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. First speaker is Nicole Puerto.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Nicole Puerto, and I'm at 3430 Alhambra Circle. Thank you for your time today. The majority of our neighbors are here, and we voted over the summer for an option that worked well for us, that preserved the trees and the canopy in our neighborhood, that was safe, because I doubt your colleagues would propose anything that is not safe for the city of Coral Gables residents. And I just would like that to be upheld. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Katie Ariola.
Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you guys for having me, and I appreciate all you do for our city all the time. I'm at 3416 Alhambra, and I just heard about this meeting the other day. I was aware, the last I heard was we had voted for the one along the curb. And I think, that was great. That was sent out to us. I believe it was about a year and a half ago that the mayor was walking around in our neighborhood and came to our door. And we were actually really looking forward to having a sidewalk. We do think it's needed. And on that same point, I've lived in this house 4 years, and before that, I was 21 year down in your neighborhood, which was just a little bit south. I was on Certosa, and I agree, much more traffic in that area. And also that segment of Alhambra, also from Bird South, needs a curb as well, just on that note, because it's very hard to get around with all those things. But I agree with my neighbors. We want to protect the trees. We all agreed on a plan for the sidewalk, and I hope that would come to fruition if possible, or if not, the trees, they said they were fair condition. I mean, the ones that are near our house are beautiful big trees, been here longer probably than the city has been in existence. So as much as we could protect that, that'd be great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Matilda Calaveshi.
Good afternoon.
Matilda Calaveshi, 3400 Alhambra Circle.
Jesse Pelletier, her husband, 3400 Alhambra Circle. I'd like to thank the mayor, vice mayor, and all the commissioners here today. We appreciate your time. We voted unanimously as a neighborhood on the ballot, and we would really like to have this vote respected. Mr. Rodriguez is going to make some very significant comments as to the democratic process and what that means for our city, so I'll let him speak there. I'd like to make two types of appeals. One would be first to the actual beauty of Alhambra Circle. Has anybody considered this as residents? We believe it is equivalent in beauty to Granada, to Coral Way. It's something that Mr. Merrick would be very proud of. We do not want destruction in the neighborhood. We would like to preserve our trees. We happen to be the neighbors impacted who also have to have our driveways rerouted. That's not something that we're very interested in. So there is an aesthetic appeal that everybody here needs to hear, and we believe we have found that solution. Secondly, one of the issues we have there is, we have a young daughter, and I like her to ride her bike. We are on the corner of Alhambra Circle and Trevino. And I have to teach her, unfortunately, to keep her head up all the time, remain very vigilant. If she's going to ride her bike, we can only ride the bike at certain times. I've had to teach her how to ditch a bike if someone's going to come around if traffic is going to come quickly from 57th or from Alhambra Circle. Routinely, I'm sure you're all historians in some way, you're all in government. We've heard about a pincer movement known in World War II. This is what we have in our area. We have traffic coming over down Trevino from 57th that moves at very high speed, and you have the same problem in Alhambra Circle. So from a perspective of first principles, like, what are we doing? Why are we even having a discussion about bringing more foot traffic to this area before we have traffic calming measures implemented? So I'd just like us all to think about that. And the idea might be that you have to do everything at once, but things have very unintended consequences. It's not intended that traffic drives quickly through Alhambra Circle, but it does. And so whatever measures you have in combination with the sidewalk, calming measures in combination with the sidewalk may not work. They may not work. It's best to calm the traffic first, have a period of reassessment, and then intellectually consider next steps.
And I would also like to add that the location is what it is, and that cannot be changed. We are on a street that's a feeder to 57th. So whether there's a sidewalk or not, traffic is going to be present. So that's why traffic calming is important. Is the sidewalk important? Possibly, but like my husband said, unless we get to the root of traffic calming, unless we get to a solution where cars are more responsible when they're driving, I don't think having a sidewalk is going to matter.
Thank you. Thank you.
Roland Rodriguez.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you again. I've met with all the commissioners. Thank you for your time. Again, I've been up here multiple times, and I think what's frustrating, what still hasn't been answered, is what happened to our ballots. On May 21st, you all reviewed the ballot that was going to go out. We received it. We voted for it. And then in July, or in September, we voted in July. September commission, it gets here. All of a sudden now a mysterious third option is requested. It was, you guys were given all the options, we got the ballots, we submitted them, and then it's all gone. It's, who's kicking the can down the road? We selected option one, and I think that's what we want, and we're very clear on what we want. We're not the ones kicking the can down the road. So that's my question, what's the validity of our ballots? I think it was very clear. There's been other stuff, collector roads, questioning of whether this is a collector road or not. Well, just to end that discussion, federal functional classification mandate, blown up. Alhambra Circle is a local road, it's not a collector road. And it's available to everybody through the websites. Rhetoric, there's been a lot of rhetoric. I don't know if it's rhetoric or if it's true feelings. And in regards to safety, right? And I'm truly sorry, like Mr. Serrano mentioned, yes, there's people get hurt. Yes, I work on roadways all the time. Unfortunately, I deal with fatalities, major fatalities on interstates. They're not our pretty sight. However, we design on data. We're giving data, we design on data, not on feelings. Yes, there's always safety concern, but the data reveals what the safety is and how to design a project. It's a beautiful street. Now you want to possibly remove 8 trees. I mean, now one resident says, oh, we got to keep Alhambra, the beautiful street that it is, but now we're going to kill 7 trees. Arborist reports, I think we can all agree, they're not held to any liability in their opinions. We can get an arborist report that shows what? That it's different than what your arborist says, right? So are they liable? How liable are we going to hold the arborists? South of the bridge, I think at this point we demand a comprehensive approach to the bridge, to Alhambra. I know Mr. Serrano said let's go 2.3 miles from the bridge to Douglas. Well, let's go 2.6. Let's go 2.6 from Bird to Douglas. Let's give it a comprehensive approach from Bird Road all the way through, because how's he safely going to get to my side of the bridge if he has the same problem I'm having right now? I don't think, and I think it's clear, the design criteria has been met. There's data that shows it that's presented by Public Works. A curb and gutter is a safe manner to approach a design and sidewalks. Just like you have guardrail, you have curb that'll deviate a car from going over. It's got to be at a certain speed. This is all historical data that's been going on for years in the Florida Green Book. It's not something new. So I don't know what direction this is taking. Again, we don't want to kick this on the road. We think we've been very clear, and before we even make a decision, what happened to our ballots? I've been asking for months, what happened to my ballots? Nobody can answer that. I think like Mrs. Cruz stated multiple times, listen to the people, right? So how are you listening to the people? We have 4 residents here that are directly impacted by this sidewalk. Nobody's listening to the people here. I don't know how much further. I've requested public documents, 1,700 pages of emails involving one resident. Very interesting read, if you get to it. I mean, I don't have the time to read all of them, but I think he's become a burden to our city, if you ask me. So I think we're very clear. You have our ballots. And I don't know what direction this vote is going to take or what this discussion, because it's slated as a discussion. But if our votes are not upheld, I think we're prepared to say, no, we don't want the sidewalk. Let's find a more comprehensive approach, which includes south of the bridge, which I guarantee you're going to have similar, if not worse, problems than what you're having right now in my section of the road. You have bigger trees, you have less right-of-way, you have bigger concerns there. So that's all I have.
So let me ask you something. What you're saying is if it's not on the curb, you prefer no sidewalk?
At this time, yeah, we have the option. It's a collective road, and like it's stated before, at this time we don't think our approach is being looked at or considered. We just bought this home. For us, this is our forever home. We're going to be here for a long time, and we don't want this option just shoved down our throat. We want an option that we agree upon and that is safe. And I think option 1 is safe. We all think it's option 1 is safe. The engineers show you it's safe. The data shows you it's safe. So let's stop kicking the can down the road and value or validate our ballots. Otherwise, why were the ballots issued? I don't understand.
I understand 100% what you're saying and about democracy, but sometimes when we feel safety is a concern, that's where the ballots. Okay, right, so option 3 was requested before the ballots and it wasn't offered, and I'm sorry for that.
I got it.
We all decided on one option. So it's not like we were given 3 options. We were given 2 options. We were given 3 options. There wasn't no sidewalk option, but we said no to that, and we acknowledged that there was a need in the community, and said yes. But now you're going back and saying that wasn't valid. It was your governing body that issued that vote, not us. We didn't make it up.
So let's do this. Okay.
One last thing, sorry. Feelings don't design safety. Feelings, data does.
Okay.
Can I ask you a quick question? Because, and I think in every walk of life, in business, government, you have to make a decision. But you don't make a decision, you want to make sure that your final decision, be it design for a building, design for a road, be it anything for a school, you want to make sure that that final decision, because there's no going back, is the best decision. Right. It may be a good decision, but like everything else in life, even in parenting, you want to make sure it's the best decision.
Yes.
So I understand the frustration that it's been taking a long time, but if it's been taking a long time, it's because there's an effort to find the best decision. And maybe the best decision is right in front of us. But until everybody at least comes to the conclusion that they feel that all alternatives have been reviewed, then that's our goal, find the best. And yes, it's safe, but is it the safest? So we're looking for the safest option.
So,
and that's what we're doing. We're just looking for the best solution.
Excuse me. But hold on. Wait. Hold. Listen, please. Please, if we can, please. I just want to remain a little bit of order in the meeting here. Look, this is. I understand, and I respect you. Trust me. I'm trying to do the best that I can. Okay. This has become politicized. Okay, this is no longer about sidewalks. It's no longer about whether the sidewalk placement is.
Could you explain yourself, Mayor, what you mean by politicized, please? Because if you're addressing us, I find it very offensive.
Okay. What they would want me to do is they would want me to answer that question. We're not going to answer that question because this is not going to become the circus that they want it to become. What I'm telling you is this is.
I move for a recess.
I'll second.
Well, we were just going to come all up because you're all.
Taken. It's a motion to second. No. You need a vote. You need a vote. Yes, you do. Commissioner, you need a vote. So, excuse me. You need a vote. So the one that doesn't understand Robert's rules is you. So listen to me.
We're taking a vote.
Let's be mindful and respectful.
No.
Listen,
we are going to take a step outside. I'm going to ask you, please, step outside. I'm going to walk into my office. We're going to have a 5-minute meeting. We're going to come back. Okay. This has become politicized because we don't face what has to happen here. We have to make a tough decision. Not everybody's going to be happy. I started this process 3 or 4 years ago in an effort to connect 2 blocks of a sidewalk to a bridge. And we talked about it. And then the whole point was that in the future to hopefully be able to then address the other south section of Alhambra, which went all the way to Bird Road, in a slow process to address sidewalks, just like we're doing in Blue Road. Okay? So my point is simple. Trying to deliver this for the community. The options are we either cut the trees down, which the residents don't want. We meander around the project and find a location for the sidewalks, which is not going to make everybody happy. Or we discuss the issue of the curbs. when the answers of safety have not suited certain narratives, they've been attacked. Staff, and I have to stick up for staff and for Hermes and for Melissa. Staff would never, ever, ever bring anything forward that would jeopardize the safety of the residents. Okay? So let's come to my office, we're gonna have a conversation, and at the end of the day, this is something like I've told you before. We may just have to move on without sidewalks because it's become not about the sidewalk location, it's about going against something that was implemented a few years ago. So if you'd like, I'm gonna take a 5-minute recess, we'll come back and we can have a conversation, okay? Thank you very much. All right. All right, so we had a little break. I'd like for the resident on Alhambra, he'd like to provide a few words in regards to an option and some other documentation that he has on behalf of the residents.
So again, on behalf of the residents, we had reviewed option one, the balloted version that was sent out in July. We've been clear, and that's what we want. I think everything has shown that it's a safe alternative. If you notice, I stopped it at that point, and I think we wanted to see where this is going. What's the final decision on it, because it's going to affect the rest of my life in my home. And so it's very important to me, and that's why I've been here devoting my time to this. So we didn't have it, but now, again, I don't know which direction the commission is going with this, but if option one is not selected, which is our option, this is what we're ready to present. This is our resident petition against sidewalk implementation due to governance issues and ballot acknowledgement failure. To the City Commission of Coral Gables, we, the undersigned residents impacted by Alhambra Circle project, formally petition against a proposal to install sidewalks in our community. This decision raises serious concerns, particularly given the unresolved issues surrounding governance and transparency. Disregard of the July 2024 ballots. Many residents actively participated in the ballot submission process regarding this issue in July 2024. However, there has been no formal acknowledgement or transparency about the outcome of these ballots. This lack of acknowledgement undermines a democratic process and raises doubts about the validity of the decision-making process. Safety. City Commission chose to ignore a unanimous ballot citing safety concerns. There has been no verified justification for these claims other than unsubstantiated rhetoric. Safety data provided by Public Works along Alhambra Circle and Santa Maura for the past 3 years shows no data that would raise safety concerns. Our balloted option meets all required safety and design parameters allowed by Florida engineering standards. Lack of accountability. There has been a consistent lack of accountability, communication, and accountability from the Commission regarding the proposed sidewalk project. Key questions raised by us concerning project oversight, long-term maintenance plans have either been inadequately addressed or completely ignored. Moreover, undue influence has been given to a single Coral Gables resident who would not be directly impacted by the project. The installation of sidewalks, while beneficial in some communities, cannot be justified without clear governance and proper consideration for existing conditions, proper engineering judgment, residents' votes and opinions. Until these issues are addressed, we firmly oppose any further movement on this project. We demand immediate action to rectify the failure to acknowledge the July 2024 ballots and ask for a full and transparent review of the entire process. Additionally, we demand a full comprehensive approach and sidewalk design along Alhambra Circle from Bird Road to San Rafael Avenue. Only after such steps are taken should any further discussion about sidewalk implementation proceed. Respectfully signed, the residents along Coral Gables, along Alhambra Circle, Coral Gables.
Based upon your comments and the extensive discussion from the residents in that area, it's incumbent upon this commission to move forward and honor the ballots of the residents. It's a safe design and moved for option one to be implemented.
I'll second it.
Before moving forward, Mr. Mayor, I still have additional members of the public who have requested to speak on this item.
Yes, sir.
Next speaker is Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I'm sitting here and I'm still trying to figure out how we jump from Alhambra sidewalks to San Amaro sidewalks. But since San Amaro was mentioned, and since I have lived in my house since 1976, that's 48 years, and two of my daughters were born while we were living there, and my parents who lived with me at the time used to take them around. I can talk. I haven't lived there 12 years or 13 or 15, 48 years as of July 22nd, this past July. If you live on Miller like I do, you can take the baby carriage, you can take the wheelchairs, you can take the kids walking, you can take the mopeds, the bicycles, etc., from Red Road all the way to Ancona. And then we don't have a sidewalk. We have to go across the street to use the sidewalk that the university built, because from Ancona to Urbino and another block, I forget what the other street is, there's no sidewalks. So when we talk about sidewalks in front of my house, yes, in front of my house, I have a sidewalk, I have a swale, I have a curb. In front of the church, there's a sidewalk, there's a swale, there's parking. But from Ancona to Urbino, there's no sidewalk. Okay, so you would have to cross San Amaro, and I'm glad that some of you mentioned how fast the kids drive around there. You would have to cross San Amaro to get on the other side. But the interesting thing that caught my attention was that we mentioned, we meaning the mayor, we mentioned that there are sidewalks on that side, and there's no issues. Of course not. The span of sidewalk that he was talking about is wider than the normal sidewalks. That's why there's no swale there. But if you turn, if you turn into Camposano, the sidewalks are skinnier, and then there's a swale. Okay, the street, the sidewalks across from Mr. Lago, Mayor Lago, there's no issue that the sidewalk is next to the street, because it's so wide that you can put two baby carriages at the same time. Okay, so why would I walk next to the street if I have a span next to me that I don't have to be next to the street? So that argument was not valid. Okay, comparing San Amaro to Alhambra is comparing, I guess, Miller to US 1. There's absolutely no comparison. And if you go south on San Amaro, the university does have sidewalks and they have parking. Okay, doesn't compare to people walking on the street either. And when we talk about doctors, there's no sidewalks around doctors. So people do not walk around doctors. There's no sidewalks on Camposano. So on the other side of Camposano, other than the university side, there's no sidewalks there. Okay, so this business of people walking in our neighborhood, because it happens to be my neighborhood too. I've only lived there for 48 years. Okay, and 3 kids grew up there, and I have 2 granddaughters, and I have one granddaughter that goes to the Richter library, and she has to cross the street. Okay, so I can talk about that area. The comparison doesn't relate to you. Ignore it.
So let me answer the question, because what Maria Cruz stated there was beyond false on every single front. Okay, look. Number one, what she's stating is, I'm going to put my address on the record, 5200 San Amaro Drive. Okay. She's stating that I have in front of my house, I'm missing a sidewalk. Mr. Manager.
Yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt you. I apologize.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
So, please, I would love to have a sidewalk in front of my house. I've been asking it for years. You can put it in front one. Okay. Thank you. So that's number one. Number two, what I would love to see is sidewalks run all the way down San Amaro. But whether it's in front or it's whether it's in front of my property or across from the property, at the end of the day, it's still going to be used. And I actually prefer to have the sidewalk in front of my house. You want to know why? So that when I open my door, I don't have people on top of my door because they're going from driveway to driveway. Especially people with baby carriages and people who are coming to the neighborhood to work. I've had open the door in the morning, 5 in the morning, and I have people who, instead of walking on the grass, they walk on my driveway, which is perfectly fine. I understand that. I've even had people standing in my driveway in an effort to get out of the rain. So the simple thing is, I love to see a sidewalk in front of my property. We should all have sidewalks. I think it's great. And I also recommend that we have sidewalks from Alhambra to Blue Road. And no, we do not. We do not have sidewalks, for example, where my father-in-law lived until he passed away 2 years ago from a very tragic disease that when I would walk him around the corners, when I would walk him around the neighborhood, I would have to go onto the street in Alhambra and then go to the nearest street over so we can get out of the immense amount of traffic that was on Alhambra. You cannot go from Bird Road to the Blue Road open space because there is no sidewalks there. There should be sidewalks. But what you see there is an attempt, an intimidation attempt to say, well, the mayor doesn't have sidewalks in front of his house. I do. I have sidewalks on Urbino. I'm just missing a small sliver in front. And I would love to have a sidewalk in front of my house. So I welcome it. I welcome my public works team here to, if they can put it for a sidewalk in front of my house, I welcome it. I think it'd be great for the community as a whole. So,
all right,
sir.
Thanks.
So,
Mayor, we're not done yet.
Yeah.
We have additional speakers.
I know.
I'm
next
sorry
speaker-
to interrupt. I know we have a
You
petition.
give
I've read it.
that to the clerk.
I don't know what to do with it.
Give that to the clerk.
Thank you, sir. All right, so next speaker, Mr. Mayor, is going to be on Zoom, going with Robert Ruano.
Mr.
Good afternoon.
Ruano. Yes, sir.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. So, a lot of stuff going on, a lot of stuff to address. But first, I'd like to ask the clerk, please, since I'm not there and I'm sorry that I can't be there with you today, Mr. Clerk, please, if I am rebutted, because I often am when I speak, can you please allow me to answer? Because my name has been mentioned several times and the mayor may rebut some of the things I have to say. First of all, before I speak, I would like to answer. There was a question about public records request, and I would like to, because last time I spoke in person, there was a public records request on a document that I handed Commissioner Castro, and I'll be sharing it with the commission later today. But it's very simple. I'll read it to you. It's an email, June 4th, 2020, from Vince Lago to Chelsea Grinnell, Ed Santa Maria, Peter Iglesias, Mayor Ramos, copying J.C. Diaz-Padrón, Ariel Fernandez, and Maria Cruz. And it says, Chelsea, please place a discussion item, quote, curbing in the neighborhoods on the July commission. Please advise if any of my colleagues would like to co-sponsor. Best regards, Vince Lago. And I just mentioned that obviously because I saw that there was a public records request, and I am not going to opine on the mayor's motivation, but I will just tell you that that's what happened. And I feel really bad because some neighbors are against me and feel that I am maybe against them or their ability to live and love Coral Gables like I do. But it is right. This process has been politicized, and I'm afraid I politicized it. And I did this actually in December of 2021 when I had a conversation with the mayor, and I asked him to please restart this project that we've been talking about since 2014 with sidewalks, and then in 2019 and 2020. Please restart this project 2 blocks away from my home. And he met me out there with the public works director, I believe Melissa Desaya. And one of the first things the mayor said, oh, if they don't want the sidewalk in front of the house, we'll tell them we'll put it against the road. And I remember telling him, Mayor, what are you doing? Like, first of all, a sidewalk is a sidewalk. Everybody starts from the point of a sidewalk goes against the property line behind the trees, and then they move from there. In every instance in the city, that's what they do. Some examples people say, I've heard Lejeune or Biltmore Way, where the sidewalk is against the street with a curb. Wow. Yes, they are also against the property line because those roads were expanded. So I'm sorry I politicized it, but let's get back to the reality and the facts at hand. I'd like to thank the staff for developing a sidewalk plan for Alhambra that makes sense. Also to thank this commission for voting unanimously, 5 of 5, to develop a sidewalk plan with sidewalks against the property line, where the public works director has stated would be the safest place for a sidewalk. The administration will tell you today that this safest option will be to the demise of the most trees on this section of the options. Currently 7 trees with a modified option. The reality is that with a little creativity, option 3 would only have to remove 2 trees already designated by the city hired arborist to be removed. Other trees could be saved with the redesign of a small section against the road in front of a particular tree. Sorry, so thirsty. Others could be saved by ramping or the use of other materials in areas where roots might impede a sidewalk. Finally, the city's plan envisions at the narrowest a 5-foot sidewalk, though they could go to 3 feet in small sections, again confirmed by Public Works. Keep in mind that the city's own plans call for replacing the black olives in this section with native trees. A lot of residents ask for them to be removed because of their droppings. Regardless, these trees provide a wonderful canopy, oxygen, and energy savings, to name just a few. With a revised option 3, the city could 2 failing trees and could plant an additional 4 trees in those and other sections, a net of 4 trees. A few neighbors, on the other hand, will tell you that the best option is a new curb with a sidewalk against the road. They will tell you that this is the best option because they were asked to vote and that this is what they want. That because they voted to change the character of this historic road, of a road with thousands of residents, mind you, with the least safe and most expensive of 3 options of sidewalks that will connect 2.3 miles of sidewalk, then the city should listen to them. I'm sorry, but I disagree. It is my opinion, and just mine, but also informed by best practices, studies, and standards. It is my opinion that you should tell the administration to build the sidewalk you told them to build last time, with minor modifications to save trees, with the understanding that a sidewalk belongs against the property line, and every effort should be made to put them there. Thank you, and have a good day.
Mr. Clerk, for the record, Mr. Ruano had 5 minutes total to speak. He was not interrupted. Moving on.
That's him. Oh, I'm sorry. Jackson Rip Holmes, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Holmes.
Greetings. I know it's, I'm sticking my neck out because if you get someone who's talking too much, at some point you want to tell them, you cool your jets. But I've heard from the people who are on Alhambra Circle, and by and large they've said that their first priority is to get the traffic calming, that's the most urgent need. And I know there are countervailing things about if we do it all at once, we save money or this or that. I personally am really aghast at the idea of putting a sidewalk where children would walk literally next to traffic. I mean, why don't we all commit suicide? I apologize for that. What I'm urging consideration of is what I get the consensus of this group is to just move forward with the traffic calming now, which is the most important issue for safety. And then the other items can fall into place later. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, as the sponsor, what is the will?
I think there's a motion and there's a second on the table.
Will you reiterate your motion?
That wasn't my motion, it was Anderson's.
I move to move forward with option 1. These residents have spoken. Our traffic engineers have spoken. The curbing is a safe option. The engineering shows that the speed that would have to be reached for someone to jump this curb, and Ms. Desires, if you could assist us with this, would be in excess of what we normally see in our city, including on this street. It is a safe option to take out 75-year-old trees, which none of us sitting here today will be able to see something replaced like that that's healthy, and risk these trees falling over by chopping, anchoring roots. I don't think is an appropriate option. We have an obligation, the city has an obligation to provide accessibility throughout our city. Cities throughout South Florida have been sued for lacking accessibility. including failure to provide a safe route over a bridge in this area. It's totally lacking it. This is an important step to be able to provide a route for an individual with disability to get across the pedestrian bridge. Right now, there's none. It's much more dangerous now. At the same time, the traffic calming can be installed. It can be engineered to work with the curbing. The curbing will help keep the cars, redirect the cars away from the pedestrians and onto the bridge.
Okay.
I have a home with a traffic circle and curbing, and no one, since that curbing has been put in, has jumped the curbing. I'm 1 block from Lejeune. I've seen a number of times in which all the traffic from Lejeune has been redirected onto my street, and despite that, no one has jumped it. Without the curbing, they have, but with the curbing, they have not. So yes, that's the motion. Move
I have a
forward.
question for staff. When was the last time a study was done in terms of the speed by which cars drive down that area?
I believe it's probably been several years.
Okay.
And probably predates back when the speed limit was 30 miles per hour. So we can work with the police department to put some of the shield and gather some of the data. Something that's up to date.
Because everybody's in agreement that not only the flow, the speeding has been an issue. It's an issue the whole city, we all know that, but since we're addressing that portion of Alhambra Circle, I think it's important for the city to also quantify the numbers, particularly for that area.
But my understanding is that a decision has to be made as to where the sidewalk's going to go before we can take a look at doing the dividers, correct, for speed reduction.
The data we can collect at any moment, the decision, yes, we would like to make a decision, or the decision could be no sidewalk at all, and we could still move forward with the traffic calming.
We can do that. All right, so we have a motion and a second.
So I'm going to just add to that for you all, since I'm 1 block off Lejeune and I frequently walk my dogs all the way up to Lejeune and back. The speed at which cars come off of Lejeune Road is sometimes 45 miles an hour. No one's jumped the curb.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Mr.
Vice
Clerk.
Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro.
Yeah, I want to put on the record and clear the air that it's not about listening to one specific resident, and there's not one resident to me that is more important than the other. You guys are all the same. And as for me, this is definitely not political. It's about safety. And when I say safety is because we've been addressed with recent deaths and injuries that have impacted our community. And I think maybe it's a little PTSD. And that's why we implemented the Vision Zero. I would be happy if maybe you could provide me an option, like with a little bit of a buffer. But as for my vote, that would be a no.
Commissioner Fernandez.
As I stated before, I cannot support the sidewalk on the curb unless there's some sort of buffer, so I'm a no.
Commissioner Menendez.
I promised the residents I want to find a solution when we met in my office, and I still stand by that. My points are, I just want to make sure that before any sidewalks are installed, that traffic calming is installed, not sidewalks and then 3 years later, traffic calming. We talked about a buffer in the break. During the break, I think a buffer is a must because even in the areas near the youth center, there's sidewalks, but there's a swale. That's a buffer. And the other thing, I think the staff mentioned the 2 trees that are not, I guess, in the best of conditions, to see if the trees are going to be removed because they're not healthy, to see if that could help in terms of creating buffers as well. So until those 3 points, we have a comprehensive plan to do the 3 things I mentioned. I'll vote no, but I'm open to vote yes if we can come up with a plan that has traffic calming, a buffer, and a good use of the land wherever the 2 trees are.
So let me rephrase the motion, because I'd assumed traffic calming would be put in, okay? And we talked about taking out the sickly tree near the bridge. on a prior occasion, and I suggested that. And there's another sickly one that is under canopy that is in poor condition. So that's 2 small trees, okay, that are in poor condition.
Right.
So-
I need staff to come up with a plan for a buffer. Like I said, it's a 3-pronged approach. We get to the
So,
3,
listen.
I'm ready to move forward. Well, we need a buffer, and until I hear that.
The buffer of some plants, if a car is going over there, which I can tell you statistically from my corner, they have not. And if you're not going over it, a block from Lejeune with people pulling around the corner the way they do, because you know the Lejeune traffic, it's 50, 55 miles per hour. So it's naturally going 45. A few blades of grass aren't going to make a difference. Okay? So I guess the safest thing is just stay in the house.
Mr. Clerk?
Mayor Lago.
All right, so to the residents, it's been a 3-year odyssey plus. I'm in favor of the project to deliver sidewalks to your community. Whether it's behind the trees, in front of the trees, the idea is to finally connect some sidewalks. I'm in favor of doing this project. We should move forward. We're also going to do traffic calming, which I think is going to be critically important. We're not setting a precedent. This exists in multiple different locations throughout the city without a buffer. And as you can see, and I asked the director and the assistant director through the manager to please provide my colleagues and make it a public record the documents which show the amount of cars driving through both neighborhoods, so that you can see how there's significantly reduced amount of accidents or incidents in regards to pedestrians and bicyclists. And I think it's important. The motion fails, we move on. Can we go on to the next item?
I'd like to address the residents that are here. And I asked the manager if you all can meet with the residents to find a solution for a buffer, a creation of a buffer. And if you're able to find a way to do a buffer, I'll bring back the item. But I need, that's it. It's not a politicizing anything. I just want to see if we can find a buffer so we can all find that solution that we're trying to get to. That's all. That's my position. If that's okay with the manager, they can work towards, and I'll be more than happy to bring it back.
We'll look at traffic calming, the buffer, and the tree removal.
I would also like to make a motion directing staff to begin working on a comprehensive plan on connecting our sidewalks from the bridge all the way to Bird Road.
I love it.
Yeah.
Great idea. We've been working on that for years.
That is a great idea and absolutely needs to be done. We have a sidewalk there on the north side of Bird Road. We need to be able to connect to it. And hopefully soon we'll have one on the south side of Bird Road. And God willing, if we get the grant for the sidewalks on the south side of Alhambra Circle, we can continue to connect all the way to the university and the underline and get these kids to school safe. Be able to get the high school kids all the way over to the high school safe. But yes, this anticipated that we would have traffic calming done simultaneously, sooner rather than later.
To the residents, thank you very much for being here. I appreciate you.
I made one last comment.
Of course, yes.
The issue of the ballot still remains unanswered. Either way, we want an answer. I mean, we deserve it.
The ballots were clear.
Okay.
Right. Obviously, the residents wanted a certain design. That's not that the city's not moving forward with that. There's not support on the commission to move forward with that design. So there's nothing that we can do about it.
And I'll give you my position on that. The ballots were sent out, and I know at least one of my colleagues asked for a particular third option be included in the ballot. But at that time, the administration decided to send out the ballots, not including that commissioner's third option. And if that third option would have been there, this discussion probably would have been had months ago. But the administration at that time left it out. And again, we wanted to have all the options on the table.
Let me clarify the commissioner. First off, no commissioner on this dais asked for anything to be left out, number one. Number two, you have a signed document that you provided as a public record saying that all the residents here are in opposition of the third option. It's not like even if it was been included 6 months ago, you still wouldn't have voted in favor. Would you have voted in favor of it? 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 So you don't have the votes. So we can hide behind whatever thing we want to say. At the end of the day, it is what it is. It was two options that were submitted. The residents chose one. There's no will on this commission to move forward on that issue, and we'll see what else we can deliver. Maybe we can put together a buffer, and we can find a way to deliver on the sidewalks. At the end of the day, I just want to find a compromise between the residents and this commission to deliver something that is more palatable for people who want to walk and enjoy the neighborhood. Okay, that's it. It's pretty simple.
Let me go ahead and correct you, because I think that you have a hard time understanding some things sometimes. I was the one who requested the third option. The third option should have been on the ballot. It was delivered to the residents with only two options.
But no one on this commission, and I don't have a difficult understanding. I can hear you very well.
Hearing and understanding are two different things.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'm not even going to dwell on that comment because it's like the level of disrespect on that comment is ridiculous. So my point is, the facts are simple. The facts are simple. We're moving forward. There's no votes. There's no interest in moving forward with the will of the residents here. As you say, residents first. The residents came here and they said exactly what they wanted. We did not give the residents what they wanted.
And we have to think about the safety of all residents. That has to be our priority.
Mr. Diaz.
The priority of every government is to provide the safety of their residents. This is not the safest plan. Our staff has told us.
Mr. Diaz.
Director, is this the safest option, option one?
Option one is a safe option.
Is it the safest option?
In the back will be safer.
Thank you.
Hold on a minute. But
That was my question.
But wait. Stop for a second, please. Does one meet standards, engineering standards?
They both will meet
engineering standards,
yes.
right? Is one
Yes.
a safe option?
Yes.
Okay, so there has to be compromise. That's the problem. There has to be compromise to be able to deliver on certain things. Case in point, when you look at projects that have happened in the past here, when we voted on certain things, I haven't always been happy about certain things that we voted in the past. Case in point, I'll give you an example. I wasn't happy that Miracle Mile was given an additional floor, and we were able to do so. But I still said it's better than what was being proposed of 9 stories. That to me was egregious, but it happened, and that's a new code for Miracle Mile. So it's safe, it meets engineering standards, and again, it's not a precedent here in the city. So,
and I offered a compromise, and hopefully
We'll be
staff
working on
can work with the residents. And by the way, in the 1950s, cars were safe. They met standards. Fast forward 60, 70 years, they're safer. They were standards, but there's always an effort to try to improve upon those standards. And that's what we're trying to do. So thank you.
We'll work on that option.
Cars didn't have seatbelts, they didn't have airbags, and we've been adding safety features and requiring them for years. The fact that something has been done a particular way for 99 years doesn't mean it's the right way to do it.
Listen, at the end of the day, it's perfectly fine. We evolve. There's better standards today than there was before. But you can't say that one thing is not safe when it is. Okay, moving on. We're going to move on to H1.
Vice Mayor, are you okay? I promised you we would take a lunch break on
No,
time.
I ate.
Okay,
No,
all right.
I didn't fool around.
All right. I committed to honoring that with you, so.
No, while I was waiting for you all to discuss stuff, I was responding to a resident's email. I will be quick. Let me just share my screen. See if you can pull it up. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Belkis Perez with the Economic Development Department. We're here to talk about the Community of Excellence.
program. Now, this is a lot more than a program. This is really a journey that the city has been in for the last 5 years, in which we are constantly refining and working toward excellence as a community. We have partners, and I would be remiss if I didn't apologize that Baptist Health, Aaron Dowd and Mark Trowbridge from the Chamber of Commerce weren't able to be here, and David Harrowwood, which is the person that's been helping us through this journey, had to leave. He had to go back to the West Coast, but so you've got me. But basically, this is something that we've been on for the past 5 years. Baptist Health South Florida is the one that initiated this program, and really we're bringing this to you right now because there have been some recent developments, and we have very good data that we want to share with you and that you should know about, because the program that we're in right now, this Community of Excellence program, has the potential of making us the number one community in the nation, recognized by the President of the United States. And so it's important that we get you up to speed on this. So basically, if you know Malcolm Baldrige and the criteria, this is the Community of Excellence was based off of the criteria from the Baldrige and made for a community. The Malcolm Baldrige Award is for a single organization, and it's awarded annually by the President of the United States. So the Community of Excellence in 2023, Congress established the Community of Excellence as the 7th national award category for presidential recognition. So it is slated to be the first presidential recognition to happen either in 2026 or 2027. So we've been working closely with our partners, which is the Baptist Health and the Chamber of Commerce, to come up with criteria. So we've got 5 pillars, that we work under to create what it is to be a community of excellence. It's quality of life, health and wellness, educational excellence, safe neighborhoods, and a thriving economy. And under those, there are different goals that we try to accomplish. So I'm going to take you quickly through the data. We'll start with a thriving economy. And so in order to make a case for us being a community of excellence, we do have to benchmark ourselves. So we do that with Miami-Dade County. We do it with Florida, how we rank among other cities in Florida and the United States. So what you're seeing here is the median household income and how we rate. So the navy blue bar is ours, and everyone else is the lines that you see there. So unemployment, also, we are the blue bar. We're at 1.7%, and everyone else is a bit higher than us. As far as the safe neighborhood, violent crime rates, we also looked at that. And so as it's indicated here, we have a very, obviously we know this from experience because we do talk to not only businesses that come, but residents that come to the city. And just yesterday, we had an International Affairs Coordinating Council. We have a brand new resident on our board from San Diego. We asked why Coral Gables, because it's a safe community, because it's a beautiful community, because of the quality of life. So it was important for residents as well. So violent crime rate is also down. It's a lot lower than as compared to Miami-Dade County, Florida, and the United States. Here we have a little bit of work to do. It's high school graduation rates. So as you can see, Coral Gables, we've got 2 high schools in the city. We've got the Coral Gables High School and we have ISPA. And so ISPA has a graduation rate of 100%. And Coral Gables High is hovering at the 93%, 97%. This is something that we've been working with the previous principal for a while. And now we'll work with the new principal of Coral Gables High, but he had determined that if he got a person to work closely with those individuals that were already at risk and that could pass their SAT scores, their SAT exam, that we could get them ahead of time and have them pass. And so there was funding that was put aside We raised funding through our Sip and Shop events, and the Community Foundation did as well, and we've provided some funding so he can get some of these at-risk kids tutored and given a chance to graduate high school. High school proficiency reading also important, particularly at the Coral Gables High School level. So the latest figures that we've got is that we're at 56% proficiency. As related to ISPA, which is 77, and then Miami-Dade in Florida is lower. Under health and wellness, we worked with Baptist and the health department to get this information, but basically we have obviously a great community, a working community, and so there is healthcare that there's only 5.5% of the population that does not have healthcare in the city, as compared to Miami-Dade County 15 and Florida 11. And then accidental deaths, this was a big one for us as well, is, we do a lot of proactive measures, and I'm sure the fire department and the police department can attest to that, but based on the latest figures that we have, we had 4 accidental deaths in 2022. We didn't have any in 2023, which is huge. And then these are items also that how we compared to Miami-Dade County in Florida and the United States. Heart disease, we have a very low count for that. Diabetes as well, kidney disease, list goes on. Quality of life, we get these numbers from our community survey that we do every other year, and so we can benchmark it against the US and Florida. We can't benchmark it against Miami-Dade County. That's why it's not included here. So for Coral Gables, we had satisfaction of would you recommend Coral Gables based on quality of life, and in 2023 the number was 95% compared, but the lines here are different. So the orange line and the gray line are really how we compare to the rest of the nation. So at the US level, we are 91%. We compare at the 91% ranking, and Florida, 86% ranking. And here again, for quality of life, satisfaction of living in the city, as far as Coral Gables, we are at 96%, but as we compare to the United States, we're at a 98% ranking, and Florida, 92%. And then satisfaction of working in the city, quality of satisfaction, we've got, we went from 91 to 88% in 2023. And as compared to the United States, we're at a 99% ranking, so we're doing great at that level. And in Florida, we are at the top of the satisfaction of working in the city. I would say that there's a discrepancy here from 2021 to 2023 from a satisfaction of working, because in 2023, this is when there were fewer people working in the service industry. I remember going to some places even around the nation where you ate and the tables weren't being bussed as quickly as you should because there wasn't any workers available. So I think there was a sense of like concern at that point. Satisfaction of quality of life. Again, we're at 96% right now. How does it fare against the US ranking? 97%. And for Florida is 93%. So basically, these are the same pillars. And so we have a conference that's happening next week, and we wanted all of you to know about it. It's the Baldridge Conference that's happening here. It's the first time in its history that it's happened, so for about 40 years, that the conference actually takes place in Coral Gables. This is a testament to the Chamber of Commerce, Mark Trowbridge, who actually helped to bring it. So they will be at the Biltmore Hotel, and there are some recognitions that will be taking place there, and we are confident that we will do very good in it. And so we'd like to invite you guys, if you are interested in attending, to see how we end up and what our distinction ends up being, that we are that you can attend as well. it is a report that we have to give every year to let the judges know how we're doing. It's basically a judging meeting that happens. It takes about 3 hours, but it tells us if we're on the right path and if we need to make any changes. So this is going to be basically a test run of what we expect in 2026. And that's it. Any questions?
So you're inviting us to 28th, 29th, and 30th, or
It's specifically one day. If you are interested in going to the conference, I'm happy to have you as well. But I can get you the exact day that recognition is happening at the Biltmore Hotel, and it's around 5:30. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 2-1.
Mr. Mayor, for item 2-1, the board member had to leave. He requested to present at the next commission meeting.
All right, perfect. Thank you. I apologize. And the final item before we go to lunch, G1.
G1 is a resolution of the City Commission approving the concept and commissioning of a work of public art by Linda Benglis in conjunction with the Regency Park Development Project at 2601 Salcedo Street in fulfillment of the Art in Public Places requirement for public art in private development.
Good afternoon, Catherine Cathers, Arts and Culture Coordinator for the city. We do have the developer here to do the presentation.
Okay.
If we can have the IT people run it.
You know, maybe we'll take G2 before we go to lunch. We might as well.
Yeah.
So she says she's not sure they're here.
Yeah, he's doing G1. He's saying after he'll do G2 and then we'll do lunch.
Right, we'll do G1 first.
G1 first.
Don't worry, just listen to me. Listen to me. We got a lot of people running the meeting, but listen to me.
You confused them. You said you were calling
It's okay,
G2.
just listen to me. I said after we will call G2.
You never said the word.
After. Yes, we did. It's okay. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing well, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, Joe Jimenez, 2020 Salcedo Street, on behalf of the Regency Park, joined by Luis Castellon, Vice President of Codina Partners for Development, and Lee Casey, Vice President of Marketing. Thank you very much for taking the time today. This is what I hope to be the last hearing in an overly complicated process as it's been, and I would once again like to thank you and the administration for the concession that you made. I hope that once I finish the presentation, you will have found it worthwhile, and we definitely believe that this will be an incredible improvement and incredible contribution to the Art in Public Places program in the city. So these are not my slides, so let's go. And here we go. As Mr. Codina has been here before to tell you, we do consider this a unique building, not only in Coral Gables, but in Miami-Dade County. And with that came his desire to have a unique art piece, and ultimately our request for the escrowed funds to be able to give this the attention that it deserves. We obviously had to take our time. We put the money in escrow, as you know, and then we formed an advisory committee with Craig Robbins and Manny Cadre, and as well as Mr. Codina, to find the right advisor to really study the city, study the current inventory that you have, our site, our building, and come up with something. They've come up with Jeffrey Deitch, who both boards that have, I will admit, this is not exactly my area, but I have been told when I flashed this, the audience that I have flashed it to, who did know, said, oh, okay, well, you got somebody. So I will profess my ignorance, but I've been educated since. And they came up with a sculpture by Linda Benglis, a longtime artist, incredibly well regarded. Unfortunately, at the time, she actually wasn't certified here in the city, but we have since done it. So the boards have approved her, and it was approved very quickly, but this is not somewhere where she had worked before, so we're glad to bring her talents to the city of Coral Gables. The piece that we've chosen, appropriately named, is Power Tower. As you can see by the size it is, and I'll give you in another slide, instead of giving you the numbers, just so we understand it in context. This is a significant sculpture that will be at street level. So as you're all aware, the two buildings that Mr. Codina has built sort of bookend the CBD. The Sophia and our corporate headquarters go to the very last street in the CBD to the north. This building goes to the very last street in the CBD to the south, right along Salcedo. So whereas the Sophia, we did the artwork right onto the building and the panels that were sculpted right in, and the gates that surround Bashur, and very much incorporated it into the building. This is designed more to give a more established pedestrian experience. It's something that you walk right by and will be, it sits on a slight pedestal because of the architecture, which we did have to change. But it is, as you can see, even if you were level with it, it is an imposing sculpture. We redesigned the entire entryway so we can see what it used to look like when we first came in for all the approvals to Board of Architects and everybody else. And this is what we've come to now. So again, originally it had sort of like a Park Avenue feel with that awning, and that was part of the pedestrian experience. But when we started giving this, and that's why the pedestal is slightly necessary because of the grade of the building where it was. So as you can see, it's right there next to the sidewalk. It is not something that is up in the building. It's not something sort of away from interaction. Another rendering of it to show you the lighting, to show you how it would look like at night. The lighting in this building, as far as I know, the lighting in this building was the first to ever actually be approved by the Board of Architects, because the city architect wanted a detailed presentation on it. And they didn't really know. They were like, why are we hearing this? I said, he wants us to give it to you, and we will. And Armando, Lewis, and I went down there. The lighting in this building is specifically designed to be able to be warmed and cooled depending because of the railings of light that go behind this. So some complaints that other people have made about other buildings in there just being like a tower of light, that's something that went into our design, and that's something that was approved by the Board of Architects. So we felt that a night rendering of how this would look would be important as well.
Does the sculpture on its own have its own lighting, or we're just using the surrounding lighting?
No, it has its own lighting on the pedestal.
Okay.
Right about that. Yeah. Yes, and that was actually one of the comments from one of the boards, because we go to Cultural Affairs, Public Art Advisory. So we've been through. This is our third presentation of this. It's been unanimous so far. We hope to continue that tradition. But and I won't read this to you, but it was our goal to take our place in the community seriously by our unique position of having the bookends. We're very proud of the artwork on 2020 Salcedo, and we're very proud to present this as well. And just the lines of demarcation of the CBD, we're proud stewards of that line, and we're happy. We hope that you agree. The scheduled installation, I know Lewis. I think this date gets earlier every day because Armando's always said he wants to live there. So now we're still saying December 2025. We obviously have, and just to be specific, so we all understand, the people at home understand, this would be right on Salcedo, on the west side of the building, and that map is oriented properly to the north. So right there in the center of Salcedo, in between Valencia and Almeria. What we are required to put up, we have 1.2 million in escrow. We have, our project total here is an estimate of $1.225,333,000. I know that there is some, Heather, I know that there will be some talking about that later. There are some things that aren't, but we would just like to once again thank you very much for the concession you made here. We hope that you are happy with the result that came from it. We look forward to installing this piece, and I'm here to answer any questions for you.
So we just want to continue with the presentation. There are additional slides for the city side.
While you're bringing those up, can you address the maintenance on that?
Yes, that will be part of the rest of the presentation. I always know your questions.
I'm becoming predictable.
So
Cable
if-
TV could put the presentation back on?
So we just want to go over the approval process. So as part of our city code, section 9-103, the fund requirements, developers do have the option of requesting a waiver through the acquiring or commissioning of artwork. As was mentioned, the Arts Advisory Panel recommended approval on September 4th, and the Cultural Development Board recommended approval on September 17th. Both of them were unanimous, and you can see it moved forward very quickly. This is just a breakdown of the fees. Part of our code is 1% of the project's total, the aggregate and construction cost, which right now is estimated at approximately $1.17 million for the artwork, and there are additional funds being used for foundation and other related expenses. So there are things that are permissible through the code and things that aren't, so we'll work with the developer on that. The funds should not exceed or replace expenses that would typically be used for lighting requirements on the site, so or for the artwork in this case, or for infrastructure or the hardscape. Again, this is all broken down, and we will review it with them. Artwork and unrelated expenses will be the responsibility of the developer, with any difference in cost to be paid back into the art fund. So we would release the escrow funds at this time if it passes approval, and then if there's anything after the closeout of the project, they would pay that back into the fund. Our favorite topic, maintenance. Developer is required to provide for the perpetual maintenance of the artwork in accordance with the code, and this will be memorialized in a covenant to run with the land. Coordination and maintenance will be the responsibility of the developer and is not related to the Art in Public Places fee. Thank you.
Okay. What is, any questions from the commission?
I just want to comment that every board and the city commission did the right thing in handing over the reins to you all to come up with this piece. I think it's a beautiful piece. I think it blends in very well with the concept of the project itself. I think it's something people will go to just to see it. And it's that, I think, amazing. I guess the only question I have, so it's called Power Tower, but has nothing to do with Tower of Power, which is the 70s funk brass section, is it?
I don't know if you've met Mr. Codina, but...
Not a funk R&B guy? Okay.
No, I don't think it has anything. And I don't think Linda Bengals no, I don't
Okay,
think so.
no, the answer's no.
But I,
Maybe
it could be. I won't say it under oath.
I want to give a worse joke than that one. Does anything to do with the Tower of Terror? No?
I was just saying Power Tower.
But can I come up with a worse joke than that one? I don't know. Like, what other jokes can we come up with about towers? The Leaning Tower of Pisa? Is it like the Leaning Tower of Pisa?
I hope not.
No.
Although, why did the building department pumpkin break?
Anyway,
I gotta come up with these punchlines. They're good.
it's a beautiful piece. In favor of voting in favor of it. I'm glad you're going to be maintaining it, because I wouldn't want to imagine the build on that one.
I'll move it.
I share the sentiments of my colleagues. Exceptional. I love it.
Thank you.
Very, very classy.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
All right, I'll move it.
I moved it.
Yeah.
You moved a second.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Thank you very much, and absolutely. And
I don't know.
It may not be unanimous.
I don't know.
Oh, you didn't? Okay. Sorry, I thought.
I was thinking about it there for a second. I don't know if I make it unanimous. I don't know. It's like,
Just another joke.
I don't know. I just, I'm in a joking mood.
See, this one was actually funny.
I don't know. Well, I mean, Menendez's jokes, he hits 1 out of 10. So I can't hit them all.
Which is actually better than your rate, but it's okay.
Oh no, trust me. I got that. Trust me, I know that. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, I really want to thank staff for all their help. They've been great through all of this. The attorney, I know I didn't make it easy on this one, so thank you to everybody.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
That's beautiful.
Thank you so much. We'll go to lunch.
Wait, G2?
Thought you were going to do the second one.
You said G2?
I thought you guys didn't want to hear G2. Oh, okay. Come on up.
You wanted to spend some longer time with us.
I mean,
Never
did
thought he'd be
everybody-
jealous of your
Did you
jokes.
guys eat lunch already? Did everybody eat lunch already?
I didn't.
Oh, okay.
I'm the diabetic in the room.
Listen, he who hesitates is lost. You know, listen, it was there. Hey,
Mayor G2?
I'm here to serve.
Mayor,
How we doing? Give me G2.
Great.
G2 is a resolution of the City Commission approving the exhibition of a mural by artist Eduardo Cobra on private property at the Plaza, 2950 Coconut Grove Drive.
So, Mr. Clerk, if you can see if either Ms. Garcia is on Zoom, otherwise Mr. Beckman, Carlos Beckman, if either one of them are, then I will run the slides for them, and they will do the talking.
Okay, so have someone with the last name Beckham Mumson.
Okay. Mr. Beckman, are you on the call?
I am, Catherine. Thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, if we can put the presentation back up.
Okay. Mayor, commissioners, public in general, thank you so much. I apologize if I stutter a little bit here. I'm actually pitching in for Isabel from Bradesco, who is really the force behind this mural. But I think Catherine and I have done this a couple of times before, so we'll try to run through the presentation quickly and efficiently for everybody so that you all can go to lunch. For those of you familiar with Cobra, obviously, he's a contemporary artist from Brazil. The idea of having a mural in this location at the wall facing, the portico share, right next to the portico share of the Lowe's Coral Gables, actually started many years ago. We have an empty white wall currently there. At one point, we wanted to do a mural there as part of the General Art in Public Spaces program for the plaza. We all chose the sculptures and pieces that you are familiar with. And at that point, obviously, the funds were exhausted. So we never got to do the mural. Working together with one of our anchor tenants here, Bradesco, who have the top 3 floors of the South Office Tower. And just before Art Basel later this year, the idea came to finally realize something on that space, wide wall space, and do a mural. So this is the proposal we got from Eduardo Cobra himself. What you see on the screen is Tom Jobim, a very famous Brazilian bossa nova artist that did some work together with Frank Sinatra to the left. And as they are playing and recording music, you can see the famous color schemes, triangular figures that Cobra is famous for. The piece is 100% sponsored by Bradesco, and the intention is obviously for the Plaza Coral Gables to take any additional expenses for the creation of the mural itself and maintenance as need be. I would like to thank Catherine for helping us run through this really quickly, because if we really want to get this before Art Basel later this year, obviously a quick review and approval process was needed, and I think we're still on time to get this done in the next 3 to 4 weeks, 5 weeks, and have a good event, unveiling event just during the Art Basel week that will bring a lot of people and visitors, and it'll be another attraction to the Plaza Coral Gables.
So just to continue on and give a little bit more context and again go through the review and recommendation process that we used. So where the yellow star is the location of the mural. So you can see it is just to the left if you're facing the entrance of the Lowe's Hotel, which is on a one-way street. And it went through the Arts Advisory Panel and the Cultural Development Board with unanimous recommendations on October 2nd and on October 15th. These are just some specifications about the piece. So it is a newly commissioned work that will be completed in 2024, hopefully in time for Art Basel. It is a painted mural that they intend, it should take about a week, a little less than a week to complete. Right now, the intention is to stay up for approximately 5 years, could be less, depending on how well it weathers. It is, again, a very kind of a protected area, so we think that it would do well there. And just as an aside, I actually saw the piece. I don't know if any of you saw it down at the Adrian Arch Center. I was down there downtown last night, and there's a beautiful piece by his on the wall of the Adrian Arch Center of a ballerina. So you could see some of his other work from around the world, and that's it. If you have any questions for Mr. Beckman or myself.
That's nice.
To avoid any possible future conflicts, I'm going to go ahead and recuse myself from this vote. I'll step out.
Okay.
It's because you have or had a business relationship with the entity that's paying for this piece, right?
Oh, Brenesco. Yeah.
I think it's very fitting. Timing's great. Unless there are other comments, I'll make a motion.
I just had a question. You talked about a limited time period for it to be up. Is the applicant going to paint over it? Be responsible for painting over it at that point?
Carlos, could you respond to that? Because it really is on the developer's property. It's on their private property. We would not be responsible for any of it.
Yes, Commissioner. The time frame for the art piece is around 5 years. That's the expectation we have. Since this is a north-facing, a well-protected area, I think it may be longer. But what we heard from the artist and from the studio was that normally after 5 years, it would really require a major redo or repair work or redo. And in some cases, on other properties, the owners have decided to just, paint over it, either do another mural or go back to the current condition, which would be like a white, stucco finish. So we're ready, obviously, to do maintenance as required to keep it as long as possible. And when the time comes, we would probably advise the city and go back to the current location, and hopefully we can, for a forthcoming Art Basel or something else, we can come up with something else from Cobra or another artist, give another artist an opportunity to do something on that specific location.
So if those conditions are included in the motion, I'll second it. You might need to make a verbal response for the court reporter.
Oh, yeah, amend it, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, they're not going to be able to hear you nodding on the tape.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes.
Thank
See you in
you.
30 minutes.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
8 o'clock. Sound good.
I'm going to defer F9.
I'd like to respectfully suggest we deal with F8 after the next session.
We do what?
I'd like to, F8, I think we should deal with after the next session. We didn't do that much yet.
I think Fernando wanted to do an update on what was discussed.
Well, I'd be a city commissioner, city manager.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I went from freezing. Joe, you ready on F7? Are you ready on F7?
Recording in progress.
IT.
But need a little bit more time. Raimundo does have an agreement with Waze to be able to put the information into Waze as far as detours and all that.
Right.
But I'd like to come up with a more holistic plan on how we're going to do that.
Mhm.
So.
Yeah, I think that's the best way. That's part of the reason why I asked FDOT to put no left turns places, because then it forces it into the app.
Right.
Mr. Clerk, you ready?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
We'll start with E1.
E1 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending Chapter 46 of the Code of the City of Coral Gables entitled Pensions, implementing provisions of the 2024 to 2027 collective bargaining agreement between the city and Teamsters Local Union 769, amending Section 4625, definitions, Section 46-26, compulsory participation, Section 46-27, purchase of credited service, Section 46-29, city contributions, Section 46-34, employee contributions, Section 46-253, normal retirement income, and Section 46-269, deferred retirement option plan, and providing for severability clause, repealing provisions, codification, and providing for an effective date.
Good afternoon.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. Good afternoon. I'm sorry.
No worries.
So this ordinance is on second reading. It implements the pension changes that were agreed upon in the recently ratified Teamsters agreement. Those changes also apply to the general employees. There has been one change between first and second reading. Sorry, I just ran up the stairs. And that change was to allow appointed officials to retire once they reach the 75% multiplier maximum, regardless of their age.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
Not at this time, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez? Mayor Lago?
Yes.
Thank
E2,
you.
thank you very much.
E2 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending the Code of the City of Coral Gables, Florida, Chapter 2, entitled Administration, Article 3, Boards, Commissions, Committees, Division 1, generally by amending Section 2-52, Qualification and Appointment of Members, in order to expand the benefits offered to members of city boards, providing for repeated provisions, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date. There have been no changes since first reading.
No changes.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Great job.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Item E3 on first reading.
E3 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending the City of Coral Gables Code, Chapter 10, Animals, Section 10-4, removal of animal feces, to provide a code enforcement mechanism for illegal dumping of animal waste bags and trash pits. Assistant City Attorney and City Prosecutor Gus Ceballos will present the item.
Good afternoon,
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. This item is pretty straightforward. It basically just gives the Code Enforcement Department a few additional tools to try to curb the current issue with the doggy bags and dog waste issues throughout the city. Straightforward. First offense, you will receive a warning. Second offense, you receive a $100 fine, and the third offense and any continuing fines, it will be a $500 charge.
So refresh my memory, when we first discussed it, the appropriate fine was $500.
So the current code for illegal dumping, you can be fined up to $500. So currently our code does allow, if somebody was to see somebody throwing a bag or any sort of trash into somebody else's trash pit, that per our code is defined as illegal dumping. But I think our idea was to try to provide a more narrowed approach, and in conjunction with the QR codes and things as part of the waste stations throughout the city, direct people specifically to this code section and let them know, hey, there is a penalty provision for specifically doing what I think a lot of people actually think is a permitted activity.
Yeah, so when Martha was designing some of the signs and the QR code went to the city's website, it said, you know, the sledgehammer was coming, you're going to get a $500 fine. And so I asked staff to do this stepped approach like we did with bicycles and skateboards and other things. You get a warning, you get a fine that gets your attention, and then the sledgehammer comes.
Yeah. So if I may, as a co-sponsor of this item, I'd like to see if we can implement something additional. It doesn't have to be legislative. It can be through Public Works. This is just an idea for consideration. I'd like to find the hot spots throughout the Gables that have major issues. Because at the end of the day, we don't have enough staff. We never will have enough staff. We never will have enough police. We never will have enough neighborhood safety aides to be able to catch somebody in the act of doing this. Unless a neighbor sees from their lawn, a habitual offender, doing it, it's going to be very difficult. Again, so I would like to see if when we have areas, we can identify the top 50, 100 areas where, we've received a lot of complaints for the issue of illegal dumping, like we're dealing with in North Gables, which has been curbed significantly since we pushed that forward. I'd like to see if we can do the same thing here. And what can we do with that? Then contact those individuals and say, you love your trash pit. Maybe they don't love their trash pit. Maybe they say, you know what, I'm fed up with this and I want to get rid of my trash pit. And we can address the issue by removing that trash pit and offering them that there are other solutions to the situation. You don't have to have a trash pit. And once we talk to people, I've encountered dozens of people who told me I'm suffering from illegal dumping. I didn't know I can get rid of my trash pit. So I don't know if that's something that you think would be a good idea, Vice Mayor, just to kind of educate them and say, you're having this issue. Let's find another solution.
Yeah, some people, when they find out that they don't need to have a trash pit, that they can use an alternative solution and close it, have chosen to do that when they've contacted me. The other hope here was we can identify where the trash pits are with the most dumping of fecal matter, put these signs up. We still got to work through cost issues. Some residents have already asked me, how can I request a sign? And we'll go through those wrinkles later on and to help educate folks. That's why the QR code is on there. And I asked staff to confer with our sanitation department about placement of the signs, what will keep it out of the way of our sanitation workers, but yet still communicate to people walking by that there is a QR code. They can look it up and find out that what they're doing could get them a fine if they're spotted. We have cameras in some areas already. If there's a heavy use of it, of dumping in the trash pit there, of all the bags, which I had a picture, but I didn't bother bringing it in a post where they continue to flow down the street, and it becomes quite a mess. So hopefully this is a first step in helping curb some of this activity. We're never going to stop all of it, but we got to start somewhere.
So I have some comments. As far as legality, you have to catch somebody in the act to be able to issue a violation or fine?
That's correct.
So what happens to the homeowner that has these bags already in the trash bin and we haven't caught them? Are we giving the homeowner a fine?
I'm not aware of us ever giving a fine specifically for a dog bag. They could, because it is your responsibility to maintain your trash pit, and it is your responsibility if somebody's dumping cardboard boxes inside of your trash pit and code goes by and sees a pile of cardboard boxes, there's a very good chance that you're going to receive a notice, a violation for that.
Okay, so I'm guessing now with poop bags, we're probably going to give them a fine too. whether we catch somebody in the act or not.
So the code already allowed for them to issue that citation if the code enforcement officer chooses to. Obviously, they have the discretion, but currently our code allows them to cite for that.
Okay, and then the other thing is that once I saw this ordinance, which is very good, thank you for bringing it up, I did get together with solid waste, and that they did voice some concerns, and I think they would like us to add some language of where it is appropriate to dump the feces. They were showing concerns that there shouldn't be a separate bag or container with poop bags. Maybe that we should include it in the house garbage or in the kitchen.
That is the appropriate.
That's the appropriate area. That's a standard
And that's
policy.
existing. So this isn't changing what's allowed. This is just creating the framework or the scheme for the
But
fines.
But the concern that they shouted to me with was that some residents are dumping in a separate bag and they're not picking it up.
So let me fill in some gaps. The flyer that went out this past year, I participated with Ms. Pantene on editing the language to inform people how to properly dispose of dog waste. So it did say you can put it in a dog waste receptacle or in your household garbage. You collect it and dump it in. The way this is written, failure to properly remove and dispose of animal feces in a manner into a trash receptacle seems to be directed at the person who's actually dumping the waste as opposed to the victim, which is the homeowner there, of people improperly dumping the waste. So.
The intent of this, again, we're not reinventing the wheel. The intent of this is very simple. Is to provide a vehicle that when somebody gets caught, like what we did with the North Gables when I wrote the legislation about illegal dumping and we put the cameras, and we were able to curb that significantly, as per, you can read it in the article of community newspapers. This is the same concept behind that, is to provide a vehicle for our code enforcement, our neighborhood safety aides, our police, our staff to be able to address that concern. If you have a neighbor that says, hey, I have a handful of individuals that continue to dump their poop bags in my yard, I have it on their camera. I caught it on their camera, the continued effort. But we don't think we want to ever get to that. One of the things that we always say when I tell residents about a code enforcement issue is, let's educate. But now you have a way to address the issue, and if someone doesn't want to conform to the rules, then they're gonna have a code enforcement violation. Not a code enforcement, but they're gonna have an actual violation.
I'm going to use my late mother-in-law as an example again. She, for years, didn't want to properly dispose of a lot of things. But once she received a garbage receptacle that had the information right on it, she was the best person at complying. The point here is to educate, to try to get more people to not be dumping it in the trash pits, and not burden our sanitation staff with having to deal with all these doggy waste bags that they're going to have to rake up, which never get really raked up. They're still left behind after the garbage is picked up. And why should they have to be dealing with half-decayed waste bags? So that's the point. You all have any other questions before I move this?
I think, like the mayor said, education is key on this. I don't know if maybe we can do, Martha can prepare a PSA video that she can put out on the e-news on proper ways to dispose, because the language as it exists, it kind of says just dump it with your household waste. But from what I've been hearing as well, people are collecting it in one bag, which is all doggy waste. When they put it into the truck, that thing explodes. So it's better if they just mix it in with their household waste as opposed to having a separate bag that they're just putting their doggy waste in. But that's something that, again, is just informational.
As part of the before second reading, I can try to tweak some of the language and see to kind of direct the residents to make sure that they're putting it as part of their household trash.
I don't think it's so much language, it's just about information and getting the education out there. I think nothing to do, I think the legislation is fine as is. It's just about making sure that the informational campaign that follows, once we approve it on second reading, just informs resident of best practices, I guess.
I believe, Commissioner, that there is on e-news already some information on how to dispose of. But I did have a question for Gus. Can you use the evidence from video cameras for illegal dumping as evidence in
So-
the hearing?
If a neighbor has a video of their neighbor, pooping in the trash, because our officers are not the ones that collected that video or that evidence, they would have to be willing to come here and testify as to what that video shows.
I'm talking more about the ones that the city has, over a couple dozen around the cities. If we take that recording, we could take that with the code enforcement officer to the board for a hearing.
We could.
it's acceptable.
I don't know how we would be able to tie that to the individual in the video, but if we have a manner, way of doing that, that could be presented as evidence in front of the code board.
But that's the reason why I wrote the law. I mean, at the end of the day, I didn't write the law just to catch somebody on TV. I wrote the law to resolve the issue of the illegal dumping that we're having in the North Gables. So, of course, the video can be used. We had a very thorough analysis as you and I sat down along with the city attorney. That's the extent of spending money and the extent of putting these cameras up and putting the signage up, because people were tired in North Gables of all the illegal dumping, to the extent where you put the cameras up and then they'll do the illegal dumping somewhere else. And then you got to go and you got to plant some trees and you got to put another camera. So it works. It's a deterrent. It's a deterrent, and you can use it because we've caught people who were a moving company. I think it was a few months ago that was dumping, bed mattresses and furniture, and we caught the name of the company. You were talking about that before, a few months ago.
And we've caught even adjoining buildings that are walking over, and we see them walking over and dumping it. So we were able to identify where the source of the illegal dumping was coming from.
Right, no, it works, and the beauty of this is people are usually walking their dogs in the same area repeatedly, and the people are identified by their dogs, and, people know me long before by my dogs, long before they realize it's me, no matter what hat or disguise I wear.
Mm-hmm.
So.
All right.
I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to F5.
Discussion regarding chicken and roosters in Coral Gables. I've gotten several complaints about chicken and roosters in the North Gables, and I know that in other parts of the Gables as well. And as it is right now, I know City of Miami allows each residential home to have 4 hens. As we know, City of Miami is half a block away from some parts of the Gables. I don't know how the roosters are getting here because they're not allowed to have roosters, but they're getting to our side of town. As it is right now, a resident cannot touch these chickens because we are a bird sanctuary, and chickens and roosters are part of that bird sanctuary. So I know that some residents have come to City Hall to talk to Tony Celio, and they have not been able to do much. What I am proposing is that maybe we exclude chickens and roosters from the bird sanctuary. That way we can give access to the homeowner or the property owner to go ahead and remove the chicken or rooster in their property at their own expense, or whatever it is that they want to go ahead and do with their chickens on the property. I invite my colleagues to indulge this conversation.
Great idea. Baby chicks turn into roosters. That's how you get the roosters.
This is the fun part of the meeting. Dog poop and roosters and chickens.
Well, we have a plan. We have a plan. We're going to do an undercover chicken to get the roosters. So we're going to tie them up to a tree, and when the roosters come up, we'll grab up the roosters.
And Chief, by the way, could you find out why the chicken crossed Douglas Road?
To get to its neighbor's egg. Commissioner, what we can do is the nuisance, things like that, we could, apart from the ordinance, and I know along with the same ordinance that you're requiring, all cats are supposed to have bells on them too, which is a whole nother unenforceable thing that we can do in the bird sanctuary. If it becomes an issue like that, usually what we do is we call pesky critters. The police department can see them. Sometimes they want them penned in. If people that are watching have them inside a yard or something like that, it's easier for us to have pesky critters come over and grab up the chickens or the roosters. Again, I have seen some of the pictures have come to me as well, where they're just kind of clucking amongst across Douglas Road. So that's about the only thing I think we can come up with right now. Whether, I mean, I know the state sometimes put out something to deal with iguanas. I'm not a big proponent of that. But there is something I think we can probably talk to pesky critters and come up with something that we can do to address that when we get those calls.
So I'm not proposing that the city itself become liable with trapping chickens. This is just to give access to the homeowner to be able to grab the chicken and put it across the street again, or whatever they want to do. I'm not talking about eating,
I can't speak for code enforcement, but I'm not going to cite anybody who touches a chicken in the city. I mean,
it's part of
and
our
I think
code.
we could put together like an informational flyer or something like that on who to call, what not. We'll put it out on the police department's social media and go out that way.
So I think if it's the will of the commission, we could prepare legislation for next meeting that would explicitly exempt chickens and roosters, if that's the will of the commission.
That's exactly where I was going. I just wanted to make sure that there was consensus here, that everybody agrees this is an issue. And
Can we trap them and take them to the Sears lot and make that a bird sanctuary and they can't build the Live Local project?
Maybe if there's some bats there, but anyway, I don't think anybody, the noise ordinance, they don't comply with that.
No.
Well, the price of eggs, you may want to reconsider this. We could use some eggs.
I'm going to tell you, some residents are going to be really, really happy.
Yeah.
When
It's an issue. In the North Gables in particular, it's been a big issue.
We'll put out some information for the NSAs as well. Once we get that information on, kind of giving them instructions on how to contact the appropriate removal company, we'll do it that way as well.
So would you like me to move, or is there direction from the commission?
I don't need a motion or anything. We can bring that back.
Okay, perfect.
And I'll just report back to the manager when we come back.
Thank you, Chief. Moving on to item F6.
Yes, this is regarding, I've had a lot of residents approach me. All you got to do is drive around the Gables these past few months, and you see a lot of road repairs, a lot of construction, and a lot of street closures. Oh, sorry.
Six.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're in
F6,
seven,
wrong
the
one.
previous page.
Oh, okay. Well,
Cease and desist.
well, that one's good too. F6. Basically, we're in a hypersensitive time, I think, in our society. Now with the proliferation of AI, a lot of people on social media are creating images and creating websites and creating things that give the illusion that it's one thing when in reality it's not. And I met with the city attorney and her team about, there's no particular case or particular matter, it's just you can see it all around the country how things are just getting out of hand. What the procedure is with the city of Coral Gables in terms of how we issue cease and desist letters, when we have issued cease and desist letters. Mostly the concern would be, for example, hypothetical, somebody uses the city's seal or the city's design to make look like their website or something is an official city page. It's not talking about the language, it's not what they're saying. It's like a trademark. I know like a lot of sports franchises have sued or sent cease and desist letters when people sell their merchandise that's not official merchandise. So I'd like to talk about that.
So my office does, we do have authority to issue cease and desist letters when necessary. And certainly if someone is using one of our trademarks or the city logo, city seal, et cetera, without permission, we can certainly take action to protect our marks. That's very important to us. But in terms of, if someone's using the similar font or something like that, we can't control that, and we can't restrict that. And certainly we are very cognizant of the First Amendment and free speech protections, and we do not intend to censor, speech. But certainly we protect our trademarks, absolutely, yes.
And we've all read cases, and hopefully not impacted us personally, our families or friends, but, people send you an email, you click on the link and it takes you to Bank of America, and it's not Bank of America. They recreated Bank of America. You put in your PIN number, and all of a sudden they have access to your account. That's just growing more and more, and they're becoming more creative. And with AI, it's a major problem that's only going to get worse. So I just wanted to, have that discussion, put on the record that the city has the necessary legal tools when and if the problem ever arises within the city to take the proper action. And I appreciate your response and the information. Thank you.
Just got done blocking one from the U.S. Postal Service that wasn't from the U.S. Postal Service.
Yeah, and they
it's
basically take the same images. It's amazing how they do these things these days.
Creative folks.
I was just in a meeting, probably an hour and a half long meeting last week regarding cyber hacking, and it's really unbelievable how the whole United States really is facing this issue right now. And a lot of the threats are really coming from places that my mouth was open when they were explaining to me from Russia, China, and then they were giving examples of the actual websites that look exactly the same.
Yeah.
These are issues we're facing every day. Let's hope that we don't have to go through that here in Coral Gables, but if we do,
I had the opportunity to be at a conference this summer. There were representatives from different countries, and at the conference was a young man who's a specialist in cyber attacks, and he works for a consulting firm, but he worked for the federal government, and he was explaining that he was behind his computer screen. He stepped away to get a cup of coffee, and when he came back, his bosses wanted to see him. And he goes, "What happened?" He goes, "When you walked away, the report that you were writing about, I think it was about Russia, the report that you were writing started deleting the sentences, and new words were added. While he went to get coffee, somebody had access to the computer and was rewriting the report to benefit whoever was behind it." So we're in a very, very new world.
Can I just make a mention that it's very comforting to know that our IT department is top-notch, and they're on top of those issues day in and day out. I'm very impressed with our IT unit.
And well, Chief De La Rosa was telling me that during the hurricane, the number of cyber attacks on municipalities that were being impacted because they figured that the municipality wasn't focused on the cyber attack, they were focused on the response to the hurricane, so they were cyber attacking the municipalities.
That happens all the time with folks that commit crimes.
Yeah.
This has been happening for a long, long time, and I know the city manager is fully aware of that. I had some very talented clients that always thought that law enforcement was asleep. Christmas, New Year's, times like that. But cyber attacks been going on from Russia for decades.
And expect this to increase even more, just to make us doubtful of our democracy now coming close to the election period. They're going to just want to, input so much misinformation to make us weaker.
Well, I'll just leave you with this one war games concept. The same person I met who was from Washington said that if, let's say, the Chinese wanted to go after Taiwan and make a military move, they could cyber attack the U.S. government to delay our reaction, our response. They have the capability to delay us by jamming our systems. Hopefully, it never comes to that. But again, I appreciate actually everybody's input. I think it's important for the community to hear it. So thank you.
Moving on to F7.
All right. This one is, yes, there's been a lot of, construction. You go down Granada where the bridge is, south of Bird Road. You go in near our downtown area, even Coral Way, a lot of construction, which is good because there's a lot of improvements being made, but they're creating dead ends or detours, and a lot of the residents find themselves sort of trapped in a maze of detours. And they asked if the city, maybe, I would think maybe at the beginning of the week, can list where there is construction locations so that they're aware to maybe avoid those areas. We don't have to say when the streets are closed or where there's a detour, but just let them identify those projects that we know are happening, and put a list. And the county sometimes sends emails out there like work on Bird Road, near the Palmetto. If we can do that on our website, I think that would be helpful for residents and people knowing what areas to avoid.
So I've been speaking a little bit I can't remember when we first spoke, Joe, about having IT inputted into Waze and Google Maps and whatever mapping programs we have, because most people don't go onto our city's website before they get in the car to take their kids to school. So that was the idea behind that. The same reason why in the letter to FDOT, I requested no left-hand turn signs on some of the places where it's absolutely dangerous to do so, especially during peak hours, because then it gets into the mapping programs, and then we don't misdirect people to do things that's very, very dangerous. You said that, Joe, that IT needed some time.
Yes. IT has a memorandum of understanding with both Google and with Waze to be able to provide information on the app, and they have done it in the past. For example, the example that Raimundo cited was the plaza. When the plaza construction was going on, they put that information into Waze so people would know that there was heavy construction in the area. One of the things that I want to work with IT going forward and with our Public Works Department is on some of our other right-of-way permits that have a complex MOT, to have that information populated both on our website and as well as integrated into our GIS system so that that information can then be fed to the applications like Waze and Google and all that. So we're going to be working on that.
So can you add to that list the Apple Map program?
Apple, of course.
Okay.
And I think it's the fact that we can put it because some people still have flip phones and some people like their landlines, and and there are plenty of those, and the more we can provide, the more places we can provide this information, the more we cover the community.
Joe, would it be possible to maybe include a section in the e-news of upcoming road closures for the following week? And then that's the one touch we have with residents weekly, and the place they know to get the news from the city. So maybe we can just add a section.
We have different advisories that we receive. Sometimes we receive them at the last minute from Miami-Dade Water and Sewer, and we always do put them out, and we send them to you as well so that you can also put the messaging out. We do get every week from Public Works what they expect to be doing, but everything is very dependent upon weather. As we know, we think that we are going to be working on something, and all of a sudden, there's rain, or the contractor was delayed the week before, and then it changes. I'm happy to put whatever on e-news. I would just caution that if we take too much space, we get away from putting, our ongoing news that we need to. Obviously, I would take your direction as to where we need to go. I just caution that whenever we have too many things that we have to put in, we limit, and we know that there's a limit of how much people will read.
Yeah. But maybe we can have a section where you just have the link to a website.
Yeah.
And that way people can see it. The other suggestion might be to create a separate Instagram account or Twitter account where people can, which is just Coral Gables road closures, and it's specific to that. So the algorithm doesn't just mix it in with everything else. The minute you post it, it does get picked up, and people can follow that account.
Yeah, the road closures, we definitely is something that we put on Twitter, because Twitter we treat as a very different type of news dissemination versus promotional, like an Instagram. We wouldn't be putting road closures. We do put them on Twitter, and I think what we can do is, if we're going to put the ones that we get every Friday, if we put them on the website, we can promote on an ongoing basis, at least in the beginning, so that people, that do read e-news know that it's there and where to go. And we can also put it as a news story on the homepage, and we can leave that for.
One of the things to remember, though, is for the Waze, it has to be closure of more than 4 to 5 days. An extended period of closure not one of those that we do today and
Right.
tomorrow, we're
Right.
moving forward. So there is
We're
a,
talking about long-term closures.
correct.
That's why I think, for at least for the e-news, not ways, obviously, that's a different story, but instead of road closures, areas where there's construction. And that's, people know what that means, avoid the area. But we don't pin ourselves down to actually road closure because, like you said, it could rain and they're not. But they know that area has activity.
But I mean, and we do it occasionally in e-news, and Public Works does provide us a list every Friday.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to F8.
F8 is an update on the recent Florida League of Cities Policy Committee meetings. I'm going to go ahead and let Fernando start with a presentation, and then within the topics, I know we can go ahead and fill in some gaps.
Is this on, Billy?
Cable TV could put up the presentation.
Great. Okay, so we'll get started. I'll get through these rather quickly. So just to introduce really what the functions of the Florida League of Cities are, or is that they do three main things. One is they advocate on behalf of over 400 member municipalities. They do so by, at the state and the federal level, they collectively get whatever our interests are through our legislative committees that we'll discuss in a second, and then put that before the legislative bodies and try to push through whatever those priorities may be. A second role that the league has is to educate the individual city members of the league through webinars, through in-person seminars. They have their yearly conference, and then also their committees during which they introduce us to bills that were passed related to our committees, bills that were, likely are coming back next year, and then prior year's priorities. And then the last thing that it allows us to do is to collaborate with the other members of the Florida League of Cities. And, here in the Gables, we're a 50,000 person city with, decent resources. And then there are some members that come from 2,000 members, 2,000 resident cities that have almost no tax revenue.
756 residents in one.
Exactly.
Crazy.
Yeah, so very diverse groups, which make for a wide variety of concerns and ideas to be presented before the body. Okay, so to go through the committees quickly, these are the committee assignments that we have for this year. We have 5 committees and 5 representatives. Development, Code Compliance, and Redevelopment is Commissioner Melissa Castro. Finance and Taxation, Commissioner Ariel Fernandez. Intergovernmental Relations, Mobility, and Emergency Management Committee, that's Vice Mayor Rhonda Anderson. Municipal Operations, that's Chelsea Grinnell, the Mayor's Chief of Staff. And then I, as the Government Affairs Manager, I'm in the Utilities, Natural Resources, and Public Works Committee.
They should make this the mural on the plaza.
Yeah, that's what I was
Just
saying.
on our background.
It's a good-looking picture.
Where's Sinatra?
That was at nighttime.
So this is the schedule for the committees. There are going to be 3 meetings. We've already done one. That was on October 4th. The following meeting will be on November 8th, and then the last meeting will be during what the league calls their legislative conference, which will be between December 4th and December 6th. This past meeting, the way that things were structured were that each of us went into our individual committees, and 4 things were supposed to be discussed. I've heard that some of the different committees didn't go through all of these things, but the structure was supposed to be bills passed that concern the committee in this past legislative session, those that were not passed but are likely to come back and are of concern and worth keying in on, and then also what the specific committee's past priorities were, and then what this year's priorities were thus far. So at this point, if the commissioners would just like to comment on what was discussed during their individual committees, I'll pass the mic to you.
Absolutely. I'll touch really, really fast, just basic subjects of what was discussed. The first thing that was discussed was the Live Local Act, and then I'll touch base later on during your presentation on that. Other things were vacation rentals, impact fee issues, and very important to us, unlawful demolition of historic structures. I'll go ahead and give it to one of my other colleagues.
You go ahead. I'm going to pull up my folder because there was a lot of stuff I worked on.
All right, you want me to just
Go ahead.
briefly touch upon? So Finance and Taxation Committee, it's a smaller committee, not made up of that many municipalities, and you have a lot of smaller municipalities in the group. I think Orlando's the largest one. I think we were the second largest municipality that was in the room. But we did have a couple of folks from here from South Florida. We had Mayor Mitchell from Miami Springs and Commissioner Smuckler, Fortuna Smuckler from North Miami Beach. And there's two issues that obviously I push for on the Live Local issue based on the argument that there is a financial impact to the municipalities. We seem to get some traction with even some of the smaller municipalities who are dealing with their own issues with Live Local. Surprisingly, where in some municipalities you would expect a reduction of the cost of housing, other municipalities in the Panhandle are having the adverse effect. Properties that have been built in the last 5 years qualify for Live Local as long as they begin to use 40% of it for affordable housing. And in one municipality, those units were being rented for $1,400 a month. With the new parameters of Live Local, they're now renting for $1,800 a month. So it's increased the cost of housing in their municipality. But they all seem to, it had some traction. I'm going to try to push, and I'm still, Fernando and I still have a call with my FLC staff member. We've been getting some pushback on having this be an issue for my committee to bring up. They think that Commissioner Castro's committee would be a better place to address it. But as I told them, I don't want this to be an issue that just falls on the sidelines because your committee doesn't take it up. So I'm going to be pushing to address this. Another issue that came up that does affect us, and it's not in our legislative priorities, but I know that it has been something that as a municipality we have tried to do in the past, which is involves tourism taxes and the inability of municipalities to get the trickle down of that funding. It stops at the county level. There's only 2 municipalities in Miami-Dade County, actually I think in the state, that are benefiting from it, which are Miami Beach and Bal Harbour. They were grandfathered in 1986. So Mayor Mitchell from Miami Springs was pushing this issue on trying to have the state authorize for municipalities to get a portion of that. And it's not just revolving around hotels. There are smaller municipalities that don't have hotels, but rental cars come through their communities using their infrastructure. Airbnb has become a big issue in smaller towns because people are looking for that small town feel. So those are taxes that they're not being able to benefit from. So again, it went back to the taxation and the financial component. A lot of these municipalities are seeing it as we're providing the service, but we're not getting the revenue to provide the service. So I think that one will also have traction this time around. There wasn't really anything major being considered. Obviously, there's a lot of concern about the legislature potentially pushing in the next couple of years to eliminate real estate tax. So they're not even pitching a change of the revenue stream. The person who's been pushing in the legislature kind of just wants to eliminate municipalities as a whole. So talk about getting rid of home rule. But it's something that's not expected to gain a whole lot of traction this legislative session, but it is something that the FLC has been tracking going forward.
So I worked on drafting a lot of the legislation that is being presented. So I just want to, for the public's benefit, be able to summarize it because not everybody knows what we're pushing for this particular legislative session. Because I look at this more than just a League of Cities issue. I look at this as an opportunity to share with other cities what we're doing and things that they may want to consider adopting. So one of the items we did, we redefined what type of warning signs and lights and so forth are necessary on school buses, because currently the statute that exists was drafted back in 1970 when charter schools didn't exist. And private school buses, at least when I went to Catholic school, were the regular school buses with the little signs that came out and the lights blinking. The problem with not having that type of signage on these vans that transport children is that law enforcement cannot ticket when someone improperly goes around the van and then hits the child that's crossing the road. So Fernando and I worked on editing that language. I had done some of the preliminary research. So that's one of the items that I worked on and shared with the various league members. Modification of the tree ordinance. This is something that Fernando and I worked on, and we passed it through DINA to be able to have language in there with sufficient guardrails on it that we can prevent fraudulent reports being used as a basis upon which to remove trees. It requires the person uttering the report to swear under oath and before a notary. Also requires the concurrence of a landscape architect who actually has a license that you can lose, and unlike a certification that really is not ever taken away from anybody if they falsify an arborist report. And there's some other provisions in there to prevent life and safety issues, such as don't stump grind it because you may hit gas lines, you may hit water lines, you may hit other necessary infrastructure, electrical, et cetera. On hurricane resilience, I provided you a brief summary earlier today, so I will not go over that again. The stalking ordinance is something that's been in the pipeline for a couple of years. It's been well vetted. We have a sponsor for that. The boating safety statute is something that state attorney that I'm aware of was interested in having go forward. I offered for our city to be able to sponsor it, so that's well received. And then we have an amendment also to the Florida statutes dealing with recovered materials, so that will allow us to proceed to remove out of our waste stream the green gardening waste and be able to do, recycling basically of that material as opposed to having to tip it. With regard to what some of the things that my committee discussed, it mirrored a little bit of what Commissioner Fernandez's committee discussed, because we were talking about home rule. There was someone that did a presentation with regard to the Republic of Florida taking over their jurisdiction and, putting two cities together to benefit the other one, taking their revenue and basically taking a tiny little island of like 800 people and pulling their revenue, because it's a vacation location, and putting it into the large municipality. The other thing that we have to be aware of, and I'm going to mention it now while we're in the sunshine, is that there are efforts to increase homestead exemption. Okay. From our budgetary standpoint, we need to be cautious about this because this will impact our budget in the coming year, and we need to plan for it as if it's going to pass. There is a proposal to substitute it with a sales tax, which will further take money away from our municipality because we don't receive those funds. So I spoke to staff briefly yesterday about having a friendly amendment on it to have it apportioned according to where the tax was collected, as opposed to just having a melting pot of money that we get outvoted on every single year because we don't have enough votes in the legislature to bring back the money that we put in. So that's my summary for you.
Very good.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then as far as the Utilities Committee, we discussed two main things. One was utilities revenues. Bills are likely to restrict distributing those funds from the utilities budget up to the general fund. And then also there's an interest in potentially capping how much of a surcharge could be applied to utilities provided to extraterritorial properties. So that was primarily what we discussed, and then also parks development within state parks, which I think almost every single committee member was unanimously against. And then if we could go to the last slide.
Let me add a fun fact really quick. Vacation rentals. I don't know if this was a fact that was disclosed in that meeting, and it was that Florida Airbnbs is larger than the whole Europe. Wow. Did we know that?
No.
That's pretty interesting.
What part of the whole Europe?
Well, I wrote it
what?
down, quoted from my committee.
Well, I mean, ask them to clarify what they meant by that next time.
And that was it.
All Napoleonic controlled Europe. I don't know. Okay, so as the vice mayor was hinting at, these highlighted legislative priorities are going to be definitely presented to the Florida League of Cities by one of our members, depending on which committee is most appropriate. So zoning authority, building design elements, and live local will be presented by Commissioner Castro. And we'll report on that. We'll give a summary as to what is presented during the November meeting. The protection of the city's tree canopy, I will present to the Utilities Committee, and then the school buses, the Vice Mayor will present to her committee. And the thing with this is that obviously we have all of these priorities, and the question may be why we're not presenting all of them. The Florida League of Cities tries to restrict what all we can present, and they emphasize that they have to deal specifically with municipal affairs. So even though some of these things are of interest to us, they may not fall within the purview of what the FLC advocates on behalf of. So that's why we've chosen these 4 specific priorities.
But I think it's also important to note that if it does not affect almost every municipality, all 411 municipalities in the state, they don't even want to take it on. So it has to be something that affects, if not every member, almost every member municipality. And, you know, like we were talking, there was one gentleman that I spoke to at breakfast, his municipality has 50 residents. So there's very few issues that could affect them. They have, I think it was 22 houses in their city or their town. So.
Alrighty, that's everything.
Yeah, so I'm planning on doing a town hall to educate residents about Live Local, and I have a meeting with Senator Calatayud October 28th. Some of the things that we spoke about in our committee, and I'll just bring them some comments, is that they are hearing of a Live Local Alliance, is a coalition of developers, obviously to benefit developers a little more with this Live Local Act. They also spoke about penalties for not following the Live Local. In different municipalities and counties, mixed-use zoning is ongoing discussions. It is really up to the city or the county to determine if it's whatever mixed use it is, residential buildings with offices. It depends on the municipality is the one that determines it. And I think they're leaving it to them. There was a lot of questions also regarding the tax break for developers. They said there's a possibility that it could be pulled back. And I did bring up what the vice mayor was talking about, that we sent out as far as if maybe we can come up with an agreement between local governments or municipalities. Their recommendation was to go ahead and just talk to Pinecrest, South Miami, and do something on our own, because it really doesn't seem like all of Florida is facing the same issues. It's mostly very South Florida.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Before we move on to F10, we have a person who was left out of public comment. Mr. Clerk?
He exited the meeting once again, Mr. Mayor.
All right, then we'll circle back.
Thank you.
F10.
Just for the record, F9 was deferred.
F10?
Okay. Discussion regarding the crosswalk of intersection of Ponce de Leon Boulevard and Stanford Drive. This, during public comment, I had a resident that spoke upon this item. I did include some pictures that she sent me. As it is, thank you to Hermes and Melissa and the city manager. They were very quick to respond to this request. Her complaints were about the painting of this intersection. That's already been, what stage are we on? Because I know that this goes through different phases.
What you're looking at here, and you can tell by the floor, that this has all been redone. They had a large construction site the entire length of Ponce. This particular picture that we're looking at, if you notice the waffle-like look to the road itself, so this has all been put up, so it's been graded, and then it would get done and re-put down again. So this was a temporary fix for as they were resurfacing all of Ponce de Leon Boulevard at major parts of these intersections, which made it difficult for us to enforce on some of the stop bars during this particular time.
Okay, so I know, so we're in the phase right now that we're waiting 30 days.
The pavement has been resurfaced,
Mm-hmm.
and we put a temporary striping on it. So it's going to be at least 30 days before we put the final pavement, but the crosswalk is already well delineated, and the final will be the thermoplastic. We usually do that when we still have some areas that we need to finalize the pavement. Usually you do that in one shot. But the crosswalk right now, it's delineated, and it's just pending the thermoplastic, the final layer of.
This is really simple. I drive the street every morning at 5 in the morning. From my home to the gym. It's next to Merrick Park. This has been an ongoing issue. You and I have talked about it for 6 months in regards to the work that was being done there, which the sanitary sewer line that was being connected there. So now they're at the final stages.
It doesn't look like that anymore. It's been repaved
I was just
already.
there this morning. I drove by this morning. It's completely done. Completely done. It looks really nice. You still have some road plates that need to be addressed. But this is just the standard issue.
It's 2 miles worth of sewer that we.
So now, moving on from that. What you have here right now is uncurable. Okay? So we can tell the residents that we're going to cure this, and the only way you can cure this is by one way. Having a police officer in this intersection, sitting on in a chair or in a squad car, pulling people over, because people are so desperate to cross all these intersections on Ponce because of the constant traffic, especially if you go there around 5 or 6 o'clock. And this is, again, near my house, that everybody's desperate, so they get into the box. They block the box, they get into the crosswalk, and there's no resolution. By the way, just in case, I don't know when this photo was taken, but you have a code enforcement violation right there. You have a sign. I'll make sure I take care of that, and I send it to Amos tomorrow morning, like I do every morning. So that right there is a code enforcement violation that hopefully somebody will take it off the corner. So this issue here is, and I'm going to tell you the truth, unfixable because of what we've done here in the city and how people are in this community in regards to their driving habits. Chief.
Since January 1st to date, we've written 50 citations at this intersection with 57 traffic stops and 44 designated details just at Stanford and Ponce. From Ponce de Leon to Red Road, from Red Road to Grand Avenue on Ponce, since January 1st, we've written 519 citations on Ponce de Leon Boulevard, another 192 traffic stops and traffic details where people were designated in this area since for the last 10 months for 181 times. Ponce is an ongoing issue, whether it be speeding or these intersections. The issue that we have from the police department is the next complaint that I get when we're stopping them is we're blocking traffic by writing the citations. Because of the curbing and the areas underneath the Metro Rail, there is no safe area to have that vehicle pull over where we can issue the citations. So we do that as quickly as possible, and I believe the next construction part that we're going to have down there is now as the underline is starting to come through this area, which if you all know, I have said this is why we're bringing in a mounted patrol to get a little bit more where we can tie the horse up to a tree and the officer could actually write citations on foot. So it is an ongoing issue. Some of the vehicles that are seen out there, and I've talked with the city attorney, there is a requirement from a covenant, I believe, with the University of Miami that they have to have 2 officers at Merrick and Ponce. I'm not quite sure. That's been in place for 10 years. I don't know what that does other than allow egress and ingress. So those people are not necessarily writing tickets. And then you also have the other pedestrian side. When the Metro Rail is running well, then there's an additional stop for the crosswalk there as well when they're coming over. We have, and if you remember, probably another 20 years ago when we put the pedestrian bridge over and everything else was now fenced along US 1 to Red Road to stop pedestrians crossing across US 1 from a number of fatalities. So some are using that bridge, some are coming to those intersections, which is also impeding the Stanford and Ponce intersection because they're not yielding for the pedestrian lights. So there is a myriad of issues at Stanford and Ponce. Granada and Ponce, I know we have talked ad nauseum over the years about redoing that. I think since we've resurfaced that, it'll be a little bit more clearly delineated. We do know the times of days that they are there, but we have done a significant, in my opinion, effort to address these issues. It still happens when they're getting across the box. There is arrows there for those, so there are traffic arrows there. The synchronization of these lights also has to coincide with the synchronizations on US 1.
That's what I was about to say. I was there last week.
Yeah.
2 lights trying to make a left turn, and I was the first car. I was never able to make a left turn because of all the cars that were coming southwest to northeast. They were just taking that right turn, and then they were blocking the right turn lane because they're making the line of the left turn lane. So the lights are not synchronized at all.
Right.
And I just gave up. I just kept driving on Ponce.
Yeah,
to that point, because there's information on that. So to that point, there's a new contract in Miami-Dade County. It was taken away from the previous firm that had it for 10 years. And now the entity that has it is called Horsepower Electric. And they will be now working over the next decade to ensure that they can revamp all the lights and finalize all that synchronization of the lights throughout Miami-Dade County. Another area that we will never be able to correct, and I know your team is out there constantly working on it, they're at the gas station, is on the corner of Lejeune and Ponce, blocking the box. You have multiple different ins and out. You have US 1 on 2 different fronts. You have Lejeune, you have Ponce. It's like literally 5 areas of traffic converging in one area, and there's limited time to cross that intersection. So everybody blocks the box, everybody blocks the crosswalks. So I hope it gets better with the underlying, but I'm going to be candid with you. I don't think there's much solution. Look at the amount of tickets that you've given. Look at the amount of effort that we've invested in there. And at the end of the day, it's happening every day because you have all these individuals from UM. You have all these individuals, that are working on US 1. The schools, Ponce. You have just a convergence of traffic that, again, it's just more than what the streets were designed for 15, 20 years ago.
It is, and Commissioner, the big issue that we have as far as cut-through traffic is Blue Road is a feeder. Blue Road feeds into feeds into Riviera, which then Riviera is the only way you can get on the highway because Ponce backs up to Grand. So that's the constant trying to beat over there. A few years ago, at least while I've been chief, I know we put a diverter in there to try and slow that down in the neighborhood. I think it was one of the first traffic cushions we put in. So we do continually address it. The biggest challenge we have, and I've been copied on a lot of these emails from the young woman that spoke today, is how we stop them. I mean, the speeding is much more easily enforced than that because we have more lanes. When they're in that box, to continue to block the box, it makes it even worse. And then the transit pickups to and from the University of Miami Metro Rail Station. So I think the motor unit and the officers have done a great job under the direction of Major Boblitz to kind of focus on this. So this has been on our radar for some time. I think the markings, once they're kind of set in stone again, as the director said, we'll be able to kind of write those. Most of those blocking the box intersection were like 46% of those 50 of those citations that were issued at Ponce were blocking the box. So
can we have any communication with UM to see if they can start having one of their officers there in that intersection?
They have the University of Miami officers have been working with us. They actually ask us for additional help on Santa Maria. Santa Maria's been a big problem pedestrian-wise. I think the university added a lot of crosswalks there. So they have been helping us on different times. The sergeant will supplement one officer for staff as staffing permits. So we've been able to use them as well, along with the UMPD has their own Shield 12 measuring devices. Their shift people put them out as well. They do a pretty good job of assisting us both with traffic accidents and handling those perimeter roads in and around the university.
So I'm just going to throw out an idea here. You know that sometimes when there's construction, it says fines are doubled when you speed or whatever the case is in different parts of the city. So what about if we have like a don't block box or don't block crosswalk because of high fines, like a visual that if you're on the other side of the light, you're like, I'm not going to cross over.
If this body wanted to do a don't block the box markings, so to speak, I believe that's something that we could entertain, which was pretty much if somebody's in there. The issue still is, and I'm not saying no to the idea, I think the issue, the idea is then we would stop them on Ponce to write the ticket, or whether it be Stanford, which is the main entranceway at night for the University of Miami. So that could get backed up. So then we'd have to just to increase those fines would be something that we would have to do statutorily. That would actually go through Tallahassee to see if we can in fact do that. That's who decides who those citations, the rater will, if you will, of how much those cost goes through Tallahassee. College doesn't equate as a school zone. West Lab does. So that's actually handled as a school zone itself. But that's something that we could entertain.
I think the dealing with Tallahassee, we can explore that later. But maybe putting a sign, don't block the box or don't block the crosswalk could be something that prevents people from actually being there before they get the ticket.
We asked the county, you see those usually on the mast arm. So we reach out to the county and we ask them to see if they will entertain putting a sign there. It will have to fit within the weight and, because those mast arm have a weight limit depending on when they were designed, but we did put that request with the county.
And what happened?
We don't, we just did it. So
You just did it?
yes,
Okay.
recently. So
Keep me updated,
we'll do.
please. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Mr. Mayor, before moving forward, I have two members of the public requesting to speak on this item.
Of course.
First speaker is Daniel Milai.
Hi, it's not letting me do the video. I'm not sure if that's, there it is. Hi, my name is Daniel Millay. My wife spoke earlier, Laura Millay. Our address is 1205 Mariposa Avenue in Coral Gables. And I wanted to speak to the crosswalks, obviously. My wife wasn't able to stay online because she had to go and get our daughter. And funny enough, someone was blocking the crosswalk both directions while she was picking her up, both going to school. She goes to West Lab and coming back. The police officer wasn't there for some reason right now. And I can tell you, I'm the one that does the drop off in the morning. It's every single day someone's blocking that crosswalk, and I'm only there for a 20-second window of the whole day. And I know y'all discussed having more signs, initiatives like don't block the box. Personally, I don't feel like that works at all. There's no one reads signs. No one's paying attention. They're looking at traffic. They're trying to get where they're going. It was yesterday. Someone cut in front of me as I was trying to cross because they were turning right, and I was trying to cross the crosswalk. They weren't even looking right to look at who's coming in, so they could just turn right and go. The police officer wasn't able to do anything at the time because the person just turned and left. So, yes, there are things that can be done. It's not just a shrug, oh, people drop bad. If we make Ponce not a thoroughfare where it's a bypass for trying to go around Dixie traffic or getting from point A to point B, doing things to slow it down, make it not worth it taking it. I'm not talking about closing it off, but speed tables. We can put speed tables at all the crosswalks. That way you have to slow down. You have to maintain the speed limit. Because it was just 2 days ago, I think, I was coming from the UM train stop, and that crosswalk there for students across, and someone just blew through it, like didn't even slow down. I'm surprised like no one was in the crosswalk at the time. So I'm glad it's addressed that everyone knows how bad ponds and the crosswalks are. It's just, we're looking for more of a permanent solution. A cop there every day only works as long as you have them available. Signs don't work because no one reads them, or eventually becomes background noise. Like you just see it every day. Like, oh, I don't even see that anymore. It's just there every day. So, and I also feel it's not just for us. You see that y'all have mentioned the underline that's coming, the remodel with all the pickleball courts. It's only going to get worse because more people are going to be using that section. So what I mean is only going to get worse is I'm afraid someone's going to get hurt. I'm afraid it's me and my daughter personally, but I see other kids riding their bikes to school. I see students. I see just joggers out. It's not just us. It's the entire community. And more people will be using this as more is done on the underline.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Roberta Neway.
Roberta, good afternoon.
Hi. I'm Roberta Niway, 1236 South Alhambra Circle. And as you know, I'm always complaining about South Alhambra and US 1, and South Alhambra and Ponce is just as bad. So I agree with what the gentleman was just saying. I think we need to slow down Ponce. And I think enforcement, as much as it inconveniences people, it would help to some degree. I have seen very little enforcement on Ponce and Alhambra. I can't speak to Ponce and Stanford. But Ponce and Alhambra, in all the years I've driven there, I've walked there, I can count on one hand the number of times I have seen people pulled over. So I think there are solutions. I just think we have to work harder at them. And now I'm going into the Gables, so I have to leave, and I'll probably be delayed by people blocking Ponce. So have a nice night, everybody, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Roberta.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Okay.
I have some follow-up questions for our Public Works Director. Are we allowed to put in any type of speed tables, cushions on ponds?
No, I don't believe so. It's a collector, and that intersection itself is humongous. I mean, I just don't see, even if we were allowed to by the county agreement, which we're not, I just think from a geometrical perspective, I'm not sure how that will work.
Okay, can we add speed detection signs?
That, yes.
Absolutely. Can we add cameras, ticketing cameras?
I mean, that will have to discuss with IT, and I mean, we could do anything that we're willing to pay for. I guess that's something we can work with Raimundo, if that's the desire of the commission. I'm sorry?
Would the cameras be enforceable?
No, they would have to be enforceable. If they can,
Oh, no,
if they can ticket.
I can speak to
That's a
that.
question for the city attorney.
Yeah.
Putting cameras.
No.
No, at this time, the only time speed cameras are allowed to be used are in school zones. The statute does not allow us to do that other than at a school zone. And when that's in-
Can we ticket do not block the box? with
We can
camera?
ticket for do not block the box. What I am
Cameras.
checking on specifically is I don't know if blocking the box, blocking the box is the traffic. I don't know if there is a citation for blocking the crosswalk.
There should be.
I don't know if that's a separate statute number.
It's a non-criminal traffic infraction.
Right.
It's for blocking the, for entering an intersection or a marked crosswalk unless there's sufficient space. So
Right.
yes.
So what's happening is everybody's going to the other part of the stop bar, which is the thick white line at the edge of the intersection. And when they go across and they're backed up, their back ends are in the crosswalk, off the beaten path of, or outside of the, what we call the intersection, which is the large white lines. So if they're blocking over that, they're blocking the intersection. We're writing the moving violations for blocking the box if it stops the traffic. But once they're off that road, and the pedestrians, if there's no pedestrians present, they may not be writing those.
Madam Vice Mayor, if I may,
Yes, you may.
my advice is it's getting late and we have a lot of items to take care of on the commission here, is through the manager, maybe your office, along with Public Works, can provide what legally is available at our disposal to address Block the Box, along with other issues that we're facing on ponds. And what is allowed in regards to speed tables, which I'm pretty sure they're not. You already explained about the cameras, so it can be properly memorialized and can then be sent to the residents who have concerns in this area.
Gladly.
Okay?
Gladly.
I appreciate it, Chief. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, before we move forward, we had one more speaker on this
Okay.
item, Sully Pardo.
Hey, Zuli, how are you? Good afternoon. Zuli? Ms. Pardo?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. Hi. Good afternoon. Thank you for addressing this very important issue. I live at 49. I'm Zuli Pardo. I reside at 49 Campina Court. I live in the Coral Gables Flagler Street section, and our main thoroughfare is Ponce de Leon, and on the east side we have Douglas Road. We recently, I'm sure, including Chief Hudak is aware that we recently had a major accident where there was a fatality. We have the same issue. It's not just to the south on Ponds, it's also North Ponds. And I would really love to see some kind of addressing the issue in our neighborhood. It's very important. We have people, just as the previous speakers were saying, we have folks speeding through our neighborhood. They take, all our side streets and just speed through to connect to Miami on the Lejeune side. So I think it's really important to address, and I also, would like for our neighborhood to be included in this endeavor. Thank you. I appreciate it. And I hope to see some changes in our neighborhood as well.
Hermes, through the manager, could you go ahead and maybe do an analysis of what is it that's happening in that section?
That's already in the books.
Yep.
We actually been doing a study there for a while. The county asked for some additional information. We're working
Did you start
on,
that study?
Over a year ago. We actually provided the county what they asked when we sent it over to them. They said, actually, I need more data. So we got to collect more data, send it back to them. It's unfortunately a lengthy process, but that's something that we've been working on for quite a while.
We made several site visits to the area.
And the idea is that from that results, we'll looking at potential projects, kind of like similar to Ponce Phase 3, who's going to start relatively soon south of the location.
When you get a chance, do you think you could send me an email with an update? So
Absolutely.
I can go ahead and circle around that neighborhood?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Do we have the person who's pending that wanted to speak about the issue, Mr. Kerr?
I'm checking, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
No.
No? No. Okay. F12.
So thankfully, we did not see much of an impact with Hurricane Helene or Hurricane Milton. But I've had a few conversations with the manager, with Chief De La Rosa, with members of the police department who went out to Tampa and the surrounding areas following the storm. And my conversations have been about what we can do to better be prepared for the eventuality of getting hit ourselves. What resources are currently missing in the areas that are being affected that we could potentially benefit from, and maybe start looking for grants that could cover the costs of those resources. Here locally, there was one concern that I had driving around the day of the storm was the number of people whose gardeners had come out and put all of their trash in the swale. There had been trees that had been chopped down. There were coconuts all over the place. Had we had a direct hit, we would have had tons of projectiles, because it wasn't even the day of the trash day. It was, I guess, we got hit, Tuesday to Wednesday? And trash day in that area was Friday. I don't know if it's something that we should maybe look into legislating where you cannot do yard work when we're under a tropical storm or hurricane watch or warning to prevent people from actively putting stuff out. I know I received requests from people who wanted a last-minute pickup because they had taken things out and they wanted it picked up before the storm. I think that's something we should prevent because our resources are limited as it is as we're preparing, and we want to be ready. So I don't know if Chief Doloroso, you had any comments you wanted to share.
So we will be conducting an after-action study on just what gaps we may have found or opportunities to respond the next time we have a hurricane. That's upon the request from the manager, and it'll be headed by the Deputy City Manager, Alberto. With regards to where our needs are, I think that this hurricane had the potential of presenting itself very similar to the challenges that were posed to our city after Hurricane Irma, with the depletion of resources that we depend on with our response partners. So for instance, if you take into account that within Hurricane Helene, before that Hurricane Debbie, and then this last Hurricane Milton that impacted several states, both of those hurricanes did. So whatever contracts we have with response partners for vital restoration, particularly debris management, all those areas are dependent on the same resources. So the depletion of resources that we need for debris management is going to be one of those challenges that we're going to be looking at to see how, through the legislature or through our own budget, we begin to have our own resources and not have to be so dependent on outside resources. For example, heavy machinery that we would need to clear our roads past the storm. We're looking into technology that is available to encircle Fire Station 3, which, even though it sits at a high elevation, it's still subject to storm surge. And there has been recent technology that will protect that building post-storm from the storm surge, and then we're able to restore it or use it post-storm rather than have to mitigate whatever damages occur there, particularly from storm surge, because that building was revamped for wind damage. And then our own EOC, the support of the workforce that's there, mainly that kitchen area that's upstairs, those are the three areas that we're looking at for improvement. In addition to that, our internal improvements in our processes is what we're going to be looking at. To your point, Commissioner Fernandez, we began to message not to put out cuttings and yard debris several days prior. That almost sits as a template for us to start messaging our residents, because it's something that occurs every time we are threatened with a storm. And you're right, it does pose certain dangers after that, especially if we have anything over a Category 1, which now poses the threat of flying debris. So those are the areas that we're going to be looking at and focusing on as far as capital and infrastructure, and how to best message our residents with last-minute cuttings, especially that face that challenge once we have to go around and try to either pick it up. And you're right, that impacts our resources that we have here that are prepping the city. When you take into account that it takes us almost 3 days to shutter the city, our buildings. So that's 3 days even prior to storm impact that our public works folks are already in storm preparation.
So I'm going
Okay, I just want to add something to that. So there's two ways to address the issue of clippings. You either address the homeowner or you address the landscaping company. 4 or 5 years ago, I wrote a law that was later preempted by the state of Florida. And the law was very simple. I think we charged landscapers $1, $2 a year, and we required them every single year to submit a questionnaire. We did not ask them if they were legal, illegal. We did not ask them where they lived. All we just asked for was contact information and email. And it served as a multi-purpose document. The document served as an ability to get in contact with them on multiple different fronts, to discuss, is a hurricane coming? What are the procedures? There's somebody missing in a neighborhood. There's a new change to the law like we're discussing now in regards to, waste bags. Issues that may exist in regards to if they encounter a trash pit that is too deep, illegal dumping, as we've been finding. So we collected a few hundred landscapers that provided the information, and it was very beneficial. But we ended up sunsetting that, and I confirmed it with the city attorney because it was preempted by the state of Florida. So I think the most difficult thing about this, which again, I have no issues, I think it's a great, I tried it once, is you gotta really attack the homeowner. You gotta attack the homeowner through extensive education, and you try the carrot, but at the end you gotta try the stick. Because if you do get a hurricane that ends up turning our way and we get a category 4, category 5, and you're in a situation where you've been pruning your trees because you haven't pruned them all year in preparation, thinking that we're gonna be able to do that, it's not a possibility. Resources are very thin at that moment. So fines have to be given, and you have to notify the residents. If you prune your tree and you leave it out there a day before the hurricane, you're gonna get fined. And that's gotta fall on code enforcement. Because I tried to do it in a nice way through multiple education forums via this legislation, but the preemption obviously killed that kind act of being able to contact landscapers in our community. Even if there's a simple change in the law, there's a law stating that you can no longer park on the street. You have to park on somebody's property. You got to park on the median. You got to park on the swale. You can no longer even get in contact with them or request that information. So, Madam Vice Mayor, I apologize. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. And I was going to bring that up as well, but I want to inform my colleagues tomorrow we have a meeting with one of our senators to discuss some of the equipment that we're talking about to be able to move debris, trees, entire trees out of the roadway so that we're not dependent upon other vendors or municipalities to bring a piece of equipment all the way down from Jacksonville. The same thing, in regarding the debris, the same thing happened in the Middle District. Or I should say, I'm used to speaking in court terms, but the central part of the state, debris was put out, they weren't expecting another hurricane, and then they couldn't get it picked up fast enough. So whether it's tree trimmings or your kitchen cabinet, it's all dangerous. So thank you for what you do, much appreciated. I think people, once the hurricane got a certain point north where it really could not make that right-hand turn and head towards us, went back to business as usual, enjoyed the breeze, and went forward. So that's how I think, too, we saw a little extra going on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Moving on to F13.
So the FDOT has been doing work along Red Road, and I don't know if the rest of you have been receiving the concerns of residents that the sidewalks, when they're repairing the sidewalks, are not being done in the same color, the same pink color that Coral Gables uses. They're just using standard white concrete. Now, I know that the ACM has been in contact with the FDOT, and something that we had talked about was the potential of having them pay Coral Gables whatever it is that their cost is to repair them so that we can do them the right way instead of having these sidewalks that are checkered now throughout 57th Avenue, and they're taking away from our aesthetic as a city.
That's correct, Commissioner. So DOT, the way they approach sidewalk maintenance repair is it's done with their own in-house forces. Their in-house forces just use standard concrete. They don't use the Coral Gables dye. They do when there are DOT projects within the city. They will specify the red dye for the concrete. So I approached the FDOT. I'm waiting to hear back from them about They would pay us the cost of the gray concrete. We would pay the delta for the red concrete, and then we would go ahead and schedule that as part of our sidewalk repair work. That way, we can avoid this issue of having the checkered sidewalks. So I'm waiting to hear back from FDOT.
All right, moving on to item F14.
F14 is a discussion regarding Giralda Avenue. Last week, I met with several business owners from Giralda Avenue, and they voiced certain concerns. The day after, I actually met with some business owners from Miracle Mile, and there were some overlapping concerns as well. One of the biggest, and maybe Belkis, you'll want to come up. Belkis, come up. One of the biggest concerns there were something that we've been speaking about so often, but still have not done, which is the umbrellas on Giralda. I know they told me that maybe you sent them a letter, an email, I don't know what, asking for them to help with the funding of the umbrellas. Is that accurate?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
At their request.
Okay, so speaking to several business owners, especially there in Giralda, the Giralda Plaza, they're having a really hard time financially in that section. And as much as they want it, it's a hardship, okay? And I know we've been talking about this, and this is beneficial not only for Giralda, but it's for the whole city to bring, tourists. And I mean, the last time we had people from everywhere, and I think the whole commission agrees this was a very, very good project. I am of the thought that we need to just do it. We need to stop talking about it and just do it. And I think that asking for the business owners that are going through a really hard time, that's why you want to do it, is kind of a burden on them.
Okay. Well, let me put it in perspective. I meet with them every month, and they are at liberty to come or not come. Sometimes we get all the merchants there, sometimes we only get 3. We have always put it in our budget as a new need to bring back umbrellas or bring back an art installation to Giralda Plaza. At this point in time, I did alert them again that it didn't get approved. However, and then they asked me how much it was. And so when I told them, one of the merchants that was there said, okay, well, can you divvy it up and see just how much that would be if we would make that into, if every merchant would pay. And so that is why I gave it to them, because it was their request, not because, I expected them or thought this would be the other avenue. I think that regardless, they would need help from the city as far as permitting is concerned, because it's multiple entities, it's multiple merchants, but that's how it came about.
Guys, I'm sorry, I'm so informal, colleagues, is there any way we can make this happen? I mean, this is something that we've been talking about for so long, and we still have not made it happen. It's good for the city, it's good for the businesses. We all know the businesses thrive, the city as a whole thrives, right? The more money that comes into our downtown, the higher the valuations of the businesses, the more the businesses want to come in. Then what happens to our residents? It's simple, If the business community apports more into our tax base and valuations go up, we take that burden off the tax base of our residents, and it's a win-win for everyone. So let's work together and let's make these umbrellas happen.
So can I ask for staff to send us more information on the cost and so forth? I know it was a community foundation project before, so it was not, I don't know, my first grandchild was in a stroller.
It's been a while.
It's been a while.
We did this to the foundation.
We did it in collaboration.
Collaboration to the foundation. It was a nice project, and at the end of the day, I think we can always find a way to potentially do something in a similar vein. But remember, doing something that's already been done doesn't have the same splash and appeal
right
as in its previous iteration. So if you want to look into it, again, at the end of the day, it's the will of the commission. From what I remember, it was about $150,000.
Yes, so the trust system alone would be around 120, and then you have to get permitting, engineering drawings, and you need artwork. We had proposed to put the artwork up, whatever it is, you can have for 6 months, 6 months that are not hurricane season. So,
At that point, when we did it, we were one of the first in the world to do it. And maybe probably a handful of entities had done it before us. Now it's been done a lot. It's been done all over the world. Something to consider, but.
There are even some permanent, like I know even in Tennessee, in Dollywood, they have a section of Dollywood that has the umbrella sky, and it's just permanent.
So I'm going to make a suggestion to get some input from also the Cultural Arts Board, because they, after the umbrella sky, I threw around ideas that we could do something different just to keep it fresh. And we have done some stuff different, but I think the amount of color that was in there was part of the appeal of it, and to get some input from those folks as to something creative that could, potentially have even more of an attractiveness for the businesses there than a repeat of a prior project.
I want to throw some ideas. It's too late because of the time of year, but to draw people in the holiday season, Hollywood Studios, MGM, had the Osborne lights. It was a street where everything was decorated with lights with music, and they even had a machine that made it look like it was snowflakes coming down. And people would go to that area just to experience that. I think for Giralda, which is perfectly set up, to recreate something that Disney did in a smaller scale with synchronized lights, with synchronized music, and, if they have something that creates sort of the image of snow in Miami or in Coral Gables, I think that would be very appealing to families, and maybe it draws folks that normally don't go to Giralda to go there as well. So that's my 2 cents on, some ideas.
Yeah. So another concern that was brought up was homelessness. I did talk to them about, yes. I
could feel you staring at me.
I know.
It's like, not my department.
That was
your fault.
Didn't come over fast enough.
I did give them some education of what's happening in Tallahassee and how they need to be camping or they need to be sleeping. So they're well aware of that now. Not everybody is, and I think education. In fact, I don't think it'll be such a big problem after what, January 1st? It is
January 1st.
January 1st, right?
I believe. No, are you talking about the law?
Yes.
The law's in effect already.
Right now.
Yeah,
October 1st.
October 1st. So, Commissioner, we actually ran it, the crime analyst actually ran it since we haven't stepped up our interactions, or since September. We have identified 8 total people in need of services. 2 of those people on the 16th and October 3rd were at Giralda and Ponce and Giralda and Galliano. Of those 20 people that we've had interaction with, the 8 people that I identified, everybody with the exception of 1 refused any kind of services. 1 was transported to the Camillus house. 2 were arrested. Everybody else left the area without incident. So we are continuing, and we're also, we're charting them. We pretty much know the officers in the bike patrol unit who handles most of that, pretty much all knows them by name. So we understand that is an issue, as well as the solicitors. As early or as late as this morning, I can't stress it enough, when the business people see somebody that is in need of service, to just call the non-emergency number, even though, sometimes I know the frustrations that some of our callers have. This morning was an example. But we're there within 30 seconds. This morning we had a complaint about a truck, and finally the person called, and amazingly, we still were there within 30 seconds, and the truck was gone. And as I said in the email to the individual, if somebody is actively loading or unloading a truck on the right-of-way, it is not illegal. If they're taking stuff out of the truck, they can block a street. We understand the alleyways. We work hard on the alleyways, but that is not illegal. That's not something my officers can enforce. But when we know about it, we can offer service. Same thing with this homeless population that we have, which is relatively small. We are working in conjunction with the Homeless Trust, and we actually sponsored a meeting with law enforcement at the police department and we continue to work on the new interpretations, you will, of the encampment laws and things like that. So, like I said, we identified 2 people that were on Giralda. We continue to work well, and I think we've been working hand in hand with, what is the name of the group again? Block by Block?
Yes.
So now they have a quicker interaction with us, and that's, I think, we've been able to address that faster. I can't stress it enough. The more people call the non-emergency number, the faster you're going to get the service, because I may not see it right away. We just hope, I hope our residents are a little bit nicer than some of the calls that my people are getting now.
Okay.
And the one they got this morning was pretty bad.
Commissioner, just so you know, so this isn't new to us. We have been talking, and the merchants have expressed to us the same thing about homelessness and solicitation. We've brought the chief and sometimes even the major to talk to them as well, to tell them what steps they need to take as well, because we have been pushing the Safer Watch app.
They told me.
Very important for them to do that, and unfortunately, sometimes they don't use it.
Nope.
And so that's really important because it gives them a picture, it directly connects them with 911. So, yeah, it's
The
important.
proof is that the Safer Watch app, and I know you've all heard me say this, I know you're all familiar with the 100 block of Romano. And until that neighborhood took over the Safer Watch app and sent us videos constantly of what's going on, we've probably made more arrests there than we've made in any other neighborhood this year alone, because the engaged residents are sending it to us. It works. I don't know how else to put it. It's something that we use and we're getting more and more tips from. But this also helps us get assistance to these individuals, which is what they need.
So another big issue of concern, and it's not only with Giralda, but it's also happening with Miracle Mile, is that these Uber scooters are getting in the back of the alleys, and when there's delivery trucks or when the business owner or employees want to go ahead and back out of the alley, they're being blocked. And what's happening is that these Uber Eats or Uber drivers are getting very aggressive. So there has to be a solution for this, and I don't know, I was brainstorming, and I'm thinking we could get one parking spot per block where all these motorcycles or little scooters go. And I know the manager was telling me that they were looking into maybe making the parking spot a little smaller so that the scooter.
If I can stay along the line of us being a bird sanctuary, that's like herding cats.
Yeah, Commissioner.
We have, and
Commissioner, if I may.
we have, but we have
worked on
enforced.
this. We worked on this. How many years we tried to do this?
We've been trying. That's why I said herding cat. I'm not gonna lie.
We literally talked about parking lots on Aragon, parking lots on just any parking lot. Designate 5 parking spaces. Give it to them. Put them in a corner. This is your area. We'll even put a canopy. We'll put a charging station. We'll put a bathroom. We'll put a garbage can. We'll do everything for you. We tried every type of scenario. I've been talking about this for years, 5, 6, 7 years.
Their response to us. So, Commissioner, to your point, though, we have regularly scheduled motorcycle officers hitting those areas. Again, to the mayor's point, and what happens is we got them off of sitting on Miracle Mile, which was a bigger problem. They were using the city's electricity to keep their phones charged. The closer they are to those locations is when the closer they get their hits for that. So they don't want to be 3 blocks away because they're geo-fenced to tap 42 or whatever it may be, and then they'll get them faster than everybody else.
At one point, there were about 25 of them parked in front of the Miracle Theater, taking up 4 parking spaces. We were able, this is years ago, 3 years ago, we were able to get them out of there, open up those parking spaces. We moved them to a different area. They didn't want to be in that area because of geofence. Then they moved to the Aragon parking garage. Then in the Aragon parking garage, when we did one of our monthly cleanups, remember, Matt? we went to the hedge where they were, and in the hedge, you tell, what did we find in the hedge?
No, a ton of garbage. That was.
I mean, ton of garbage. I mean, it was bags after bags after bags after they were using our hedges as a garbage can. So what do? We cleaned up the hedges and we installed a garbage can for them there. And then what ended up happening was that they don't want to comply. So now what they're doing is, I can tell you everywhere they are. They're located behind Hillstones in the alleyway. Okay, they're located behind Tap 42. They're located adjacent to the Starbucks. They figure out a way to stay under the radar there, but they just don't want to comply. They're insistent on not complying because they want to be as close as you said to the geofence area. But this is a process that's been going on for years. To the extent, Matt can fill you in, Mr. Anderson can fill you in. When we were in the final stages of designing the mobility hub, we even put them in a location in the mobility hub. We said, this is going to be your area. And it should have been a perfect place for them because they're literally 50 feet from Miracle Mile. This is an area where you're going to be able, under the cover, you're going to have protection from the elements. You're going to have a charging station. You're going to be able to you're going to put some benches there for you. You'll sit there and you will have your own area where you'll be out of sight and you'll still be able to conduct business. Obviously, the mobility hub never happened, but that was even included in the mobility hub.
I know that Ms. Beltran has some really, really good ideas that the manager was telling me to address this, and maybe you want to share them?
Good afternoon, Monica Beltran, Parking and Mobility Services Director. So yes, one of the things that we can do is we need to create space for them because these services are important to the residents. I mean, it has to happen. Who hasn't called for a delivery, right? So we have to coexist and we have to find. I think one of the things that concerns me is that when some of these scooters park behind a van, for example, and they leave there, when you're backing up, you may not see them. So it's actually also very dangerous. So the idea, and I'll be working with Melissa, is to measure out the curb and see if we can accommodate the parking spaces and then create scooter spaces like corrals. We did this in Miami Beach. We create corrals so that they can park at a certain area and always in front of the vehicles, not behind, right? For safety reasons. And also because the real estate may be there. So if we have a 24-foot parking space and we don't need 24, we can start trimming and reassessing the sizes and then create these corrals, that's what we call them. And in some areas where we had to do, in some neighborhoods where we had a lot of scooters, where people would use a scooter to save a parking space, for example, is we actually went to the different parking spaces and put no scooter parking, right? So then we can enforce it. Or no motorcycle parking. And so it's just a matter of evaluating the real estate and reapportioning it to create and meet the need. Because when we spoke to the delivery companies, they don't want to geofence everything because there's a need. There's a need from the resident side and from the service side. So it's a matter of finding a solution so that we can use existing real estate and supply to meet this demand.
I really, really like where you're going with this. I would like to hear more about it I think this is a possible solution. However, I think that not only applying this, but maybe can we restrict scooters going into the alleys? Is that even a possibility? So we restrict, alleys, or just standing?
We can't restrict them from going into the alleys, but the parking, right now our parking citations are more in the alleyways than they are on the street. So that was increased by this body already once before. That corral area, and I think this is, Monica and I discussed it briefly about it, is, the pushback we would get is where we put the corrals. And that's something that we're all going to have to collectively come up with an idea of where that is. And then the enforcement arm we would need, probably code-wise, is how many of those scooters can be in that corral. Because when they start to pack, and this, I'm tongue-in-cheek, I know it's hurting cats, but there'll be 14 of them sitting there. And when they sit there, they become cigarette butts, food, eating, whatever. So That we can't prevent them from going in the alley. We do prevent them from parking in the alley, the guys in the cars. We've moved them off the mile. Now they sit behind the mile in their cars, and we have to go through on a regular basis and move them along.
I have a quick question. In some parts of Coral Gables, the residential says no through trucks.
Correct.
I've seen that. What governs the ability to say no through trucks there, and then no scooters is an issue in the
So
alley?
the no through truck sign is indicative of you can't have a tractor trailer just passing through but what has happened now, and a lot of our residents don't like this, is if you're getting a home delivery, a lot of that stuff is in a tractor trailer. If they have business in that route, they are allowed to go through. So the enforcement of the no through truck policy in Coral Gables is that we would have to follow them. If they don't make a stop, then we would go all the way down Blue Road. In the alleyway specifically is for deliverables. Most of the people have it in the back. It would be hard for us to say no through mopeds on that area. I mean, enforcing, you all get the same complaints I get. Enforcing the no bikes only on Miracle Mile is, I mean, short of a clothesline, that's sometimes you just can't stop them. So I think the corral issue is the way to go, maybe closer to the, yeah, I know, my shoulders are old. But I think that's the way to go in that area.
I think we can take it even a little further, and that is the reason why these companies didn't want more geofencing is because they do have a need. However, they don't need to stay there. They should be coming in, picking up, and leaving. It's not a staging area. It's a pickup and delivery area. So we would have to restrict the time to a certain amount of time. And I think, if you know,
they're waiting for the pickups. When they get it, and again, I think it's, if they see me walking down the street, the valet parkers behave themselves. If they see some of my other cops, they may not. And when I say behave themselves, they'll let somebody in a scooter pull in between two cars to run in and get food and get out and go, right? The ones that are the concern is that there's 14 of them sitting around waiting to get an order and then buzzing over. So that's the bigger issue, is the staging of where they're going. If we put a corral up front, we don't see that much of an issue. Unlike an Uber drop-off, to the other point is, if you're dropping off a human being, you can stop in traffic and let somebody out of your car. That's not blockable. You cannot leave your car unattended to get out and get food. That's a citation. So that's how we've dealt with the cars downtown.
Okay. And then the other thing was improved communication. A lot of the business owners there, and I see that Belka said, yeah, but only like 3 business owners show up to the meeting. And I see where the problem is now. They're not showing up to the meeting, but I think there has to be another probably form of communication. And that's what I'm working with the city attorney to see we find a mechanism to better inform businesses of resolutions and ordinances that directly impact or indirectly impact their business. I'll be bringing that up probably into commission meetings or so.
And Commissioner, I suggest that maybe to the extent you're able to get information from these business owners, which specific examples of changes or resolutions, et cetera, they've not received notice of, because maybe we can see what was done in those situations and evaluate how to improve upon that.
So it was all different type of things. Some of the things that they spoke about the most was the outside seating, and things that had to do with Geralda and code enforcement. Changes that the commission did, the planters, yes and no. And then getting back to the planters, we need to, I know that we met with, what was the lady's name?
In Midger, consultant or retail consultant, but yes.
This is something that I've been promising Geralda, and government takes forever for everything. But we need to finalize something and come up with something that looks good for the Geralda Plaza. So let's go ahead and touch base again about the planters, and that's about it.
Yeah, and Commissioner, we do have, we do know everyone that's on the street, and we do have their contact information, and that's updated regularly. So every time that we do have a meeting and we set it up, we send out a response, like we send out a meeting request. So
So it's not only on Geralda, I'm getting this from Miracle Mile as well.
And Miracle Mile, we do as well. We have 140 merchants on the street, and we walk it, and we had to walk it because we're doing trick or treat on the mile. So it's one of those where we're constant communication as well. But happy to take that and see if there's any way that we can improve.
Beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to add just one thing. If we're not ticketing the scooters when they're parked where they're not supposed to be, I was going to ask the city attorney's office to research that issue. Apparently, there's laws in some municipalities where they are handing out tickets. Would it be a-
So if they're not complying with our parking regulations,
Oh, yeah,
certainly
no,
we can
we're writing the
enforce. Yes.
citations, and we're
Right.
checking, you know, I mean, we recovered stolen scooters, one people, so we are writing citations. We're not seizing, unless there's something defective with the scooter, we're not seizing the scooter.
Right.
That's.
And talking about the different scooter, the moped, or I don't know what you call it, the one that you stand up and the bird one.
The bird one, no.
The
If-
bird
if-
ones, they're
if-
rise on the sidewalk, and I've been getting complaints about that. It's a
Correct.
hazard not only to the driver, to the rider, but also to the pedestrian. I guess the only thing I can think
Correct,
is.
birds
enforcement
usually
or
shut
signage.
down, birds shut down on Miracle Mile, my
Yes.
understanding.
So then, what
So
are
the
they
ones that are driving, you see on Miracle Mile are personally
Yeah.
owned.
The bird scooters, we've set up a geofence to where if they enter on to Miracle Mile on the sidewalks or on Giralda, the scooter shuts down. They cannot accelerate, and they are issued an audible warning to turn around and return to a ride zone. So that is a no-ride area that's set up, and we've had that in place for at least 2 to 3 years, coordinating that with Bird. So that is in place. So if you are seeing scooters on, then it's a personal one.
Okay, so as for that, I know enforcement, is there sufficient signs to say do not ride scooters?
There's sufficient code enforcement signs along Miracle Mile, yes. I mean, it stays out the statute, or it has all of the stuff that the regular statute does, so we.
Yeah, and we updated, Stephanie reminded us too, we did update those signs a couple years ago. So you see them posted on Miracle Mile and on Ponce, I believe, 2 blocks north and south of Miracle Mile. So yeah, and then I believe on Giralda as well.
I asked you to follow up with the request I had regarding Ponce and the scooters,
Correct, yeah.
because it's as dangerous there as it is.
Yeah, and I just asked a member of my team to check with Bird because I wanted to make sure that all the lights and the horns that are on the rental scooters are functioning. So I should be getting that answer momentarily. If it's a private scooter, that's obviously a different matter.
So let me clarify, because what I'm speaking about is because we have businesses with storefronts, just like on Ponce, just like we do on Miracle Mile, we got to look at, for the safety of the pedestrians, whether it is appropriate going forward to allow scooters on those.
So you're saying
sections of
geofence
Ponce.
the sidewalks all the way up Ponce?
Yeah, they can, take, we have bicycles allowed on the street. We have a share of the road symbol on Ponce. We also have Salzedo. But to have a resident hit by
Oh, of course,
a
yeah.
15-mile-an-hour scooter going on Ponce as they're heading out the door from a restaurant or another shop is going to end up with another resident injured, like happened on Miracle Mile.
Okay.
So.
Thank you.
Okay.
Moving on
Thank
to
you.
item H1. Did we do this already? Time certain? Yeah, we did H1, right?
Yeah. H2.
Did that one. H2.
I thought this was a short agenda.
Hi, good afternoon. I just wanted to give you an update on the city's Centennial celebration. Michael, if you could bring up the presentation.
How beautiful.
So as you all know, we'll be celebrating our centennial on April 29th, and we just want to make this tribute to this milestone, look at our past, and also celebrate our past and celebrate our future by building a sense of community, collaborating with our community partners, which I think is very important, and work with internal city departments. Just to give you an idea, I've been working on this for quite some time. I've actually had more than 65 meetings between community organizations. As Mr. Prime said today, I've regularly met with the Lola B. Walker regarding, the sculpture, as has Catherine Cathers. And I also want to say that this is, while I've been leading this from a city perspective, Sandy Rodriguez from my team has also been very involved, as have been other departments, for example, IT and Raimundo and Mark Hebert and Catherine doing a virtual reality app that we're looking at. So we plan to kick it off during the holiday tree lighting, because as we know, in most places you celebrate a centennial you just don't celebrate it on that day, but you celebrate it through the year. We're working on an oral history project. Today you saw the one for Coach Dan Finora. We have 40 already on our website. We have 10 more that we are editing, and we plan to get to 100. I think most of you here, except for Commissioner Castro, have already done your 3 minutes, and we plan to house those at the Coral Gables Museum, at our archives, and they will be on our website. And these, please, are not all that we're doing. These are just a sampling. The 4th of July will also have a Centennial theme, and we're also, as the commission indicated to us, to look at a community concert sort of to end this celebration. Building community is an important part of this, and that is why from the Garden Club to Bike Walk Coral Gables, St. Teresa's to Temple Judea, we've all been working with them to see what can be done. And we have the Centennial website. We've gotten a lot of very positive comments regarding it. We were able to do it in a cost-effective manner, but it's a great place to be able to house our information. Sharing our stories, as I mentioned before, we're profiling 100 folks, and this has been met very positive, and we get a lot of positive comments. Honoring our history, at a couple of meetings ago, you approved the sculpture. This was one of what we thought would be a really major project, which would also live into the future. And by placing it here across the street at Merrick Park, it gives it a very visible place for people to learn about this history. What are some of our city initiatives? As I said, we're in the development of an augmented reality, and that's something that's being done by Raimundo's team. It's going to be called Gables Go, and you're going to be able to go and to like 20 sites and get information about the sculpture or about the historic place just by using this augmented reality. And hopefully in the future, we will be able to present more details on that. Economic Development is going to have a Centennial ornament for sale. It's starting in November, and you see that there. It's very, very nice. Our city clerk's office, the passport office, they do a coloring book for kids that come in for to get a passport. The coloring book is now going to be Centennial themed. We have other things that are going. For example, we will have a challenge coin that will be a Centennial theme. The police department will have badges that are Centennial theme. We have lapel pins that we will be giving to all employees and to all our board members that are also Centennial themed. What are engagement opportunities? We do want the community engaged. So we want them to share their city beautiful memories. We have the Frame the Memory contest, and we we went out to different organizations to really get them to participate, and these are being shared on our website. Here you see a picture of the Junior League of Miami headquarters from like before and after, and people are writing different, and we've gotten some great ones, like someone sharing a picture of their home and saying how they've lived in the Gables, etc. We are going to have an audio booth, because in addition to the 100 people that we're profiling, we want everyone to be able to participate this. So we will be staffing at every farmer's market this audio booth so that people can come in and share an audio clip with us. We have the Tree of the Year. That was something that was spearheaded by one of our committees, submission. And we are also asking for donations to our city's archives. And actually, by publicizing it, we have been getting more. We have community initiatives. And again, these are just a sampling. I know that many of you have probably seen that the Coral Gables Garden Club is going to be doing a tour next month. But we're going to have Centennial banners working together with the University of Miami, and they're going to be on Ponce between Granada and San Amaro, talking about this. The Chamber and Alan Morris and his wife June, they're going to be doing the Greetings from Paradise play at the Miracle Theater on the day of the Centennial. The museum has been doing Path to 100 with different exhibits. For example, now they had one recently about doctors' hospitals and their 75th anniversary. Bike Walk Coral Gables is going to be doing a series of tours, and they're going to be all themed. And it's not only bikes, it's some walking tours. And we have worked with Coral Gables Senior High, and they are planning to do, they usually have an essay contest, and it's going to be Centennial theme. So these are just some of the projects that we're undertaking. And some organizations are going to be participating. We've been working with all of these organizations. So for example, the Coral Gables Bar Association, they're going to make their gala for next year, Centennial theme, and they're going to be honoring city attorneys past and present, which we think is, a wonderful thing to honor that history. University of Miami is not only the banners, but since they're also participating, we look for the game next year, the football game, where they have halftime, the recognition, where we usually have a University of Miami game for, our commission to be able to go on the field and do a proclamation. So we're looking for every different opportunity to work with the organizations that are already within the community to move forward. And we are including their events in our website. So we're inclusive. If they share it with us, and it's not only them calling us, we really have been reaching out to be able to get this done. And of course, we're open to any suggestions of how we can make this more inclusive and more engaging with our community.
We had spoken about doing something in the Venetian pool, and I think we voted on that.
Yes, that was in
December 2025.
In December 2025, it was in a previous slide that was one of the community's thing. Obviously, it has to be at the end because, as you know, Venetian pool is undergoing repairs and restoration, and it also has to be, because of our weather, it has to be in the winter. So that's it. Thank you. I don't know
Very much.
Marta, real quick, I think Dorothy Thompson was the chair last go around, 75th. She was very involved. I just want to make sure she and others like her.
She's involved. I went to a meeting with her and Martha recently, and she brought pictures and documents.
Yes, and just so that you know, anyone that has reached out and wants to meet, I have met with them. That's how I've gotten to 65 meetings. We do update our communications committee on an ongoing basis instead of establishing a committee, but anyone that wants to come and meet with us, Mayor Thompson wanted to make sure that in part of the oral history that we included Crime Watch Coral Gables, we included their pictures on our website, and we have of Carol Fewell, that was actually the person that brought this idea to Mayor Thompson, who was a commissioner at that time. I've spoken to her. She's in North Carolina now. When she comes back in the winter, we will be doing an oral history segment with her.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Item H3.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners, this is just to provide you an update with the ongoing repairs for the recertification of City Hall. So currently, as you all know, and we put already out the advertisement, the first two shoring columns are going to be installed starting Monday, November the 4th, and those columns are going to be placed in the city manager's office, between the DCM's office and the chief of staff, and the other one will be at CIP. Given that, the city manager's office will be vacating to the public safety building, specifically at the EOC, on Friday, November the 1st of this year. Once that shoring is in place, then they'll go in and start chipping away to determine the extent of the repairs that need to be done. We anticipate that we'll probably be out of that space at least through April or May of next year. In addition to that, 2 additional locations have been found that need shoring. One is in the where the city attorney's office is going to relocate to the first floor. Shoring column is going to be placed there in an area that's I believe it's a cubicle space. So the rest of the space will be available. However, that space will be isolated. There's one more that is probably the most significant one, and that's column 24, which is where the conference room on the first floor is. That shoring actually has to go all the way up to the roof, meaning it's got to go floor by floor by floor. Because of that, it will probably impact, and it's going to be a significant size shoring that will impact operations in the city, in the commissioner's offices. So we're waiting to get back the detailed design of the extent of that, but I suspect that come December, after the December commission meeting, it will more than likely be prudent at that point that the commission relocate, along with starting with the commission meetings in January, starting the commission meetings in January at the CMR. Time period of that, I would at least at this point bank on probably 6 months that we'll be doing that while these repairs are taking place. Again, I have to emphasize that when the chipping starts and they start going into, that's how they determine the extent, and then the plans have to be developed. They have to be approved, permitted and approved by our building department to make sure that repairs. This is all critical part of recertifying the building, so it's very important. So I expect that in the next couple of, at least in the next month, I'll be able to give you a better idea in terms of the commission chamber, the commission offices and the chamber. But I think it's safe to say that come January, we're going to be operating over at the CMR. That's my report.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor, do you have anything good for the order?
Other than the fact that we have Halloween coming up. Let's enjoy it.
Perfect.
Halloween on a Mile. I think we've all been pushing it out on social media, so happy Halloween.
Commissioner.
Yeah, I want to go ahead and thank Fred, Carolina, and from Parks and Recreation. They did a phenomenal job with the pumpkin patch, and that's important that we recognize that. It was a very, very nice family. Oh, there you go. Prepared. Lovely. I also want to say that Coffee with a Cop, I sent you. If you could, there you go. Let's enjoy the pictures. Beautiful. It was such a beautiful event. Not only was it beautiful, but they were able to assist me with setup and pickup of my tent and my materials. I really, really appreciate that. The next item I want to talk about is Coffee with a Cop. It's in Target. If you could go ahead and put the flyer up, Lily.
Cable TV could share my screen.
Coffee with a Cup Harvest Edition, October 24th. It's right around the corner. Please go talk to your cops. It's always a very nice community event, 9 in the morning to 11 a.m. in Target. I encourage you to go. I will be there, so you could talk to me as well. I'm not a cop, but hey, And then the last one is November 2nd, guys, Adventure Day event. It's from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. in Salvador Park. I will be there. I will have a table, and I'm brainstorming on doing something very special for the kids. So stay tuned, and that's going to be very fun as well.
Is my image ready for Commissioner Fernandez? That's Saturday, 11 a.m. for free for Halloween, The Exorcist.
Oh boy.
It's a phenomenal movie. I'll be sitting instead of the first row in the back row, hiding. Then next image, please. There you go. Happy to announce that my family and I, through our family endowment, were renewed for 2025, a new series of blockbuster movies for the Miracle Theater, Actors Playhouse. We still have on November 3rd this year, we're showing The Godfather, November 3rd at 5 p.m. But for 2025, the series of movies for families and for everybody really is Mary Poppins, which is a beloved musical that you really don't see on TV anymore. Steven Spielberg in May, Close Encounters of the Third Kind. August, perfect summer movie, Ghostbusters. And to finish out 2025 will be Godfather 2, which is interesting because Godfather 1 and Godfather 2 are the only sequels ever to win Best Picture. So I have them as bookends, but I'm happy to announce that my family is going to go another year of movies at the Miracle Theater as well for everybody, free.
Good deal.
Okay. Undid it?
I just want to echo your comments about the pumpkin patch. I think it was a phenomenal event. A lot of happy residents who came up to talk about what a great event this is for the city, and it's a great opportunity for families to share. We had more pumpkins this year in a different format. I think that worked. So kudos to our parks folks and our public works team who was there, police and fire who were out there as well. There was a long line to take a picture with a fire truck. And everybody was there with smiles on their faces because we had great weather this year, which was phenomenal. The other comment is that same location, this Saturday we have Dia de los Muertos from 2 to 6. It's a new location. In the past, it's been here across the street from City Hall. It has been moved to Pond Circle Park. Another great event being put together by the Mexican Consulate in conjunction with the City of Coral Gables. So look forward to seeing you there.
Did we get an invite for that or for the Dia de los Muertos?
I think they circulated the information to staff.
Okay.
So thanks to Commissioner Fernandez for mentioning Dia de los Muertos, something that I started 4 years ago, and this is the 4th year that we do it. It's in a major event for the city. Draws thousands of people there, and it's part of the legislation that works on also with the, we're working on a third one, which was the Feria de Sevilla that we just approved here in the commission. That's number one. Number two, make it out to early voting. Early voting is happening as of this week. You're going to be able to do it from Monday, October 21st to Sunday the 3rd, starting at 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. You can do this at the Coral Gables Library. Obviously, voting is on November the 5th, 2024. That's the general election. But you have more than enough time from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. To go out there and vote at the Coral Gables Library. Make sure your vote counts. Number three, I would like to meet with the parking director through the manager's office. See if we can have a conversation in regards to parking on Miracle Mile. I've encountered a few issues there that are not in line with the way that I think that things should be done. And I want to make sure that we're very, very careful and thoughtful. Because I actually encountered it myself with the individuals who were running the valets there. It was this weekend. So I'm, in an effort to protect those individuals and protect the city, I won't speak about it here, but it's something that I'd like to speak to you about. Something that I've never seen before. And the final item that I have here for today, out of all the great pumpkins that were here, thank you for participating. All of you did a wonderful job, but somebody has to win. So pumpkin number 2 is the winner. Congratulations.
Development Services.
Development Services, congratulations.
Good job.
Meeting adjourned.
They have code violations in that thing.
With a proper permit.
And the ADA issues.
They have ADA issues, and it says it's approved
Recording
for ADA.
stopped.
Be right there.
Hey, Gus didn't put much effort into it. Not you guys. Not you.